Take it to trial. Take it to trial. Welcome in, grab a seat, hit the like and subscribe. Cause Sweet Peas on the mic with that spicy little vibe. Got the courtroom streaming in the chat, going wild. We're debating heavy topics, but still laughing like a child. From objections to confessions to the judge's side eye. If it's justice and it's messy, we gon' talk about why. Every day's a new case, every moment's a ride. And when Sweet Peas in the building, we be learning with pride. My eyes on deck, keep the room running smooth. Film freak therapist, you know, keeping everyone in the groove. Right to with the facts, pretty brown girl with the sass. Moreldia and Fowler keep the peace in the chat. But Jason walks in and the ladies collapse. Chocolate. Take it to trial, where the truth gets loud and the laughs run wild. Sweet Peas got the spice, she's the queen of the aisle. Chat fam rolling deep, we've been here a while. Lights on, mics up, we gon' do this right. Take it to trial, every day, every night. Take it to trial. Morning shows are sharp, afternoon is on fire. And we catch every moment that the court might inspire. From witnesses whispering, the lawyers trying to hard. You know Sweet Pea breaks it down like a legal tarot card. Chats cracking jokes, dropping theories on the fly. We're serious when it counts, but we still testify. Minds hold it down when the trolls try to play. If you're out of line, court adjourned for the day. But when Jason logs in with that deep hello sound, the ladies in the chat, man, they all fall down. Take it, 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 take it to trial, where the truth gets loud and the laughs run wild. Sweet Peas got the spice, she's the queen of the aisle. Chat fam rolling deep, we've been here a while. Lights on, mics up, we gon' do this right. Take it to trial, every day, every night. Take it to trial. When the sun goes down and the cases get deep, after dark gets spicy, no secrets to keep. Taboo topics, big laugh, slap, happy crew. Sweet Pea says behave, but we never really do. It's opinions, confessions, stories untold, but we handle it with heart like the chat made of gold. Hey! Take it to trial, from day to night and every wild mile. Sweet Peas nearly strong with her trademark style, and the fam in the chat always makes it worthwhile. Turn it up, show some love, hit the like on sight. Take it to trial, yeah, we live tonight. Take it to trial, yeah, we live tonight. Take it to trial.
Good morning, Lynn. You the first one. My mic was muted. Sorry. I was like, what is that going on? Good morning, Christine. Good morning, Marilda. Good morning, Carrie Berry. How are you? A new trial is in jury selection, Christine says. Which trial is that? Let us know in the chat, Christine, and I'll look it up. See if it's something that we can cover. Hey, Barbara, good morning. Hey, Smoking, glad you made it over here. Awesome. So we got a kind of sort of a busy day, maybe not a busy day. Like, I don't know what kind of day it's going to be. But y'all know I'm going to try to get all the coverage and everything to you guys so we can all hang out and chat about all the things that we are learning as they are criming out here in these streets. So let me just give y'all kind of a rundown of what's going on. So this trial started back up live again today. Okay. I am keeping an eye out on today. It's supposed to be the bond hearing for Sarah Grace Patrick. So I am kind of keeping an eye out for that one. If that hearing happens, then I'll show that hearing live. We also have new testimony that has been loaded for our Ellis case. So we will watch that at some point in time today. What else can I tell y'all? If Sarah Grace Patrick hearing happens I guess whether it's live or not live, long as it happens, we'll meet with Critical True Crime later in order to talk about what happened in the hearing. And, you know, I don't know, will she get bond or will she not get bond? But by that time, when me and Critical True Crime meet and have our show later on tonight, hopefully crossing our fingers, hopefully the hearing would have been met, is on the docket. So that's what I can tell you. So we got a lot of different things going on. Yeah, I think the court in Georgia should be there. My only concern is that I don't see anything where the hearing is showing live yet. And I would have thought that everybody would have been in there to kind of watch it. But I don't see, I haven't seen a link, but I'll be out here looking for a link just to kind of make sure. And keeping an eye out on things. You know how I do. Just to kind of see where we at so we can be everywhere. But without further ado, we are going to go into our current trial. We do have a little TiVo time, so we'll see. In Georgia, it should be just probably cold. I don't think they have any snow or ice or anything like that. So it should just be cold there from what I can gather. That's why I think they should have the hearing. And it was on the docket yesterday. Critical True Crime looked it up for while we was kind of conversating, and it should be on the docket. So, but I will be checking into it in order to bring it live. If not, then we'll just discuss probably later on with critical True Crime. What am I saying? Okay, thank you, Christine. I'll look it up and see which show is which one and maybe streaming on it, what the trial is about. But without further ado, I'm gonna go ahead and take us into New Jersey, because New Jersey is open and they got the lights on. They said they got heat and everybody slipped and slide, and they got to the courthouse this morning. Yay! Like, we can't be getting behind on schedule, not like that. So they are in the courtroom, so that means that we are too. Let me get us set up. We got our guy Paul here. He got on his sweater and his tie, his glasses. He ready for court too. I'm tongue twisting like that. Yeah, I can do that at times. I only have one cup. Yeah, I'm gonna make cup number 2 in 1 second, so I can be ready. All right, well, let's get into this courtroom and we'll take it from there.
So, I was thinking, I don't know if I really have the authority or power to do this, but if any of you happen to know where Mother Nature lives, I'm going to hold her in contempt.
Wow. That's ballsy. This is former mom.
I want to thank you all for making it in this morning. Obviously, it's a difficult morning. It's a lot to do. I appreciate all the time and effort on behalf of the attorneys, on behalf of Mr. Caniero. We thank you. We realize that this is a sacrifice, especially during these winter months. It's a lot on you and your families. So please, thank you from the bottom of my heart for everything that we're doing. So with that being said, we'll get started. We're back on the record. This is State of New Jersey versus Paul Caniero. It's indictment 19-020283. Can I have the appearances of counsel for the record?
Your Honor, Assistant Prosecutor Nicole Wallace on behalf of the state.
Morning, Judge Chris Decker, Assistant Monmouth County Prosecutor for the state.
Good morning, Your Honor. Monica Mastellon on behalf of Mr. Paul Caniero, who's present.
Good morning, Nancy Murray for Mr. Caniero.
Okay, good morning, Mr. Caniero. All right, so we're ready to proceed. Prosecutor, you ready to call your next witness?
Yes, sir. The state calls Joseph Cordoma.
Okay. you start, just watch your step. Can you put your left hand on the Bible and raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Can you state full, once you're seated and comfortable, can you state your full name for the record and spell your last name, please?
It's Joseph Cordoma, Cordoma.
All right, thank you, sir. Prosecutor, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you.
Morning, sir.
Morning.
Can you tell us where you currently work?
I am currently employed by Cedar Crest College in Allentown, Pennsylvania.
And what is it that you do there?
I am the manager of the Expert Witness Training Center and Crime Scene Laboratory.
Now, approximately how long have you worked there?
Since September of 2025.
Now, prior to starting your employment there, where were you employed?
With the Monmouth County Prosecutor's Office.
Now, approximately how long did you work for the Monmouth County Prosecutor's Office?
Approximately 8 years.
Okay. Now, as far as your specific assignment at the Monmouth County Prosecutor's Office, can you tell us about that?
Yes, since my employment there, I was assigned to the Forensic and Technical Services Bureau. Basically assigned to doing crime scene investigations for that unit.
Can you just tell us what year you joined the Prosecutor's Office?
It was in 2017.
And during the course of your employment from 2017 to your retirement, did you always work in that unit?
With Monmouth County, yes.
Now, I want to ask you about law enforcement experience that you had prior to the Monmouth County Prosecutor's Office. Can you run that down from the beginning of your career?
Yes, I was employed by the Hudson County Prosecutor's Office in 2000. I was there until 2004. While employed there, I was assigned to the Homicide Squad, where I took part in investigations pertaining to all major crime investigations, and also began my training in conducting crime scene investigations and arson investigations. After 2004, I then transferred down to the Burlington County Prosecutor's Office, where I was assigned to the Crime Scene Investigation Unit, where I also took part in crime scene investigations and arson investigations. I was there until approximately 2017, when I then came up to the Monmouth County Prosecutor's Office and was assigned to the Forensics Bureau and Crime Scene Investigation Unit.
So as far as your career and your training as a crime scene detective, that starts in what year approximately?
Approximately 2001.
And fair to say from 2001 to your retirement, majority of your responsibilities as a police officer, as a detective, were in crime scene units?
Yes.
Before I go any further, I just want to approach and show you what's been marked as S370. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what is that?
This is my CV.
Okay. And does it document your training and experience in the law enforcement field?
Yes.
Does it also document your education?
Yes, it does.
And how about any teaching that you've done during the course of your career?
Yes, it does.
Now, if you go to the end of S370, the last 2 pages, is there an update there?
Yes, there is.
What is that?
This is my current CV, which I constructed upon my retirement in law enforcement.
Does that document your current job at Cedar Crest College?
Yes.
Now, I want to ask you first about your education. Can you tell us your education?
Yes, I have a BA, bachelor's degree in criminal justice from King University. I have an MA, master's degree in criminal justice from Monmouth University. And I also have a PhD, Doctor of Philosophy from Seton Hall University in health sciences.
Can you just tell us a little bit about what the PhD entailed?
Yes, my research concentrated primarily on evidence preservation on the human body and educating healthcare professionals on what to look for and their basic role in evidence preservation on the body upon a patient's treatment in a healthcare facility.
Now, going back to the early stages of your career, starting at the Hudson County Prosecutor's Office in 2000. Can you tell us about the beginnings of your training in crime scene?
Yes, and once assigned to the homicide squad, I was obviously responding to major crime incidents within the county. That's when I took an interest in actual crime scene investigation. It was approximately 2001, and that's when I started attending basic photography courses, basic crime scene investigation courses, and it just escalated and grew from there.
Okay. And did some of that early training, did it include training in basic fingerprinting and the like?
Yes, it did.
Okay. And you said photography, right?
Yes.
Now, would any of the early trainings in crime scene processing, would they include any instruction regarding documentation of a fire scene?
Yes, only because a fire scene is a crime scene.
Now, you said back in your time with the Hudson County Prosecutor's Office, did you respond to fires?
I did.
Okay, what types of fires would launch a response from yourself and other detectives at Hudson County Prosecutor's Office?
Any fires that in the fire department obviously would be the first responders, but anything that is suspicious in nature, which at any point, any fire is suspicious in its beginning stages. But suspicious fires, small, large scale, it depended on the actual call from the fire department. I'm sorry.
And did the beginnings of your crime scene training, did that continue in 2002?
Yes.
Okay. If at any point you need to refer to your CV, just let us know, okay? Can you talk about the training you had in 2002?
2002 is when I went to a larger scale crime scene investigation training with regard to the actual documentation and things of that nature. That was the New Jersey State Police crime scene investigation course, which was approximately 6 to 7 weeks in length.
Now, during the course of that 6-7 week class, did you learn different, or did you get trained on different disciplines within, the field of crime scene investigation?
I did, yes.
Fingerprinting again?
Fingerprinting, photography, different types of photography, developing film, things of that nature, actual crime scene processing, assessing the scene, things of that nature.
Now, in 2002, did you also receive training in fire investigation specifically?
I believe it was in 2002.
Okay, if you need to take a look at your CV just to refresh your recollection.
Thank you. Yes.
Okay, and what class was that?
2002 was the basic course for arson investigators held at the New Jersey Division of Criminal Justice Training Academy.
And approximately how long is that course?
That was a 2-week course.
Now, what are, if you recall, based on that training and other training, what was the core materials, if any, regarding the training in fire scene investigation at that course?
The basic course for arson investigators focused tremendously on systematic approach to a fire investigation, which is basically what we follow in crime scene investigation. However, fire investigations are a little more complex with regard to looking and assessing the scene. So they taught us a methodical approach on how to assess the scene and actually process that scene utilizing a step-by-step method.
And in that regard, are there specific documents or text materials that are utilized during that training?
Yes, the main document was what's called NFPA 921.
The 921?
Yes.
Now, as part of that training, that 2-week training put on by the Division of Criminal Justice, was there any practical experience that you gained there?
Yes, I believe it was during the second week, towards the end of the course, we actually went to actual fire scenes that were controlled environments and held for basic instruction.
Okay. Now, was there any specific reason at that point in time that you attended that training?
Once again, like the crime scene investigation training, I showed an interest. We're talking back in 2000, early 2000s, when the crime scene investigation topic per se isn't as popular as it is now. So once my supervisors at that time knew I had an interest in it, they did not hesitate and they allowed me to attend that training.
Now, after receiving that training in arson investigations in 2002. Did you continue to undergo training and continue to use that training over the course of your early stage of your career?
Yes.
Now, would your CV document trainings that you've undertaken starting in, say, 2004?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell us about that?
In 2004, I went to a juvenile fire setting and Bob Macon course, which basically touched upon juveniles partaking into types of incendiary fires or incendiary events. Going from there, I went to a weapons of mass destruction, crime scene management course. And that was back in 2004. And then going beyond that, there were several other courses.
Now, from that time frame, let's just say from 2002 to 2010, were you also responding to fire scenes?
I was, yes.
Okay. Now, 2002 to 2004 would have been in Hudson County, correct?
Yes, 2004, yes.
Okay. And then from 2004 to, say, 2010 would have been where?
In Burlington County.
Now, were you utilizing the training that you had received and the instruction regarding the 921 and systematic fire investigations?
Yes, always.
At that point in time in your career, were you drafting origin and cause reports?
If requested, I had the ability to, but I only recall drafting one origin and cause report in Hudson County.
Okay. Now, I want to draw your attention to around 2010. Did you receive advanced fire and explosive training?
I did.
Okay. Where was that?
That was through what's called CFI Trainer.net. It's an online platform. That was fire and explosion investigations utilizing NFPA 1033 and NFPA 921.
And what's NFPA 1033? You mentioned 921 already. What's 1033?
Yes, 1033 is a standard publication that provides standards with regard to arson investigators and their qualifications and requirements, as opposed to NFPA 921, which is a guideline publication that provides guidance on how to actually conduct arson investigations and fire investigations per se.
Okay. Now I'm looking at page 4 of your CV, and it documents the year 2010, correct?
Yes.
And you talked about the fire and explosion investigation class, correct?
Yes.
Were there other trainings with respect to either hazardous materials or fire investigations?
Yes. Once again, just showing the interest, and my supervisors allowed me to do so. I attended training with regard to chemical, biological, radiological, nuclear, and explosive training awareness course sponsored by New Jersey State Police. Another hazardous materials awareness course by the New Jersey State Police. And then proceeding from there, a cause and origin course. It was basically focusing on a systematic, methodical approach, once again guided by NFPA 921 on how to conduct fire investigations. That was with the Burlington County Fire Marshals. And then I took several courses online. When I say courses, they are like seminars, things of that nature, self-paced instruction courses with regard to fire investigations, fatal fires, testimony, documenting fire dynamics, modeling, evidence at fire scenes, scene safety, marine fires, things of that nature.
And then page 5, does it continue to document over the course of the next several years other advanced or more specific training with respect to arson investigation?
It does, yes.
Can you just give us the benefit of those?
Yes, 2010, I took another course, Understanding Fire Through the Candle Experiment. 2013, I took a DNA and digital photography course as it relates to fire investigators. 2014, a fire and arson fatality fire scene investigation course. Another course in 2014, NFPA 1033 and NFPA 921. It was an application and relationship course between the two documents. 2015, ventilation flow paths, fire growth, ventilation fed fires, and fire and explosive scene documentation. And I believe, was it with regard to the, oh, and one more, arson scene search and evidence recovery, also in 2015. And I believe that was it with regard to that year. And I think that's it.
Okay.
Yep.
Now, we talk about all this training that you were involved with, correct?
Yes.
Now, as you took those classes, did you continue to be involved in crime scene investigations?
Yes.
And how about responding to fatal fires,
Yes.
fires with any other sort of injury,
Yes.
and larger scale fires?
Yes.
Right. And during the course of responses and investigation to these fires over the years, did you continue to utilize your training and experience in arson investigation?
I did, yes.
Now, I want to ask you about whether or not you've ever served on any task forces relating to fire investigations. Okay. And can you tell us about what that was?
Working in Burlington County, I developed a relationship with the ATF at several occasions. And then I was actually approached by an ATF personnel about joining an ATF arson task force. And that was, I believe, back in 2013. So I received the approval from my supervisors at Burlington County at the time and was a member of that task force.
Okay. Can you tell us about your role in that task force and whether it included origin and cause investigations?
Sure. The major role that I had with that task force was actual documentation. Once again, being involved with the crime scene investigation unit, I had a large amount of training with regard to crime scene documentation. And as I mentioned earlier, fire scenes are, in essence, a crime scene. So ATF I basically liked what I saw, or liked what they saw, I guess, and invited me to join that task force for that purpose. In addition to my training in arson investigation as well. So while responding to scenes with the ATF, which were a few, I also responded to scenes within Burlington County as well, and actually outside of the county. And my primary role was for scene documentation. But with my training in arson investigation, it kind of assisted them as well because I could actually partake in origin and cause investigation, not necessarily writing the reports, but actually providing an opinion, which is part of the guidelines of NFPA 921.
Okay. Now, I think you may have said it, but just to be clear, while a member of this task force, are you responding to fires only in Burlington County?
With the task force, no. That gave me the ability to go outside of the county, but I also responded to fires within Burlington County, obviously, as well.
Now, did you also, during the course of your time with the ATF task force, were you also handling, handling crime scene investigations within Burlington County?
Yes.
Things that were not fire related?
Yes.
Is that your primary role?
Yes.
Now, I know it's probably hard to do, but is it possible to estimate the number of, homicide and or shooting spree, crime scenes that you've responded to in your career?
Homicide and shootings?
Yeah, for instance.
Being in a crime scene investigation unit and taking part in crime scene investigations since, I would say, even before 2001 in the homicide squad. So 25 years experience being on call right out of the academy, I would say hundreds.
Now, how about arson or fire scenes?
Same thing. I primarily took part in responding to fire scenes largely after 2000. So I would say in the 2002 area, once getting or completing the basic course for arson investigators. It's hard to give a number. I never gave myself the luxury of counting how many responses I made throughout my career, but if you want to say 100, over 100.
Okay. Now, during the course of those responses to those fire investigations, were you always involved in at least to some extent, the origin and cause determinations?
Yeah, and that approximate number I gave you, that I was always part of the origin and cause investigation, because anybody with arson investigation training should recognize the fact that we abide by NFPA guidelines in arson investigation, which talk about a systematic approach and utilizing opinions of other outside trained personnel in your origin and cause determination.
Now, you talk about utilizing the opinions of others. Is fire investigation primarily, is it an individual task, or is there a team approach?
Definitely a team approach.
Now, as far as your experience as a crime scene detective specifically, have you testified in Superior Court?
I have.
And have you ever been offered as an expert in Superior Court?
I have.
Okay. Did you document, or is that documented within your curriculum vitae?
It is, yes.
And during those occasions where you were offered as an expert in Superior Court, were you accepted by the court in those times?
I was, yes.
Okay. Can you tell us about those cases?
I don't have particulars about the actual case itself, but the expert witness qualifications that I did receive in Superior Court were in crime scene investigation, crime scene diagramming, bloodstain pattern analysis, and crime scene analysis.
Now, Judge, can we approach for one quick moment?
So they currently at a sidebar here. Yeah, that's what I say. Why can't we stipulate to what they are qualified to? Like, to read this whole rundown for a person to be qualified as an expert, it seems like this is something that could be handled outside of the presence of a jury, in my opinion. But they go through this with each expert witness, and we just spent so far about 20 minutes on all of his background, all of his education, all of that stuff.
Detective, just with respect to fire investigation, origin, and cause determinations, was there one occasion in 2025 where you were qualified as an expert in Superior Court?
Yes.
Now, you note in your CV outside employment, correct?
Yes.
And that's outside employment that you had during the course of your law enforcement career and continuing, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, can you tell us when, or I'm going to direct your attention to 2009 on your CV.
Okay.
Do you document outside employment beginning then?
Yes.
And where was that and what was that?
That was at the Burlington County College. I was employed as an adjunct professor or adjunct instructor at the time.
Okay. Do you recall what you taught there?
Arson investigations.
Okay. What did this entail?
This was an undergraduate course. I believe it was part of their fire science degree for the students, if I'm not mistaken. And it was a basic instruction semester long about the systematic approach of fire investigation.
Have you taught also at Rowan University?
Yeah, Burlington County College, I believe, was absorbed by Rowan, and they now call it Rowan at Burlington County. And at that time, I was also employed as an adjunct professor teaching arson investigation as well.
Okay. Can you talk about other teaching that you did in that time frame as well?
Yes. Throughout the course of my career after Rowan, I also was employed by New Jersey City University as an adjunct professor, teaching intelligence studies and forensic investigations. I was also and currently still employed by Monmouth University teaching crime scene investigations. And I was also employed by Brookdale Community College as an adjunct professor teaching forensic investigations.
And crime scene investigation teaching and forensic investigation teaching, did they include blocks on arson investigations?
Yes, they did.
Okay. Did you always teach a portion of that class focusing on arson investigations?
Yes, personally, I feel like I'm obligated because, once again, a fire scene is a crime scene. And with my training and experience, I incorporate and I try to make sure the textbooks that I utilize also talk about fire investigations as part of the crime scene investigation block.
Now, do you continue to instruct in crime scene investigations currently?
Yes,
And where is that?
Monmouth University.
Now, I want to ask you also, did you do any teaching within law enforcement as well?
I did, yes.
And where did those occur?
Several venues, one being the New Jersey Division of Criminal Justice Training Academy, Juvenile Justice Commission, New Jersey Juvenile Justice Commission, Burlington County Law Enforcement Training Center, Monmouth County Prosecutor's Office, Burlington County Prosecutor's Office. Like I said, plenty of venues, in addition to some localized teaching at some schools within both counties, or actually Burlington County primarily.
Now, I want to discuss fire investigation just a little bit. Now, I think you said that during the course of your 25-year career, you were involved in origin and cause investigations, correct?
Yes.
And was that to varying degrees and with varying roles?
Yes.
Now, I want to ask you generally what an origin and cause investigation actually is, or what it entails.
Sure. So an origin and cause investigation with respect to fires is you get dispatched to a fire call. Firefighters conduct their suppression activities. After that, the investigation then takes place to locate the actual origin or where the fire actually began. Once that is successfully completed, if possible, the next step would be to locate the actual cause or the first ignition source that started that fire and allowed that fire to progress. So it's a very systematic approach, started from the outside in to actually locate and decipher the cause of an actual fire.
And that systematic fire investigation that starts from the outside and then goes inside, is that the approach that you would take at any fire investigation scene?
Yes.
And is that guided by one of the documents that you talked about earlier?
Yes, primarily NFPA 921.
Now, is that the way you were trained in fire investigation?
That's the way I was trained in fire investigation, and that's the way I conducted my actual crime scene investigations as well.
Would you instruct it in that manner to others?
Absolutely.
Now, are you a certified fire investigator?
I took the basic course for fire investigators through the New Jersey Division of Criminal Justice. That was a 2-week course. I don't know if you want to say that's a certification, but I am not certified as a fire investigation or fire investigator in a fire investigation unit. I was always assigned to a crime scene investigation unit.
Now, are you familiar with, the actions of digging out certain scene locations at a fire?
Yes.
Okay, what is the purpose of that?
So when looking at and assessing a fire scene, we're trying to look for the lowest area of burn or burn pattern. So digging out a fire scene is a task that you wouldn't typically do at a fire because you want to look for fire patterns. Fire scenes are very different than crime scenes with respect to cleanliness. Fire scenes are wet, they're dirty, they're dark. So you're looking for specific patterns with respect to the fire, whether there's smokes or actual burn patterns. So in essence, you have to dig around and actually clean that area to look for the lowest point of burning, possibly, maybe to rule out other specific causes like ignitables or things of that nature. So digging out is one of the main things you have to do at a fire scene.
And when you're looking to find those patterns, the point of finding the patterns and kind of like the area of lowest burn indications, what is the purpose of doing that? Why are you doing that?
Because that area could give you or lead you to the area of origin of the fire.
Now, again, just to be clear, during the course of your career in law enforcement, have you utilized the systematic method in order to make origin and cause determinations?
To assist in origin and cause determinations, yes.
And is that important, the actual role of the idea that you're assisting and not always making a singular determination?
Yes.
I just want to be clear, when, let's say Monmouth County in particular, now at a fire scene, generally speaking, who or what agencies would you expect to be involved in the origin and cause determination?
Within Monmouth County, it was always the Monmouth County Fire Marshals.
Okay. And are there sometimes outside resources or outside agencies that are asked to assist or offered to assist in larger fires?
Yes.
Okay, like who?
You would have the state fire marshals, personnel that would respond. And on occasion, you would actually have ATF personnel respond as well.
Judge, at this time, the state offers former Detective Joseph Cordoma as an expert in the field of fire investigations and more specifically origin and cause determinations.
Any questions? Anybody here?
Yeah, may I have word do? Sure. Good morning.
Good morning.
So just to focus on your education for a moment, I understand you have a bachelor's, a master's, and a PhD, correct?
Yes.
But to be clear, none of those degrees are in fire science specifically.
Correct.
And they're not in fire protection engineering or electrical or chemical engineering, correct?
Correct.
They're not in chemistry, physics, or computational fluid dynamics.
Correct.
And your PhD in health sciences did not involve anything related to fire behavior, combustion, or fire modeling, correct?
Correct.
And your experience, turning to your experience, so you essentially spent 25 years as a detective in law enforcement, correct?
Yes.
And you started with Hudson, then you went to Burlington, and then you went to Monmouth County.
Yes.
With the exception of your very first year in the homicide squad in Hudson County, the remaining, let's say, 24 years of your experience, you were in a crime scene investigation unit. Is that right?
Well, just to correct you, the homicide squad in Hudson County was formulated where you did homicides and crime scene investigations. So I don't want to say that, but that I was out of the homicide squad. It was homicide and investigations in crime scene. So that 2000 and 2004 were both, and then beyond that was just crime scene investigation units.
Okay, so from 2000 to 2004, it was kind of a combination.
Yes.
And then starting 2004 up until 2025,
Yes.
it was all crime scene investigation.
Correct.
And crime scene investigation unit is essentially where you deal with scene documentation, correct? And processing.
It's a little bit more than that, but yes.
It's fingerprinting, like you said earlier, right? And photography,
Reconstruction.
reconstruction.
Yes.
Is it, we heard from a Detective Catalona in this case. Is he in your unit?
He was, yes.
Okay, because you're no longer with
Yes.
CPO. Okay. But when you were with the Monmouth County Prosecutor's Office, you guys were in the same unit.
Yes.
And so you've never been assigned to an arson unit, correct?
Not an arson unit, no.
And you've never been employed specifically as an arson investigator.
Correct.
And of course, you worked for law enforcement, so you were never you're not like an independent fire investigator, obviously.
Correct.
When you were on the ATF task force, I think you mentioned this when the prosecutor asked you, but you were specifically sought out for your scene documentation abilities. Is that fair to say?
Yes,
and specifically your photography.
yes,
They appreciated the fact that you were familiar with fire scenes and you knew what to, photograph without being told. Is that right?
exactly, yes.
Aside from the one origin and cause report you mentioned from Hudson County in sometime between 2000 and 2004, have you ever drafted an origin and cause report other than that one time in this case?
Not that I recall that.
Okay, so this is the second time you drafted an origin and cause report personally.
I believe so, to the best of my recollection, yes.
And you mentioned the NFPA 921 and the NFPA 1033, correct?
Yes,
So that the 921 is basically, I'm just gonna hold it up. This is the 921. It's a pretty thick book, right?
yeah, that's the 2024 version, I believe, yes.
And that's the book that guides fire investigations.
It's a guideline, yes.
It's a guideline, but it's what all fire investigators rely on, correct?
They should,
There
yes.
was a fire marshal who testified it's like the Bible of fire investigations. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, it's a valuable piece of information, yes.
And then the 1033, which I'm holding up, this is, I think you mentioned, it's the standard for professional qualifications for a fire investigator, correct?
Yes,
So this basically is, so the 921 is guidelines on how to investigate the fire, and the 1033 is requirements for being a fire investigator. Is that right?
yes, they complement each other, yes.
And you would acknowledge that the guidelines, the 921, it's changed over the years, correct?
Yes,
There's been many additions, right?
yes,
I think you mentioned, you noted this was the 2024 version that I held up at the time that you investigated this fire. I'm assuming you were using the 2017 version.
I don't recall what version it was. We had them in our office, and I know there were several versions, several publications.
It would have been the most recent version to 2018, correct?
Yes,
And there's been a 2022 version, and then there were versions before 2017, correct?
yes,
And the reason why there's new versions is because over time, science changes and fire, theory changes, and the fire science progresses. Is that fair to say?
largely through technology, yes.
Okay, so as we learn more about fires and their dynamics and how they operate, they make amendments to the 921 so that fire investigators can stay up to date, correct?
Yeah, that's fair to say, yes.
And we talked about, the prosecutor and you talked about your training, right? So in 2002 was when you did your first arson. It was a basic arson investigation course. It was 2 weeks.
Yes,
And most of your training courses, including that one, but also thereafter, were essentially hours long, days long, maybe a week long. Is that right?
it's fair to say,
It
yes.
wasn't like semesters long or years long.
No,
And it sounded like a bulk of because you did the original basic training in 2002, but then it sounds like a bulk of your sort of continuing education on fire and arson investigation continued in 2004, 2005. There was kind of a bulk in 2010, and then some more from 2013 to 2015. Do I have that right?
I believe so, yes.
You did some online training through cfitrainer.net as well, correct?
Yes,
And that was in 2010 and then again in 2014 to 15.
yes,
That's like an online training where you go through PowerPoints and learn the material kind of at your own pace.
yes.
But after 2015, there was no additional continuing education with respect to fire investigations or fire science or arsons. Is that right?
I believe so, yes.
But with respect to the 1033, which you're familiar with, and specifically Chapter 4, it does indicate that fire investigators shall remain current in certain fields of fire science and fire investigation, and more specifically, shall complete 40 hours of continuing education every 5 years. Is that right? Okay. But in your case, you haven't done the 40 hours of continuing education in the last 5 years, correct?
I'm not in the fire investigation unit. It's not required.
And more specifically in the last 10 years, right?
Once again, I'm not in a fire investigation unit, so it's not required.
You're not in a fire investigation now, nor were you, correct?
In a unit? No.
Right. But according to the 1033, if you're going to be a fire investigator, you're supposed to keep up with the continuing education, right? It doesn't say specifically a unit.
It's a standard for units.
But you are being offered as a fire investigation expert here today, correct?
I'm being offered as partaking in a fire investigation, yes.
And specifically an expert in fire investigation, origin and cause, right?
Yes.
Now, you have taught some classes, including some arson classes, to undergraduate college students.
Yes.
But just to be clear, you're not a certified fire investigator instructor, correct?
Correct.
And you have you written any publications on fire, anything fire investigation related?
No.
Are you an active member of any fire-related organization, such as the International Association of Arson Investigators?
I was not currently.
What about the International Association of Arson Investigators New Jersey chapter?
I was, but not currently.
Or the National Fire Protection Association or Society of Fire Protection Engineers?
No.
And I think the prosecutor asked you this, but I just want to confirm, you are not a certified fire investigator through the New Jersey Division of Fire Safety, correct?
Correct.
And you're not a certified fire investigator through the International Association of Fire Investigators, correct?
Correct.
And you're not a certified fire and explosives investigator through the National Association of Fire Investigators, correct?
Correct.
With respect to fire investigation, fire investigation does not have a known error rate like some other sciences do, such as DNA or things of that nature. Is that right?
I believe so, yeah. There's nothing documented that I could recall.
Your conclusions are based on observations, scene interpretation, experience, and judgment. Is that fair?
A lot more than that.
Including the scientific method of the 921? Is that what you mean?
Including outside sources that are outside of the actual fire scene itself.
And there's no mathematical formula that can verify whether your ultimate conclusions are correct or not.
Well, this is one of the reasons, in my opinion, why NFPA 921 has been revised so many times, is that the technology changes. So mathematical formulas, I would tread very lightly on. Fire dynamics, fire movement, fire ventilation, things of that. These all take effect and have to be considered when investigating fire scenes. So when I say there's actual outside sources beyond the actual scene itself too, you have to take into account the totality of the entire investigation. So you have to be very careful with mathematical formulas.
Right. So, as you mentioned, that's why the NFPA has been updated so many times, is because science evolves, fire science evolves, we learn new things, and it becomes memorialized in the NFPA 921. Is that right?
Yeah, that's also why NFPA also, once again, considers the totality of the investigation, not just the fire scene itself.
Sure. Prosecutor?
Thank you. Detective, you were asking questions about certain credentials or certain certifications that you do not have in the state of New Jersey, correct?
Yes.
And you talked about, let me answer this. Is there a reason why you never became a certified fire investigation despite 100+ fire scenes?
As much as I wanted to, timing didn't cooperate, being in the crime scene investigation unit full-time, in addition to teaching outside employment and manpower within our organizations, just never cooperated with my timing and my desire to go and pursue those types of certifications.
I think you said it at least once or twice. In reference to NFPA 921, you referenced things outside of the actual fire scene or things that were not necessarily specific to fire dynamics themselves. What were you referring to?
In fire investigation involves a lot of scene work and actually scene work and work outside of the scene, I should say. So as with any investigation, you cannot just rely particularly with the scene with big specifics pertaining to fire scene investigations because those scenes are very difficult to examine. Fire patterns, like I mentioned earlier, are difficult to examine. So you have to incorporate outside information that you may receive from outside investigators with relation to that actual fire call itself.
Now, just to be clear, Ms. Mastalone asked you about fire trainings in 2002, 2004, 2005, 2010, and then 2013, 2015. Every time you obtained further knowledge or training in fire science, did you then go and use it at actual fires?
I did, in addition to actually teaching it and utilizing my own research with regard to prepping for my classes, because I was teaching arson investigation, fire investigation type of courses, both at colleges and at police academies.
Was there ever a point during the course of your approximate 25-year career in law enforcement, maybe absent the first year, where you weren't responding to serious, potentially fatal fire investigations?
I would say since going through that basic course for arson investigators, I believe in 2002, I think I said, to the day I retired in law enforcement, I was going to fire scenes in addition to crime scenes.
And every time you responded to a fire scene in that time frame, were you involved in origin and cause determinations, whether or not you had actually drafted an origin and cause report or not?
I always provided my opinion about those investigations, yes.
And did the ATF, did they utilize your opinions and your knowledge outside of just photography during the course of your time on that task force?
Yes.
Judge Eisen.
Ms. Mastalone, did you want to add anything based upon those questions?
No, Judge, thank you.
Okay. All right. This court is going to accept this individual as an expert in fire investigation, specifically origin and cause of a fire. You guys may have heard this charge before, but I'm going to give it to you again. As I told you, I have to give it to you every time. As a general rule, witnesses can only testify to facts known by them. This rule ordinarily does not permit to be received as evidence the opinion of a witness who is not testifying as an expert. However, an exception to this rule exists in the case of an expert witness who may give their opinion as to any matter in which they are versed, which is material to the case. In legal terminology, an expert witness is a witness who has some special knowledge, skill, experience, or training that is not possessed by the ordinary juror, and who thus may be able to provide assistance to the jury in understanding the evidence presented and determine the facts in this case. You are not bound by such expert's opinion, but you should consider the opinion and give it the weight to which you deem it entitled, whether it be great or slight, or you may reject it. And in examining an expert's opinion, you may consider the reasons given for it, if any, and you may also consider the qualifications and credibility of the expert. It is always within the special function of the jury to determine whether the facts on which the answer or testimony of an expert is based actually exist. The value or weight of the opinion of the expert is dependent upon and is no stronger than the facts on which it is based. In other words, the probative value of the opinion will depend upon whether, from all of the evidence in the case, you find that those facts are true. You may, in fact, determine from the evidence in the case that the facts that form the basis of the opinion are true, are not true, or are true in part only. And in light of such findings, you should decide what effect such determination has upon the weight to be given to the opinion of the expert. Your acceptance or rejection of the expert will depend, therefore, to some extent, on your findings as to the truth of the facts relied upon. You and you alone are the sole fact finders in the case. You must be persuaded solely by the evidence presented at trial when determining whether the state has satisfied its burden. As the sole judges of the facts, you are to determine the credibility of the various witnesses as well as the weight to be afforded to their testimony to determine whether the state has proven beyond a reasonable doubt all elements of the crimes charged. With that being said, I'm going to give you guys a 5-minute break just in case anybody needs to use the bathroom, and then we'll start back up with the testimony of this witness. Thank you. I'll still give you Prosecutor, go ahead.
Thank you, Judge. Mr. Cardinal, I want to talk to you about whether or not you recall on November 20th, 2018, being asked to respond to a particular location.
I do, yes.
Okay, where was that?
15 Willowbrook in Colts Neck.
Okay, do you recall approximately what time you arrived at 15 Willowbrook in Colts Neck?
Approximately 1:30 in the afternoon.
Now, was your initial assignment that afternoon, was it to go and conduct an origin and cause investigation?
It was not.
Okay. Now, what was the reason for your response?
I was asked to respond there to assist another crime scene investigator that was out there.
Now, did you draft reports in this case?
I did.
Okay. Do you recall approximately how many?
3.
Okay. Now, was one of those ultimately a origin and cause report for 15 Willowbrook in Colts Neck?
Yes.
I'm just going to approach for purposes showing you this for identification. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
What's that?
This is my supplemental technical report for the fire investigation origin and cause at 15 Willowbrook.
I'm sorry, can you give me the number again?
15 Willowbrook, I'm sorry.
No, the number of the exhibit,
Oh, S-371.
371, thank you.
So you responded to Colts Neck. Did anyone else from your unit respond there as well?
Yes.
Okay. And do you recall who was there that first afternoon?
Detective Robert Flanagan, who I believe was the first investigator from the crime scene unit, myself, and then Sergeant Ryan Muller, and Detective Stephen Vogt.
Now, upon arrival, were you or did you engage in sort of what's been called like a field briefing?
Yes.
Okay. And was that with your unit or other people or something else?
It may have been emerged briefing. We had several briefings that day, but initially I believe it was with Detective Flanagan from my unit.
Okay. And you said Detective Flanagan was the first one there from your unit?
Yes.
And when you arrived, what was he doing, if you remember?
He was assessing the scene and beginning his exterior photography of the actual property.
Now, as part of your investigation and even your response that morning, did you find out how the fire was discovered originally?
Yes.
Okay, and how was that?
I believe it was from a neighbor that notified 911 around 12:30 in the afternoon.
Okay. Now, information like that, information about how the fires was reported, maybe information about observations made early on, is that information, is that important in an origin and cause investigation?
Yes.
Now, I want to ask you about your initial observations at 15 Willowbrook that afternoon. Can you tell us about that?
Upon my arrival, there were several law enforcement fire personnel present. It was a large property, so that was expected. Fire was actively engulfing the actual property itself, the structure. Fire personnel were still conducting suppression activities. So I've remained obviously on the exterior portion of the structure, not going inside, just immediate. I was hanging back and just making overall assessments and observations of the actual structure.
Now, you said the fire was active when you actually arrived, correct?
Yes.
Now, you talked about many fires that you've been to in your career. Is it the normal situation where you arrive when the fire is still actually involved?
Not necessarily. I'm not a first responding officer usually.
Is it, let's just say this specific case, was it helpful to make certain observations of the active fire?
Yes.
Now, locationally, where you're seeing certain things, smoke, flames, or smoke versus flames, are those observations, are they important when you're going through the systematic investigation?
Yes.
Can I have S1D? E? Sorry. Just one. Can I have slide 3? Now, Mr. Courtroom, I want to ask you if you recognize what's depicted in that photo.
Yeah, this is the front of 15 Willowbrook. So if you're standing in front of the house looking at the front door, this is actually the second floor, right above the front door.
Okay. So the front door is the bottom of that photo?
Right where that firefighter was standing.
Now, yeah, what's depicted in this photograph? Is this consistent with certain observations that you made that afternoon?
Yes.
Slide 4, please. What do we see here?
This would be the, I believe, west side of the structure. In fire investigation, we use A, B, C, D instead of north, south, east, west. So the front of the structure, if you're looking at it, would be the A side. And then you would go counterclockwise. B would be the side, C would be the back, D would be the other side of the house. So this technically would be the D side of the structure.
Can I have slide 5, please? What are we looking at here?
Once again, this is the back corner of the structure.
I have slide 6, please. You recognize that?
This is the, again, back, more so the back of the house, kind of like the southwest corner.
And slide 7, please. What do we see here?
This is the back of the house.
Slide 8,
Back of the house again.
slide 9. What do we see here?
This is the back side of the house, again, now going towards the other side, which would believe, I believe is the east side of the house.
Slide 10, please.
This is the east side of the structure.
Okay. And that door at the bottom of the photo, where's that go?
Right where that firefighter is standing with the stream of water, that is leading to the basement, which has access to like a miscellaneous room and storage areas.
Slide 11, please. Just another photo of the side entrance to the basement.
Yeah, this is just the photographer standing a little further back.
Okay, slide 12. What do you see here?
This is the front of the house again, but more leaning towards the east side.
You said the photographer a moment ago. Who took these photographs, if you know?
I believe this was Detective Flanagan.
Okay. He, as you said, was the first one on scene.
Yes.
You talked about him making scene observations and then starting to photograph the scene.
Yes.
Now, these pictures, straight that I should say, these are some of what's depicted in these photographs. Did you yourself actually make a lot of these observations at the scene that afternoon?
Yes.
And again, is that helpful to your investigation?
Yes.
Now, with respect to that briefing with, either major crimes detectives or members of your unit, did you learn any specific information upon arrival about any individuals that could be present or the like?
Yes.
Okay, and what was that first?
I was made aware that there was a deceased male outside of the residence along the northwest corner of the structure, in addition to additional deceased individuals inside of the structure.
Now, ultimately, do other members of your unit respond at or around the same time that you did?
Yeah, I believe Sergeant Mueller, he either responded the same time or almost the same time as myself. Detective Vogt, I said, also responded. I don't recall exactly what time, but he was also present at the scene in addition to Detective Flanagan.
Okay, so briefing with your unit, major crimes, you learned some factual information, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, do you and other members of the forensics unit, though, do you ultimately discuss any potential steps that you would take upon arrival at the scene?
Yes, we want to know, in fact, the condition of the structure by firefighter personnel. With fires, you're dealing with structural integrity. And as I mentioned earlier, fire investigation is extremely similar, if not the same, as crime scene investigation, because it is in essence a crime scene. So with any crime scene, you do have evidence involved. And when you're dealing with fatalities, not so much in a fire, but in a fire and outside of a fire, the human body is a piece of evidence. So our main concern at that point were the conditions of the individuals inside.
Okay, so you receive information that there are structural integrity issues to the house, correct?
Potentially, yes.
Potentially. So based upon that and based upon the discussions with respect to the bodies and that being evidence, what, if anything, did you, the members of your unit, decide to do?
We removed the bodies.
Who specifically was involved in that, if you recall?
All members of the crime scene.
Were your efforts photographically documented?
To the best of their ability, yes.
And who was actually taking the photos, if you remember?
Detective Flanagan.
Okay, so it's safe to say you've mentioned that you ultimately entered the house.
Yes.
Okay, now, as far as the conditions go, what were they like upon your entry?
It was still an active fire.
Okay, so some of the photos that we've looked at, and you just talked about a few minutes ago, those were the conditions that were present when you entered the home?
I would say very close to, yes.
Do you recall generally at least where the victims were located when you entered the home?
Yes, I believe fire personnel removed one victim. And then there was another victim inside the front door. As you approach the, I guess the foyer area, you're walking in, so to the left. And then there was another victim in the kitchen area to the right as you proceeded inside.
Can we have S1E, right, slide 13? Do you recognize that photo?
Yes.
What are we looking at there?
So if you're looking at this picture here, this is the actual foyer area upon entering that A side of the structure, the front of the house. So to the left of this picture would be the front door area where those two rectangular windows are to the top left corner. Right to the middle of the photograph is a landing in the foyer that goes down, if you proceeded to the right, down the stairs to the basement area. And to the left, or to the right of that are closet doors.
Can I have slide 14, please? What do we see here?
This is now looking at the closet doors to the left. Straight ahead is a hallway that takes you deeper inside the house, and to the right is additional rooms. This is all in that foyer area still.
Slide 15. What do we see here?
Back similar to that first photo that you showed me, where that yellow blanket is the area of the victim in the foyer area, right to the left of those closet doors.
So fair to say these photographs were taken before you and other detectives actually removed the bodies from the home?
Yes, as with any piece of evidence in crime scene investigation, rule is to photograph before you move, so you can memorialize the actual scene as it is presented to you upon your arrival. So at every effort possible, we try to photograph anything we touch.
Can I have slide 16, please? What are we looking at here?
This is the same area. Fire suppression has been completed. You can notice the smoke and steam are eliminated at this point. So this is that general area in a much, I guess, controlled environment at this point.
Can I have slide 17, please? Again, what are we looking at here?
Same thing, just a different angle. You can see the landing with the stairway going down, kind of like in the center of that photograph. To the left are those rectangular or square rectangular windows, a stairway leading to the second floor, and to the immediate right, lower right-hand side is the doorway entering the house.
Can I just have slide 12, please? And just for purposes of like the orienting ourselves, those windows in the front of that, the right side of that photo, those are some of the windows we could see from the inside of the foyer.
Yes.
Now, was there a lot that you and other detectives from your unit were able to do or accomplish on November 20th of 2018?
No, our main objective at that point was to preserve any obvious pieces of evidence that we could. So in this particular case, it was the actual deceased individuals. We had a constant fear of structural integrity, so at that point, we decided to not pursue any additional examinations inside of that structure because of the integrity issues and for our own safety.
Now, so is it fair to say at some point on November 20th, you left for the evening?
Yes.
Okay. And as far as the scene goes, how is the scene secured overnight?
Law enforcement maintains a visual of the actual structure and maintains scene security.
Now, did you return to 15 Willowbrook at some point?
Yes, the next day.
Okay. Now, that next day, did you do anything that morning prior to responding to 15 Willowbrook?
Yes, I did.
And what did that entail?
My supervisor, Sergeant Mueller, dispatched me to attend a post-mortem examination of one of the victims, which is an autopsy of one of the victims.
Now, after doing that on November 21st of 2018, you responded to the scene, correct?
Yes.
And what, if anything, did you do on that date?
That date was more assessment of the actual structure. By the time I arrived there, the structure was secured by engineers who erected braces, particularly in the basement area because of collapse of the first floor going down into the basement. So they had to maintain and create some type of stability structure to make sure the floors don't collapse.
Was there a point in time that yourself and other detectives were told that the scene was safe to be gone into?
Yes. Yes.
Now, that Wednesday, November 21st, 2018, were there representatives from other agencies there that day that you ultimately began to work with as part of an origin and cause investigation?
Yes.
Okay, where were they from?
Primarily the Monmouth County Fire Marshal's Office.
Now, is that normal in a fire like this?
Absolutely.
Now, as part of, you said you drafted an origin and cause report in this case, correct?
Yes.
Did you document all the individuals who were involved in the origin and cause determination?
Yes.
Now, as of November 21st, 2018, we're in conversations with your superiors. Was it your understanding at that point in time you would be involved in that systematic fire investigation at 15 Willowbrook?
Yes, that was one of my responsibilities.
Did you have others also during the course of this investigation?
I did.
And what was another one of those?
Analyzing and assessing particular stains within the residence.
Now, you note in the origin and cause report, which is marked as S371. Do you note the type of structure this is, the size, or anything specific about the location?
Yes.
Okay. And what is it that you documented with respect to the actual physical location?
Generally, with origin and cause reports, you want to document the structure, a lot, block, area that's listed within the county that the structure is located in, type of land it is, building descriptions, things of that nature.
Now, as far as construction, did you take note of, like, overall how this residence was actually constructed material-wise?
Yeah, it's wood frame construction.
Now, the dynamics of the construction of a residence, is that something that you want to take note of and something that could become important in assessing fire spread and the like?
Yes.
I think you said this is obviously a large property, both the structure and the actual property itself, right?
Yes.
Were there any discussions with respect to other involved members of the investigative team on origin and cause as to how or where the investigation would actually begin, given the depths of the property?
Considering the size of the property and what was located on the actual property itself, doing the overall exterior assessment, we noticed that the property had multiple sources of potential electrical energy coming into the house, such as a solar panel farm field along the west side, in addition to a generator, external generator on the outside. So at that point, we have to basically appreciate our limitations, and that's when we decide to, invite others that had more expertise in certain areas.
You obviously mentioned electrical, correct?
Yes.
Now, was someone in particular ultimately brought in to assess the electrical as it was found at the scene?
Yes.
And who was that and where were they from?
It was Michael Abraham from the ATF.
So as far as the ultimate origin and cause investigation, can you tell us how that begins and whether that is part of a process that you always undertake?
It's, once again, it's a systematic approach. As per NFPA 921, we work from the outside in. When I say we, it's myself in the crime scene investigation unit and outside fire investigators from the fire marshal's office that were there at the time, and ultimately ATF and state fire marshals who joined us. So we work from the least amount of damaged area to the most amount of damage. And it's basically like reading a book. You start from chapter 1 and then you go to the end of the book. You don't start from the back. So working from the outside in, just like any crime scene investigation, least amount of damage to most amount of damage. And that's how our assessment begins.
And so it's going to begin on the exterior, correct?
Correct.
Would that include observations of the electrical panel,
Absolutely.
the generator,
Yes.
the solar field,
Yes.
and the entirety of the perimeter of the residence?
Yes.
Now, you talked about how the scene was structurally secure, right?
Yes.
And who ultimately made the plans to make sure that was true?
That would be the crime scene investigation unit and the engineers who assessed the scene and told us about the safety concerns.
Okay, and the engineers are from where?
Monmouth County.
Okay. And did those Monmouth County engineers, were they involved in any other aspects of this investigation?
We have engineers that would assist us with our crime scene investigations as well in terms of documenting, drafting a floor plan, if you want to say, or a diagram of the actual scene.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as S285. Ask if you recognize that.
Yes.
What is that?
These are floor plans and actual satellite view of the actual property itself.
Those were ultimately diagrams that were created by the Monmouth County Division of Engineering.
Yes.
Now, is that common for yourself and other detectives from your unit to utilize those services at crime scenes?
Yes, one of the things we do in crime scene investigations, we diagram our scenes.
Now, you talk about beginning on the exterior of the property, but I wanted to ask you more generally, maybe even more specifically, about the systematic approach that we've discussed a little bit this morning. And that comes from where?
NFPA 921 guidelines.
Now, are there a series of steps that are designed to guide an origin and cause investigation?
Yes, there are. We utilize in fire investigation, and actually I utilize myself in crime scene investigation, what's known as the scientific method, which are basically 7 steps that guide you or guide an investigator into actually investigating a crime, so that you're not really missing anything and your investigation is done the same way every single time.
Now, do you document in your report the actual steps that are utilized as part of the scientific method?
This particular origin and cause report that I drafted was basically bulleted with the individual scientific method steps.
Are you able to tell us chronologically those steps that are utilized in the scientific method?
Yes. So as I mentioned, they are 7 steps, with the first being identifying the problem, which basically entails receiving the 911 call, responding to the scene, conducting your initial assessments. Following that, you're actually defining the problem, which is the second step. Once you define the problem, that particularly involves you making that assessment after doing the initial observations along the exterior as to possible assistance that you may need, and defining on how you're actually going to accomplish conducting an origin and cause investigation. Following that, you want to collect the data. That's step 3, which basically entails actual physical evidence collection, in addition to verbal evidence, witness statements, things of that nature that you may receive from your major crimes detectives and outside sources of information. Following that, you now want to analyze that data. With regard to that, you are now encompassing your physical, tangible evidence that you collected from the scene, your photographs, your observations, and you're analyzing that against the data that you have, which would also include witness statements, outside interviews that are taking place, firefighters, first responders, what they observed, in addition to actual lab analysis that may actually take place as well. Following that, you want to start developing hypotheses. Now, this can actually happen at the scene itself while you're doing your scene assessment. Those preliminary hypotheses may come into play when you're looking at actual burn patterns, deposits of physical evidence that may be in plain view when you're doing your scene assessments. You may start to do some type of mental reconstruction, but you have to kind of caution yourself with that. So you're developing hypotheses in that 5th step. Following that, you now want to test your hypotheses that you may develop. That would be the 6th step. And again, this is looking at the totality of the investigation, what is developed. Witness statements, scene observations, physical evidence, everything that has been collected at that point. You now want to start testing your theories, basically, as to what may have occurred. And then finally, the last step is selecting that final hypothesis, that final theory based upon, once again, the totality of the circumstances involved in that investigation. And I want to highlight the fact that you have to look at everything. As per 921, and again, coinciding with 1033 as basic requirements that are learned by fire investigators, you want to incorporate everything. It's a totality opinion, if you want to say, of what occurred at that any fire scene.
And let's talk about the exterior. Do you ultimately physically and visually examine the entirety of the structure?
Yes.
And are you looking at utilities as well as the structure itself?
Yes.
And ultimately, before we go any further, what are you trying to do by looking at the exterior?
Well, number one, for safety purposes, you want to see if the structure is still energized, and that's usually conducted by the firefighters. So once they are at the scene, one of their jobs would basically to de-energize the house, because now you're introducing liquid, you're introducing water, and fire suppression, as we both know, water and electricity don't really go good together. So that's one of the first things they want to do, is to see if the house is energized. So as part of my assessment, and anyone else that's there at the scene during our exterior walkthrough, that's one of the things we would look at as well.
Okay, so even going back to your initial response on the 20th, were you interested in determining whether the home was energized?
Yes,
And did you make any determinations or were you advised of anything in that regard?
yes. Major crimes, I believe, detectives or first responding officers, I forgot exactly who made that discovery. Could even have been firefighters. Made the discovery at the house, electrical panel was disabled, in addition to the actual exterior generator was actually switched off as well.
Now, information from others, like that about the panel and the generator, is that information is that part of what you utilize in going through these 7 steps?
Yes.
Okay, and are you trying to, or do you take information that you receive as gospel, or do you do something else to try and corroborate?
No, you don't take that as gospel. You basically keep it in your pocket. That's just part of the gathering of data phase of the scientific method. You are obligated at that point to gather as much data as possible to help in your assessment as to what occurred there. So trying to remain unbiased, that's one of your key things. We as crime scene investigators, as forensic investigators, as even fire investigators, we are fact finders at this point. So we don't take anything as gospel, as you said. We just have to gather all the information to make a fair assessment.
Now, you talked about getting information from other sources like firefighter interviews, right?
Yes.
Now, was somebody from, or were people from the Major Crimes Bureau, the Monmouth County Prosecutor's Office, and even the Colts Neck Police Department, were there people that were assigned to talk to the firefighters and see what they encountered and what they learned?
Yes, I had Detective Wayne Rayner, who was assigned to the Major Crimes Bureau of the Monmouth County Prosecutor's Office. He served as sort of my outlet to the major crimes investigators and my outlet as to what information was being obtained on the outside. So I don't have to keep on going in and out of the scene.
Can I have slide 19 of S1E? Sorry, can you go to, sorry. It's the wrong slide. I have slide 21. You recognize that?
Yes,
What does that show?
this is the west side, kind of the northwest corner, if you want to say, of the actual structure. So the front of the house is to your left of this photograph.
I have slide 22. And what do we see here?
This is the electric panel out on that corner of that structure.
Okay. Based upon your observations and interviews with firefighters and the like, was this the way that the panel was found on November 20th, 2018?
Yes.
Have slide 23, please. What is that photo show?
This is just another photograph of that area showing the panel. I believe that's the panel face on the ground there, in between the bush there.
Could I have slide 24, please? What do we see here?
That's the actual meter, the actual electrical device that was disabled.
Can I have slide 25, please? Just for purposes of perspective, do you recognize the photograph?
Yeah, so again, you're looking at the northwest corner, so directly behind that tree in the front, in the center of that photograph. That is where that electrical meter and panel were located. And just beyond it on the grass, closer to the photographer here, where you have that tree that's kind of slanted down, that is your deceased individual that was located on the grass outside.
You referenced the generator previously, correct?
Yes.
Did you make observations of the generator as part of the exterior
Yes.
assessment?
Yes, I did.
Can I have slide 26? You recognize that?
Yes,
And what is that?
that is the generator.
Okay. Now, this is another external source of power, correct?
Yes,
And again, you talked about determining whether electrical was present at the scene at the time of the fire call, correct?
yes,
Is that part of the ultimate origin and cause determination as to, is that important?
yes, yeah, it must be documented.
Now, you said the power to the generator as found at the time of the fire was on or off?
Off.
Now, did you also examine the solar panel array?
I made my observations, yes.
Okay. Now, did anyone else at a later date also make observations of this electrical panel, the generator, and the solar panel array?
Yes, I believe firefighters did.
What about anyone from the ATF?
Michael Abraham,
He's the electrical engineer.
yes.
Now, was there a point in time when you and others were satisfied on the exterior that you had not located any obvious sources of origin of this fire?
Yes, yes.
At that point in time, where do you go as part of your investigation?
So now you take it inside. So once again, you work from the outside in. Once the outside, you're satisfied with that assessment, you can now proceed into the next step and working inside.
And where specifically did you and others go during the course of this initial interior investigation?
Well, we determined, based on, again, structural integrity, that we want to go and enter the residence. So very carefully, we entered the residence. I forgot which door we actually went in at first, but once again, working from the least amount of damage to the most amount of damage, we focused primarily on the first floor.
Just for the record, S285 is published on the screen.
Objection.
Go to the first, okay, it's the first floor. Now, no, we're doing that. Sir, I'm just going to direct your attention to the third page of S285. Do you recognize what that shows?
Yes,
And what is that a diagram of?
this is the first floor of the structure.
Okay. And is page 3 on the screen right now?
Yes, it is.
Now, where did the interior investigation begin, if you didn't say it?
Okay, so again, working from the least amount of damage to the most, we entered first through the mudroom, which is right next to the garage and laundry room. And we focused our initial observations and assessment in that area first.
What are you actually looking for? Just break that down as far as you go in. What are you looking to accomplish?
We're trying to see if there's any indication of fire originating in these areas. Again, least amount of damage to most amount of damage. So our assessment begins there, and all we observed there was just a lot of smoke damage.
Now, based upon the observations of a lot of smoke damage, do you determine or do you rule out any potential for that being the area of origin?
Yes, there's no indication of anything triggering any type of first fuel being ignited in those areas.
Now, I think you mentioned earlier, but you talked about being conscientious and not jumping to any conclusions in a fire investigation. Is that accurate based on what you said? But obviously, there are going to be certain rule outs as you go. Is that accurate?
Yes,
Okay. So you observe smoke and some fire damage, but you were able to say it didn't start here. Is that accurate?
yes.
Okay. So you started in the mudroom. Where'd you go?
Mudroom, garage, laundry room, that general vicinity in that area, in that top left corner.
Okay. Were the observations there consistent with what you discussed in the mudroom or different?
They were all consistent. Once again, no evidence of any type of ignition source. Definitely combustibles in the area, so you have to take into account that fact, but nothing that was deemed as an area of origin for this fire.
So you said you went through the garage, the laundry room, the mudroom. Where did you go next?
I believe next was the kitchen. We kind of were following the same path.
Okay. And what observations did you make in the kitchen?
Kitchen, once again, smoke damage, heavy smoke damage in the kitchen area. obviously combustibles in that location there. But in terms of fire and origin and things of that nature, this area was ruled out as any potential source of originating the fire.
Now, did your interior inspection in that area, as you just said, does it include the kitchen, the sunroom, the dining room, and the office, that area?
Yes, we would basically circle around that entire area where we did the kitchen island, made our way into the sunroom, the dining room, that actual office itself as well. And there was really nothing in terms of any evidence of the fire originating in that location, or those locations, I should say.
Now, where do you proceed next from that area?
Going back, you're in that area of the living room, foyer, hallway. We are starting to see, or I'm starting to see, some heavy fire damage, and this coincides with the same opinions as the other fire investigators there. Primarily in the living room and hallway. You also start to see the areas of structural collapse in that hallway area, that bathroom area, right in that center of the diagram, all within that vicinity of the foyer, bathroom, hallway location. You're starting to see a collapse of the structure. And when I say collapse, I'm talking about the actual floor area itself collapsing down towards the basement area.
So this is the first evidence, I think you said, that you're starting to see in that foyer area near the bathroom of some actual real damage.
Yes, absolutely.
That's floor damage, right?
Yes.
And obviously, based upon the floor damage, what are you thinking as far as, the fire investigation is concerned?
It's that particular evidence, that physical evidence of observing the actual floor collapse, is telling me that there is a lower part of that area of origin that's actually pointing down towards a lower area where that fire is originating from, because something caused that structural instability, and that something caused that decomposition of that material to collapse down.
So based upon those thoughts that you have and you just described, do you immediately go down to investigate the basement?
No.
Okay, why not?
No, because we don't, once again, we have to follow that systematic method, and I want to continue my first floor and even second floor analysis before pursuing down into the basement. So I want to keep that methodical approach.
Okay, so where do you go next?
Next, we made our way into the game room area. Same as the kitchen and sunroom, not real much to say in terms of structural damage, more like heavy smoke and soot damage there. But in terms of integrity and things like that, we focused, again, that hallway and bathroom foyer area.
Did you finalize the observations within the first floor at that point?
First floor, we were pretty, it was a consensus that the fire did not originate in that first floor area, and all the rooms in that first floor area were comfortably, at this point, eliminated as an area of origin for the fire.
Okay, so at that point, where do you go next?
We want to see what's upstairs on the second floor.
Okay, and why?
Again, working least amount of damage to most amount of damage.
So do you go upstairs?
Yes.
And what do you do when you're upstairs?
Upstairs, we make the same type of assessments. We observe several bedrooms upstairs, a lot of smoke damage, heat damage, things of that nature, but eliminate all those rooms up there as an area of origin.
Now, once you have a consensus that the second floor is not the area of origin, what's the next point of interior entry?
So we eliminated the first floor, we eliminated the second floor. Now we want to make our way into the basement.
Okay, and how are you going to enter that basement?
Basement, we made entry along the east side, only because we cannot utilize, we don't have access due to safety and structural instability of that foyer area in front of the house. I don't know if you recall me mentioning there's a stairway where one of the victims was located going down into the basement. That stairway was compromised. It was very unsafe to have individuals going up and down those stairs due to heavy fire damage. So we entered the basement on the B side of the structure, which would be the east side, through that game or miscellaneous room.
S1, slide 16. 16. Now, just with respect to what you were just saying, what do we see here?
This is the foyer area. The front entrance is to your left. I believe that's the actual doorway that you see real close up to the photograph there. But looking directly in the center of this picture, right to the right of the stairs, that's that landing where we had a victim discovered. Going down those stairs would take you into the basement area. That's the area we could not access due to safety concerns.
Now, areas of damage that were noted to the floor, are they visible in part of this photo?
Yes. One thing with fire investigations, and one thing that you learn as in doing this, is fire travels up and out. It's seeking oxygen. It's constantly seeking oxygen. So one of the main patterns that we look for is what's known as a V pattern. So V patterns basically kind of point you to a possible area of origin where the fire is originating from. You can see here on the closet doors to the somewhat center or right of the photograph, that left door that's still shut, you can see kind of like an angled type of burn pattern. We would consider that as part of a V, of one side of the V. And as it's going down, it's pointing towards the stairway, which is kind of giving you an indication saying, hey, look in this area here. So it's kind of pointing towards that stairwell. Now, stairwells in fire investigations or stairwells in fire in general act almost like a chimney. It's a funnel of air that's providing oxygen to a fire. It's providing that fuel. So that would make sense that it's coming from the stairs. So that's one area that we look at. So at that point, this is technically a really good piece of photographic evidence and possibly physical evidence. We didn't get to that point yet, but for those regards there, we don't want to go down those stairs in addition to the structural instability. So we decide to go on the opposite side to enter.
Can I have slide 15 in that regard too? Now, what do we see here?
This is that same area, and you can see the tarp, once again, covering one of the deceased. And you can see heavy smoke in that stairwell.
And do you, with respect to that V pattern or whatever that you were just discussing, is that visible on that closet door with both doors closed?
Yes, now you can see the door to the right is actually closed itself. So you can actually see that V actually going higher up. So it's really pronounced in this photograph here.
Again, obviously, I think you said that is evidence and that is something that you took note of as part of your origin and cause investigation, correct?
Yes.
But again, you don't draw any conclusions based upon that alone, correct?
Correct.
And that V, the bottom of the V, nearest the bottom of the floor, is that also consistent with areas that you were noted with some floor collapse?
Yes, as you proceed down the steps.
And the steps would have been, can I have slide 16? Just to be clear, the basement steps are essentially in the middle of that photo, correct?
Yes.
Downward?
Yes.
Now, as far as entering the basement, can I have slide 26? Slide 27. What are we looking at there?
So this would be the east side of the structure or the B side. The front of the house would be to your right of this picture. And this is the entrance into that miscellaneous room into the basement.
Can I have slide 28, please? What's that show?
This is basically showing, we would call this like a mid-range photograph of you entering the basement area, and right beyond that doorway, you'll see wood frame construction there. That was done by the engineers to basically brace the floor above us. So that was the structural work that they did for us to enter.
Can I have slide 29, please? Now, what do we see here?
This is actually a photograph prior to that structural work being done by the engineer. So this was closer to the time of the initial photographs being taken by, I believe, Detective Flanagan or Detective Vogt, one or the other.
So despite the need to brace, the floor in order to make everyone safe, these observations, are they necessary? Are they helpful to the investigation into origin and cause?
Yes, as you can see to the right of this picture, and looking up, those pieces of wood should not be hanging like that. That's basically the floor collapsing. And if you want to take it a little step further, they're collapsing and they're pointing towards the area of collapse of where the most amount of damage in this photograph is depicting, which would be the area of a storage closet. So it's kind of, again, almost pointing you in that direction, because the way that is going to collapse, it's going to collapse almost like a V as well. So this is actually a really good illustration of that. And we take this into account as part of our assessment and data collection in our scientific method.
Can I have slide 30, please? What do we see here?
This is just a clearer shot, focusing more, again, in that general area. You'll see this is a hallway area, so the entrance is behind the photographer going in, and the photographer at this point is in that miscellaneous room, and they are walking down this hallway towards the center of the actual structure in the basement area. To the right are storage closets. To the left are, I think, like another storage closet or like a exercise type of room, if I recall correctly. But this is that hallway leading you into that basement.
Slide 31, please. What do you see here?
Again, this is just another image of that. Obviously, heavy fire damage, heavy smoke damage, heavy radiant heat, things of that nature that you would expect to see in a fire type of scene, but not so much to lead you to indicate as a possible point of origin, because that's not what's depicted here. We are looking for more detailed damage, if you want to say.
And then lastly, slide 32.
And here now you start to see that with the artificial lighting that's being provided in addition to the photography. You can see a lot of charring taking place on a lot of the framework that's still standing there, and that would be the storage closet area. You can actually see right through the walls there. So this is very interesting to myself and other investigators. Myself as a crime scene investigator, because this is a source of evidence, but fire marshals, ATF, other individuals that are partaking in this origin and cause, we are taking this into consideration, the amount of charring that we see here.
Now, ultimately, we'll get there, but there's a lot of debris in this area, correct?
Yes.
And is that going to remain there during the course of your investigation or not?
During the course of the investigation, a lot of this debris will be removed. That's part of the digging out phase of fire investigation, because you want to remove items and clean that area where we potentially think may be an area of origin, to try to look for patterns and look and document specific patterns that may be around.
Now, taking back a step, you talked about how these joists were ultimately supported and everything was made safe down there, right?
Yes.
So you enter the basement and your first observations are going to be which room?
We identified it as a miscellaneous room. It was almost like a TV room, sort of.
Okay. And obviously you discussed a little bit here just a moment ago with the photos, but the observations of that area, the miscellaneous rooms and some of those closets you discussed were what as far as the level of damage?
You have damage throughout the basement. But we are looking again, least amount of damage to most amount of damage. So the least amount of damage led us, in that miscellaneous room as soon as we walked in, but we are starting to see a gradual increase in damage in addition to the floor collapse or ceiling collapse in this photograph and the charring that we didn't see anywhere else in the house other than this particular area.
Okay. Now, you said that the floor is kind of giving you some evidence pointing to a certain location. What location is that specifically?
That floor is actually collapsing and the structural decay of the joist and the walls and everything were kind of collapsing, pointing into this, what we deemed as a storage closet.
Okay. That being said, do you continue with an assessment of the entirety of the basement?
You have to, yes.
Are there several different rooms within the basement?
Yes.
Okay. I just want to show you purposes of the last page of S285. What is that page showing?
The last page is the second floor.
Let's take an indicator. I'll give you the second page of that document. And what's that show?
This page is a floor plan of the basement.
Okay. And does that lay out all the rooms as documented by the engineers?
Yes,
And some of them are given like generic descriptions, correct?
yes,
Like closet, correct?
correct, yes.
And then we have, so you enter, using that diagram, can you put an X on where you entered, just so we understand? That's the outside entry into the basement?
Yes,
Talked about the miscellaneous room. Did you inspect the storage closet as well as those two other rooms within the miscellaneous room?
yes, they were closets, like smaller closets, smaller than the storage closet. They were inspected. The bathroom was inspected as well. Those workout rooms were also inspected. That whole foyer area where those other smaller closets in the stairwell were also inspected, in addition to the storage and utilities. The further west that you went, so the storage utilities presented the least amount of damage, almost similar to what we saw on the first floor. It was just like a lot of smoke and soot damage, but nothing in terms of actual direct flame impingement or charring or things like that. So the least amount of damage the further west you went. As you went to the center of the basement, you had the most amount of damage. As you went east towards the miscellaneous room, you now had least amount of damage again. So it's kind of bringing you the actual scene itself. Like we like to say in crime scene investigation, let the scene talk to you. So the scene is basically telling you, hey, the most amount of damage is in the center of this basement.
But obviously, prior to inspecting that most damaged area, you want to make sure that you've looked at every other part of the home to ensure you don't miss anything.
You once again, you have to, as part of the scientific method, you have to identify and document every part of the home.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our mid-morning break at this point. We'll discuss this case, do any research. We'll be back out at around 10:45 or so.
I thought they already had they mid morning break, but I guess not. Just so everybody's aware, I am still waiting to see if we will have a live stream for the Sarah Grace Patrick reconsideration bond hearing that's scheduled for today. From my understanding, it does look like that bond hearing is going to go forward. So I will keep an eye out. Miss Redding Books, welcome in. Let's see. What's the easiest way for me to say this? Paul was in a lot of debt. He owned businesses with his brother Kevin. No, Keith. Kevin. Keith. I got these Kevins or something else. With his brother Keith. And because he was in so much debt and his brother wanted to dissolve the businesses, he decided to unalive his brother and his brother's entire family, set his brother's house on fire, then set his house on fire. And yeah, and now we're here. So that just gives you an idea. So he unalived his brother, his brother's wife, and his niece and his nephew. Allegedly. I better say allegedly because we are still currently in the case. So let me see. We do have a little TiVo time. I will keep y'all updated on the Sarah Grace Patrick information. And let's get us back into court, hopefully, maybe. Okay, yes. So right now on the stand, we have our fire examiner who is kind of breaking down, I guess, the areas of the fire. And I'm assuming he will tell us exactly how the fire started. So that will be, I'm wondering if there was some type of accelerant or what did he use to start this? We shall see.
Okay, so we were talking about it's 285, I believe this is the second page documents the layout of the basement, correct?
Yes,
And you put an X at the point of entry, correct?
yes,
Now, we talked about assessments of the entirety of the basement, correct?
yes,
And ultimately leading you to the area of most damage, right?
yes.
And where was that specifically?
That was the storage closet area.
Could you put a box around that? And as far as the collapse of the floor that we saw earlier and where it was pointing to, ultimately, was that same area?
Yes.
Can you just preserve that?
S285.1.
Thank you. Sir, is there a door that's noted in the area that storage closet just below it?
Yes.
Sorry to do it. Can I have slide 40 of S1E? Right corner.
Sorry.
Yes, sir. What are we looking at in slide 40 of S1E?
So this is the hallway area. Now, this is actually facing, if you're looking at the direction leading outside of the structure. So you're looking at the direction towards that miscellaneous room. But this is that hallway area. Directly above, you can see the floor collapse, pointing down towards the storage closet area. But this is a door that's separated, or basically enclosed or divided that hallway area.
Okay. So if we're looking at that door, ultimately we're looking at the B side of the residence?
Yes, you're looking at and you're going to walk towards the B side of the residence. Yes.
So generally facing east?
East towards the miscellaneous room, yes.
Now, the storage closet that you discussed with the most amount of damage, is that in that photograph at all?
It's to the left. You can actually see the doorway, beginning doorway area to the left of that picture.
And on where we see the floor collapse in the photo, specifically, looking at, is this a wall here?
There is a wall there, yes.
Okay. And is it intact? Is it damaged? What's the status of that?
That wall is damaged. It's not intact anymore. It's crumbling.
Could I have slide 44, please? And what are we looking at there, sir?
So this would be the entrance into that storage closet. So this is basically you're stepping to the right, actually, I'm sorry, to the left of where you were just standing for that photograph. So now you're actually at the entrance into that storage closet area.
So that door would be, if we're looking at that photo, would be to the right outside the photo.
That door that we just saw, yes, it would be to the right of this photo.
Now, on the upper left portion of the photograph, sort of in the middle, what do we see back there, that gray area?
That's a concrete wall.
Okay, now, that concrete wall correlates to what of the residence?
That would be the front of the residence. That would be the A side of the structure.
Okay, the A side of the structure. Now, do you also at times label the sides of the closet itself during the course of your investigation?
Yes.
Okay, and how would you refer to those?
So that concrete wall would be the A side. That wall, or what remains of that wall, just the studs of that wall directly straight ahead of that picture, that would be the B side. The wall where the door that we just saw, the hallway, and that partially collapsed wall to the right of this picture, that would be the C side. And the wall that's closest to this doorway, that shares the opening to this doorway, would be the D side.
Okay, so as we're looking at photo in slide 44, we're looking through the D side, is that accurate?
You're looking through the D side, and the center of that photograph would be the A-B corner.
Now, we talked about most damage. Did you at any point in time look for observations of low burn?
Yes, the investigators that took part in this investigation, this is, at that point in time, that would be when they would start digging, and that's when we start looking for low burn.
So what we see in slide 44, has that been dug out yet or no?
No, just like, again, crime scene investigation, you photograph things as they were upon your arrival, and this is prior to any digging.
So this photograph, slide 44, is documenting the storage closet as you first found it?
Yes.
I'm going to just show you slide 74. You recognize that?
Yes.
What does that show?
So you are in the hallway now, and you are looking through what would be the seawall of that closet, looking into the storage closet. So you're looking through the actual degraded, decomposed wall there into the closet.
And slide 75? Is that a similar view of that storage closet?
Yes.
And at the top of the photo, what do we see?
That is the floor collapse upstairs. That's part of the beams coming down.
And then can I have slide 76, please? What does this depict?
Same thing. So you're looking at that sea wall, and you're also looking at the floor collapse as well.
Again, were these photos taken prior to any efforts to kind of excavate the area?
Yes.
Now, ultimately, were efforts undertaken to remove debris within that closet?
Yes, members of the Monmouth County Fire Marshals, ATF, all took part in that.
Okay, were you present for that?
Yes.
Okay. And ultimately, was anything located within that debris?
Within the debris, there was I believe, a broken bottle of alcohol, in addition to some other items.
Again, I just want to show slide 44. That's the photo we were looking at before, correct?
Yes.
With the debris in the closet.
Yes.
And slide 45. What does that depict?
Right in the center of that photograph is that broken bottle of alcohol that I mentioned.
Is that ultimately secured?
Yes.
Slide 46. What's that?
That is the broken bottle of alcohol.
And then slide 47. What is that?
Same thing, broken bottle of alcohol.
Now, was there any other alcohol located nearby in the basement or within the basement?
Yes, and I believe it was outside of that hallway foyer area, outside of the storage closet itself. There was another broken bottle of alcohol.
Can I have slide 48? Do you recognize that?
Yes,
And what does that show?
that is a refrigerator of sort or shelving unit for wine and alcohol.
Can I just have slide 54, please? You recognize that?
Yes.
And what does that show?
That is a shelving type of unit, and at the base of that on the floor is a broken bottle of alcohol.
That's not the storage closet, correct?
This is outside of the storage closet.
Getting back to the closet. Can I have slide 56, please? Sir, what are we looking at there?
So as I mentioned, members of the investigative team eventually cleaned out the closet and removed the debris to look at or for potential patterns on the floors and on the lower portions of the walls within that storage closet. And this is one of the photos of entering that closet.
Slide 57, please. Do we see it?
Again, this is just an overall of the floor area of that closet, showing any type of patterns that were visible.
Slide 59, please. What do we see in that photograph?
This is just another depiction of that closet. We're looking at the B wall. A wall would be to your left. C wall would be to your right. So whatever remnants of that B wall and that little shelving area at the base of there within that storage closet.
Slide 64, please. Can you tell us what this slide depicts?
This is a depiction of two photographs. The one to the left would be the storage closet prior to the debris removal. The one to the right would be the storage closet area, same general location with the debris removed.
Once the debris is removed from the closet, what can you describe the observations that you're able to make with other members of the investigative team?
Yes. So as you can see the floor, you'll have some areas that you can actually see visible wood that's not very damaged. And then you also have areas of that floor that you have some damage and some burn on that floor area. So we take this into consideration. This is what I'm generally indicating as like low type burning. However, there could be various reasons for this. There could be drop down from the ceiling above and that fire just burning in that specific location, not necessarily indicating that there's an accelerant or something out of the ordinary. But this is something that we have to document. Areas that you see no burning on the floor, we can actually see the wood. We call those protected areas. Again, not uncommon to have areas that are protected from fire and heat. So we generally document that as well. In addition to more of the wall that's present and now exposed with the debris removed, looking at the walls and the actual studs that remain there. Once again, we don't see this type of pattern anywhere else in the residence other than this closet area where you see that heavy type of charring and those indications of actual flame impingement, what we call pyrolysis, which is decomposition of organic material, decomposition of the wood that would generate fumes and things of that nature, which would basically fuel the fire. So we see this in great detail in this closet. And I say we, again, as a team, investigating this area.
I have slide 68. What are we looking at here, sir?
This would be, again, inside the storage closet area. This is a split, two photos here. The one to the left would be what you're looking straight ahead, that concrete wall, that would be the A side of the structure, the A side of the closet, the front. To the left of that would be the D side, which would be the west side of that wall. So you're looking at the remnants of what's there prior to a detailed removal of that debris. The photograph to the right is in the same general location, however, it's more focused in that AD corner. And now you can actually see a clearer picture of the floor area, specifically that AD corner in that closet. And to the right, where you see like a puddle that looks like that grayish type of liquid, that's water there, and that's what we consider low burn. That floor is deeply damaged in that one specific area when compared to the floor right to the left of that.
Now, when you talk about the heavily damaged portion of the flooring, can you just put like a circle around that just so we understand exactly what you're talking about? So that is circled. It's in comparison to an area that appears to be protected.
Right to the left of that.
Preserve that, please.
568.1.
You can undo that. Now, can I have slide 72? So what do we see here?
Again, this is just that same general location. This is more of like a mid-range type of photograph where you'll see the A wall, that concrete wall. You'll see part of the B wall, which is that wooden shelving unit to the top of the photograph. And then you see very little of the D wall to the bottom left of that photograph.
Now, ultimately, as part of the investigation, does anyone take samples from the area of the closet?
Yes, fire marshals and ATF, secured samples, a sample of the area in question that showed a lot of the damage, and also a controlled sample away from the damaged area.
What, if anything, ultimately was done with those samples, if you recall?
Those samples were turned over to Jesse Lamp of the ATF, one of the special agents that was present, for a submission to their laboratory.
Can I have slide 60, please? 60, sorry. What are we looking at here?
This is just a photograph indicating the sample being secured.
Slide 62, please. What's that show?
Same thing, photograph of the other sample, controlled sample being secured away from the burned area.
Finally, 63, please. 63. What's that?
This is another sample that was also secured.
Okay. And ultimately, they were tested by the ATF?
Yes.
In fact, they were negative for the presence of accelerants. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Now, when we talk about the scientific method, and we talk about your observations from the storage closet, what, if anything, are you doing with the observations you made after digging out and looking at areas of low burn and fire patterns? What are you doing now scientifically?
Scientifically, we utilize what we call inductive and deductive reasoning, part of the scientific method, where you're utilizing basically any type of empirical data that you would gather in terms of the scene processing, photographs, samples like this, just basic observations, witness statements, things of that nature. and you are formulating potential hypotheses of what may have occurred. It's part of the reconstruction of crime scene investigation and fire investigation as a whole. So that inductive and deductive reasoning takes place at this point at the scene and also outside of the scene, where we're incorporating other information. Information, for example, that I've gathered through Detective Rayner from interviews that were taking place while this was actually going on simultaneously. So all of that is taken part, and we are generating potential theories, hypotheses of what may have occurred.
Was there a hypotheses that were generated by yourself and other members of the team within that storage closet?
Yes, we as a team concluded that the area of origin, and we say area, not actual point of origin, because it's very difficult in a scene of this magnitude and of this much damage to generate and pinpoint an area specifically within that storage closet. However, we generated that finding that the area of origin is somewhere within that storage closet for that fire, and then that fire burned for some time, as evident through what we observed through the damage, the charring, the smoke, first responder statements, things of that nature, things that other people saw, the outside sources, which I say is important through NFPA 921. You have to incorporate that. This fire originated in that storage closet based on what we observed, and then once breached whatever structural areas within that closet, it was introduced to more oxygen. Oxygen fuels fire. Fire then grew and then spread and had full engulfment and full involvement of the entire structure.
Now, does coming up with a hypothesis, analyzing your data, I mean, does it also involve, potentially ruling out other sources or other causes?
Yes.
Okay. Now, also in the basement, were there any other observations made by you and other members of the team with respect to potential power, the lack of power, or things like that?
Yes. Fire personnel actually observed, made observations, made note to me that there were wires that were cut in that storage utility room, wires that resembled communication data lines, communication wires for the residents.
Just want to show you slide 35. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
What is that?
This is the, we call it like a hub of location of where the data communication lines were located in the basement in that storage utility room, just west of the actual storage closet area.
Slide 36, please. What are we looking at here?
So in the center of this picture, you see what's identified as a Verizon box. At the bottom portion of that box, you'll see a black wire there. That black wire is cut, severed.
Slide 37. What do we see there?
That's just a close-up of that wire.
Next slide 38, please. What do you see there?
That is the other portion of that wire that was located.
And slide 39, please. What do we see there?
This is the internal components of that Verizon box.
Now, do you know whether or not other investigators followed up with respect to the loss of power to that Verizon box?
They did, yes.
And is that information that would have been provided to you?
Eventually, yes.
Now, with respect to timing of that, or the actual time that may have occurred, that information, why is that important to an origin and cause investigation?
One reason in particular is the lack of energy entering the house, which was observed during the initial assessment. So without having actual energy in the house, you have to take into consideration possible incendiary area causes of the fire, things of that nature. Even so much as like smoke alarms, things like that. So we take that into consideration. Now, finding this information adds to that outside information because we use this in a form of timing in the event. How long did possible occupants have before they were notified of a fire? So any type of energy entering the house or communication, things of that nature, plays a huge role in our assessment and origin of cause.
Now, you talked about earlier, but Mr. Abraham from the ATF, who was involved with inspection of electrical devices outside, correct?
Yes.
Did he also inspect areas of electrical, access within the basement as well?
Yes, he actually provided information to us about energy entering any of the rooms of the house, which helped us rule out electrical causes of the fire. So he played a large part of doing that assessment.
Now, with respect to getting back to that, you mentioned smoke alarms and also that Verizon box, but what, if any, effect would the cutting of the Verizon line have on the smoke alarm or transmittal of fire to outside sources?
To my understanding, it would provide no communication, no indication that there was a fire in the house.
Now, you talked a little bit about fire spread within that closet, correct?
Yes.
Can you talk about, based upon your investigation and the team approach, as to, I know you mentioned it briefly, but what happened with that fire within the closet and where it ultimately would have gone?
We determined that fire remained in a slow burning type of stage, whereas in essence, it didn't escape that room for some time. This is evident through the combustible materials that were in the closet. And again, in combination to first responder observations upon their arrival, where no flame was visibly indicated or observed. So that fire remained in that closet in a compartment type of setting, where it could have remained in an incipient, we call it incipient or early stages of the fire, where it's just consuming, absorbing oxygen. Now, once that fire breached the surrounding areas, we call it like pyrolysizing, where it's actually decomposing the actual structure. That structural integrity now becomes compromised, and the weight of the first floor could have collapsed down and then introduced additional oxygen. In addition to damage that we observed in that first floor foyer, that stairway where that one victim was located, that stairway going down, that first floor landing, going down that first level stairs towards the basement, that floor was also compromised, and that floor was directly above the storage closet. So that's another area of where that structure was compromised that could have introduced additional oxygen, which then caused that fire to progressively increase in rapid development.
Can I have S285 on the screen? Now, go to the first floor. We're looking at the first floor, correct?
Yes.
Okay, when you talked about, if you could use that stylus just to indicate within that diagram where we're seeing that floor collapse on that first floor area.
It would be in this general location right there.
That is in the area of the stairs down to the basement?
Yes, the stairs are right to the left of that.
Okay, what is below that again, just to be clear?
That would be access or the storage closet and that whole little foyer area by the storage closet downstairs in the basement.
We just preserve that, please.
Point two. That's 285.2.
I'm back at S1E. I'm going to go to slide 49, please. What are we looking at here, sir?
All right, Right, so you're standing on the first floor landing. This is the foyer, the entrance into the house. Right behind the photographer here would be the area where the victim was located. So now you're going down the stairway towards the basement area.
Slide 50. What do we see here?
Okay, so now you're at the landing between the first floor and the basement. And you could see the compromised floor there, the heavily damaged floor. And this was one of the reasons why we couldn't access this way to enter the basement. We had to go on the B side because of the condition of this floor here.
Slide 51, please. What do we see there?
Same thing, the compromised floor here.
Now, was there something discovered in the area of that stairway down to the basement?
Yes, there was a piece of plastic. First indication, we didn't know what it was. Further evaluation outside of the scene determined it was one of those pneumatic vacuums.
Slide 52. Do you recognize that?
Yes,
What's that show?
that's that piece of plastic that ended up being one of those mechanical vacuums.
Slide 53. Got a picture of the vacuum.
Yes,
Was that also sent out for testing by the ATF?
I believe it was.
Now, when the storage closet was compromised, based upon your hypothesis, fire growth would have gone in what direction?
Up and out.
And up and out would have been, where would that present itself in this house?
That would present itself right in the first floor foyer area. If it compromised the stairway floor, which it obviously did, and obviously compromised the floor above the storage closet, which would have been in that living room, bathroom area on that first floor.
And as part of the scientific method, I think we briefly touched on it, but are there certain other causes, specifically, we talked about electrical, are there other causes that you need to rule out as part of testing the hypothesis?
Yes,
Does that include natural causes?
yes.
And what are natural causes?
You would consider wind, lightning, things of that nature.
And how do you go about ruling out natural causes like those?
We obtained weather reports, data reports, wind direction, things of that nature.
And was there any indication that this fire could have resulted from natural causes?
No.
What about accidental? What's an accidental cause?
Accidental cause could be careless smoking, discarding cigarettes, candle, getting knocked over, things of that nature.
Now, as far as those causes go, were you able to rule out, based upon the systematic investigation, those other causes?
Yes, we actually look for things of that may cause accidents, such as candles, cigarettes, things like that, and nothing appeared in that area of origin that would have indicated that.
Within the storage closet?
Correct.
Now, you mentioned before Mr. Abraham and his determination that, I believe you said, no electrical was present at the time the fire began. Is that accurate?
Yes,
He can talk about that more specifically, but is that information that was provided to you?
yes,
Okay, is that important to the investigation of the origin and cause?
yes.
Spontaneous combustion, is that something that you would analyze at some point during the systematic investigation?
Yes, it's something that we take into consideration, yes.
Was there any evidence with respect to spontaneous combustion of any type of materials?
No.
Now, you talked a little bit about the alcohol bottle before, correct?
Yes,
And that's considered, the alcohol bottle is considered potentially what in fire investigation?
that could be a source of flammable liquid used to ignite a fire.
Now, flammable liquids, is that something that you look as part of your investigation, your hypotheses, to potentially determine whether or not that could play a role in how this fire was set?
Yes,
Okay. And can you talk about what, if anything, that role that played in this investigation?
sure. That takes large in part to our cleaning the floor area and looking for the area of lowest burn. So one of the other things that we're looking for, like I mentioned earlier, are patterns on the floor, not necessarily so much on the walls itself, but the floor. And when you have areas of low burn on the floor, areas that show a significant damage to the floor area, and you have to take that into consideration of potential flammable liquids being utilized there. So we kind of take that into consideration with our hypotheses, and that's one of the reasons why we take samples of the floor like we did here.
Okay, so efforts were made to try to identify whether or not you could identify the presence of flammable liquids.
Correct.
And I think you said the testing before was positive or negative?
Negative.
Okay. Now, how does that play a role in your hypothesis regarding origin and or cause of this fire?
It comes into a point with regard to final determination. We cannot rule it out. And I say that because of the mere presence of this broken bottle of alcohol in the storage closet, in addition to another broken bottle of alcohol outside of the storage closet, which seemed to be out of place. So at that point, it's not uncommon for any type of ignitables to actually be totally consumed in the fire without knowing the degree, the temperature that was actually in that room, and the extent of how long that fire was burning. It does not surprise me that any type of flammable ignitables, liquids, things of that nature are totally consumed. So I cannot technically rule it out. The team cannot technically rule it out as aiding to the cause of the fire.
Now, given the inability to rule out other causes and based upon guidance from the NFPA 921, were you able to determine an ignition source?
An ignition source, not a specific ignition source, no.
With respect to, did you consider the idea of an open flame?
Yes.
Okay, and what was the consideration in that regard?
With guidance from NFPA 921 at the time, without being able to rule out ignitables, you can, and it's allowed based on the guidance to infer that open flame contact was the primary source of ignition for this fire.
And that's given that it's not accidental, it's not electrical, it's not spontaneous combustion and things like that?
Yes.
Now, we talked about it before, but as far as the hypothesis that ultimately you tested with respect to the origin of the fire, that was what?
I'm sorry?
The origin of the fire, the ultimate hypothesis, I think you said already, but the hypothesis with respect to the origin of the fire at 15 Willowbrook.
We concurred as a team that the origin of the fire was within that storage room, that storage closet in the basement, breached the surrounding structure that caused additional oxygen to become a component of that fire and actually fuel that fire and actually allow that fire to grow beyond that storage closet and consume the rest of the house.
Once the closet, and I know you talked about where it went, but once the closet is actually gets to the point of some sort of structural breach, what happens, what else comes into the closet that assists with fire growth?
Yes, fire growth basically takes place with oxygen, a fuel, which are combustibles, heat, which is basically heat that is used to basically raise the ignition source of other surrounding fuels, and a chemical chain reaction. That's what we call now the fire tetrahedron. So once oxygen becomes diminished in a compartment style fire, which is what we have going on in this closet, think of putting a glass over a candle. What happens to the flame of the candle? It will slowly diminish because there's no oxygen. Once you raise that glass before the point it diminishes, that flame will actually reignite. The candle will actually glow again. So this is what actually happens in a larger scale in a compartment style fire, where you have a fire that's taking place in a small area. Oxygen is diminishing, which would make sense to the point where first responders don't actually see flame coming from that area. They see a lot of smoke. Once that structure is compromised and more oxygen is being introduced to that area, think of that glass being raised over the candle, that flame is going to reignite again. So you have that issue going on potentially in this storage closet, which would basically define as to what actually occurred. in this actual structure.
Now, with respect to your final hypothesis regarding the origin and also the cause, did you draw any conclusions regarding the timing?
Yes.
Okay, what were those?
Based on outside information received throughout the investigation, it was learned that the actual structure had communications and in the sense of data communications or any type of communications taking place ceasing around that 3 a.m. mark timeframe. So coupled with the fact that we see what we have a small compartment style room that's ignited, we deem that area to be the area of origin. We see the damage in that area. We see the collapse of the structure, the paralysis, the decomposition of the floor, the ceiling, all collapsing in that area in conjunction with other types of patterns. We are determining as a team, or we determined as a team, that that fire took place in the early hours of that day on the 20th. Remained in that compartment for some time before that compartment actually decayed and submitted and allowed more oxygen to be introduced and have that fire grow out.
And ultimately, based upon what you learned early on, we know what time the call came in, correct?
Yes,
And based on your investigation, I think you said we would have had no transmission earlier of any evidence of smoke or fire.
correct.
And is that part of non-fire evidence that's important to an investigation?
Yes,
Okay. And would video potentially obtained from the scene, would that potentially be helpful in timing and origin and cause determination?
absolutely.
And was there a video that was, you were advised about that established some timing with respect to the idea of the fire starting much earlier than reported?
Yes,
Okay. And do you recall approximately the time frame of that video of someone potentially on the property?
yes, it was around 3 a.m.
Is that consistent with information obtained through Verizon regarding the timing of power loss?
Yes,
Now, based upon the investigation, did you ultimately culminate with 7 steps of systematic fire investigation in this case?
yes,
And did that utilize expertise of both yourself and others that were with you during the entirety of the investigation?
yes, this was absolutely a team approach.
Were the collective opinions of everyone involved utilized in coming up with the area of origin?
Yes,
And how about the cause?
same.
And ultimately, did these collective opinions, collective experience, did it lead to determining the actual cause of the fire?
Actual cause of the fire we determined to be incendiary.
What is incendiary?
Incendiary means there is flame introduction, ignitable fire in an area where there shouldn't be, or in a manner where there shouldn't actually take place. So it's basically purposely set.
And regarding the 921 guidance and the scientific method, the final hypothesis ultimately was what with respect to this fire?
That there was an incendiary fire in that storage closet.
Would it be fair to say that scene observations, information from other sources backed up, in your belief, the conclusions that were drawn regarding origin and cause of this fire?
Yes, it's the totality of the investigation.
Judge, may we approach very briefly? Now, you mentioned it very briefly early on in your testimony, but you completed or you undertook another task regarding your crime scene responsibilities at 15 Willowbrook. Is that accurate?
Yes,
And that would have occurred where within the home?
primarily in the kitchen area.
Okay. And what was that task that was going to be performed?
There were stains that were observed during the initial documentation of the scene. Based on our training and experience, and I say ours, members of the crime scene investigation unit, that resembled what appeared to be blood. So I was provided the responsibility of conducting an analysis of those stains.
Did you have any assistance in that regard?
Detective Stephen Vogt actually provided the photographic documentation of particular stains at my direction.
Now, with respect to blood stain analysis, is this something that you have been trained on in your capacity as a detective doing crime scene?
Yes.
Okay, and where did that begin, if you remember, as far as your training on blood stain analysis?
I would have to look at my CV.
Sure. I believe your CV is up there.
Yes. Yes.
And again, we're looking at what's been marked as S370, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And does that document your training and experience in general as a crime scene detective?
This documents all of my professional training and experience and personal education.
Okay. Now, I know you testified earlier about your original crime scene processing training in 2002, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, would that have included any introduction to blood stain analysis?
Yeah, so in 2001, actually, I attended a basic crime scene investigation type of training through the International Association for Identification. That would lightly touch upon, if I recall, basic blood stain pattern observations, not necessarily the analysis, which is more detailed. That's more reconstruction. But I had that blood stain pattern analysis training, which is that more detailed analysis type of instruction in 2003. And that was through the Henry Lee Institute of Forensic Science.
And what did that entail?
That entails the analysis, measuring, observing, documenting, assessing, and basic determination as to the directionality of blood, the types of surfaces that blood may encounter, and locating and reconstructing what events possibly took place by liquid blood.
Now, with that introductory training in 2003, was there a point in time when you started to use that training?
Immediately after.
Okay, and in what capacity? How does that work?
So in crime scene analysis, we are constantly looking at the entire scene. I take it a step further. With this training, allowed me to actually assess blood stains. So different types of stains, spatter stains, transfer stains, pooling, things of that nature. These are all defined in the science of blood stain pattern analysis. So I take my scenes a step further, or I'm actually even requested at times to go to crime scenes when I was still sworn and working, to assess and just document actual blood stain patterns that are located at crime scenes.
Is that ultimately what you were asked to do in this case?
Yes.
Okay. Now, after 2003, would you have additional training with respect to blood spatter analysis?
I believe I did. Just give me a minute here, I'm sorry.
I'll probably direct your attention to 2012.
Thank you. Yes, 2012, blood stain pattern analysis. This was another more advanced course that incorporated documenting, report writing, and presentation. This was at the Burlington County Law Enforcement Training Center. And this was instructed, our instructor was Mr. Craig Moore from Niagara Regional Police Services, and he's a blood stain pattern analysis expert as well. Again, this involved the interpretation of blood stains and helped with reconstructing events that occurred based on actual blood stains themselves.
And between 2003 with the initial training in 2012, did you, over the course of those 9 years approximately, did you conduct blood stain analysis at crime scenes?
Every crime scene I went to, I analyzed. Any crime scene I went to that had liquid blood, dry blood, any type of blood present, I would analyze. I would take it a step further. Not necessarily constructing a separate report, but that analysis phase has to take place at every crime scene in the event that there was sufficient evidence there for me to construct a reconstruction report.
And did you at times write reports that documented photographically and in writing conclusions that you draw from observations of blood and blood stains at crime scenes?
I have.
Now, after 2012, the advanced training, did you continue to utilize your experience and your training at crime scenes?
At every crime scene, yes.
Okay. Now, are you able to potentially approximate how many times you actually put to writing conclusions regarding bloodstains?
Actual bloodstain pattern analysis reports, it's not as many as my actual crime scene reports. It would be under 10. I don't know the exact number. Again, I don't keep track of numbers. But the actual analysis of bloodstains, you're talking almost every crime scene actually every crime scene I went to that had blood, there is an analysis taking place.
Does that mean that every time you observe blood in a crime scene, you're actually able to make conclusive statements about them, or it's just something that you would also analyze?
Both.
Now, approximately how many years, if you could, have you been conducting bloodstain analysis?
I would say probably all 25 years, but in greater detail, once I had that initial training with the Henry Lee Institute, I believe that was back in 2003. That's when I actually took part in actually doing a more in-depth analysis with regard to bloodstains.
Now, is there specific terminology that's accepted in the field of bloodstain pattern analysis?
Yes, there was once, it was called SWIG stain. It was a scientific working group of bloodstains. Now OSAC, which is the Organization of Scientific Analysis Committee, I believe, that took over once upon a time SWIG stain. That again, it's kind of similar to the NFPA and 1033 with regard to guidelines and standards, but they provide acceptable terminology by professionals in report writing with regard to bloodstains.
Now, are you familiar with the terminology that was originally put out by SWIG stain and now OSAC in the field of bloodstain analysis?
Yes, because I currently teach it as well.
So is this, I guess that's a fair question, is this something that you have taught as part of your duties as adjunct professor at several universities and colleges?
Yes, this is another block of instruction that is incorporated in my crime scene and forensic investigation courses.
Now, when we talk about blood stains, what is a blood stain?
A blood stain is basically the remnants of liquid blood coming into contact with a surface. Different types of surfaces would provide different types of staining and the presentation of that staining. For example, a carpet would present a different type of stain as opposed to a dry erase board. A dry erase board is smooth, non-porous. Liquid blood would come into contact with that, create some type of stain, depending on the elevation and the positioning of that board. A carpet is similar to a sponge where it's going to absorb that stain. So it's very difficult, if not impossible, to do any type of interpretation or reconstruction of an event when you're dealing with a carpet, because the blood staining is going to be completely manipulated by the absorption and the wicking effect of the carpet, as opposed to a non-porous, a smooth non-porous surface. There are also other non-porous surfaces that are smooth, but again, depending on the positioning of that surface, blood's going to behave in different ways. So that's part of the assessment that we take into consideration.
You talked a little bit about something called a transfer stain, correct?
Yes.
What's a transfer stain?
A transfer stain is basically liquid blood coming into contact with another type of surface and then transferring that blood in liquid form to that surface.
Okay, and what about a swipe pattern? You familiar with that term?
Yes.
What's that?
So a swipe pattern, imagine I have blood on my hand. So I have a blood source a drop of blood or a pool of blood in the palm of my hand, and I go and I try to touch this surface. The surface is clean, no blood. So it's a blood-bearing source coming into contact with a clean surface, transferring that blood and showing evidence of movement, so it's swiping.
And about something called an altered stain. Do you know what that is?
Yes.
And what's that?
Altered stain is basically a stain, a blood stain, in terms of blood stain pattern analysis, that's already on the surface that has become altered by some type of movement or some type of object coming into contact with it, whether it's my hand bumping into it, somebody stepping on it, or putting a book over it, or something to that effect.
Are there times when you look at an area of what you believe to be blood that you'll see more than one pattern or more than one directionality, so to speak?
Yes.
Now, it was mentioned earlier, but was there a point in time when you testified as an expert in bloodstain analysis in Superior Court in New Jersey?
Yes.
And is that documented on your resume?
Yes.
And was that in Burlington County?
Yes.
Did you provide testimony regarding your conclusions with respect to bloodstain analysis in that case?
I did. Yes.
Now, in this case, just briefly, I think you indicate in your report that you were asked to conduct a brief bloodstain analysis, correct?
Yes.
And when you used that terminology, why did you say that?
Because looking at the structure itself, like bloodstain pattern analysis, again, you're working from outside in. So in terms of this particular analysis, I'm looking for blood, least amount of blood to most amount of blood. I say brief in this report because of the extent of damage that was in this particular structure. There was areas that I could not assess and look for blood because of the amount of fire debris and fire damage, in addition to the amount of alterations that took place with regard to fire suppression, water, things of that nature, drop down damage. So I say brief because the amount of blood that I was able to locate and identify in the most context was in that kitchen area.
Is that ultimately the area that you made observations of, photographs were taken, and you developed an opinion as to generally just about movement within that area?
Yes.
Judge, at this time, the state would offer Joseph Cordoma as an expert in the field of bloodstain analysis.
Anybody here
No, okay, thank you.
wants to hear the charge again? Appreciate it. Ladies and gentlemen, I just gave you the charge this morning. I'm not going to give it to you again. You know exactly what I've said before. It relates in this witness being an expert in two different fields. You'll analyze each area separately. You'll render your decision based upon his testimony, based upon the facts that as you find them to be, that he is relying upon for blood staining analysis, just like you would as it relates to the cause and origin of the fire. So I'm not going to go through the rest of the charge with you, considering I've already done that. Prosecutor, go ahead.
Thank you, Judge. Now, I want to draw your attention to November 23rd, 2018. Remember that day?
Yes.
Now, on that date, did you ultimately enter the kitchen area of 15 Willowbrook with Detective O?
Yes.
And what was the purpose of doing that?
This was specifically to provide my analysis and conduct my analysis, I should say, of the stains that were consistent with that being blood.
Now, before we go any further, during the course of this analysis that you undertook in the kitchen, ultimately, I guess, maybe not during the course, but at some point, were some of these stains swabbed and sent to labs for testing?
Yes.
Okay. Now, obviously, you don't create the results of that, correct?
Correct.
But they were taken.
Yes.
Now, where did you start within the kitchen, if you could tell us?
So entering the kitchen from the foyer area, if I recall, there was a entranceway that observations were made. on one of the sides of the entranceway that resembled, based on my training experience, what appeared to be blood. So that's where the analysis started, and then proceeded onward into that kitchen and wrapping around the island area, and then exiting out that same entranceway.
Okay. Did you draft a report with respect to your bloodstain analysis in this case?
Yes.
Okay. I'm just going to show you what the mark is. S372 for identification. You recognize that?
Yes.
What is it?
This is my supplemental technical report titled Bloodstain Pattern Analysis or Analyses.
Now, with respect to, I think you said you entered through the foyer, you believe, and then you encountered an area that transitioned from foyer to kitchen?
Yes.
And I think, did you use the word threshold?
I think I used threshold in my report.
I'm just going to show you slide 3 of S1H. S1F. Looking at S1F slide 3. Now, can you tell us what that's showing there? Sorry.
Yes, that's that threshold area from the foyer area on the first floor, entering the kitchen area.
Okay. And did you make any observations of anything that was upon that threshold?
I did, yes. There was obvious stains that you can see in this photograph, particularly in that 1'9" area and extending to that, 2'9", 2'8" area. Some interesting stains that were consistent based on my training experience as being blood.
Okay, so there's a tape measure in that photo, correct?
Yes.
And what's the purpose of that being depicted in the photo?
This is just to show relation size.
Can I have slide 4, please? And just before I go any further, there's another number on slide 4, correct?
Yes.
And what's that number?
That's IMG 30 or image 30. That's basically the image of the Detective Steve Rowe's camera. That's the image number that was taken.
And when you write your report and you talk about different observations that you made on November 23rd, do you utilize reference to certain photos Detective Vogt used to kind of show what you're talking about?
Yeah, similar, like I mentioned, similar to scientific method, there's always a methodical approach to writing these expert reconstruction reports. And I reference photographs a lot in my expert opinions.
Okay. So when we look at slide 4 from IMG 30, can you describe what we see here, the observations you made?
Yes, this is what you would describe as like a contact transfer stain and a swipe stain. So you have a blood source that's coming into contact with a surface that did not have blood on it at one point. So if you're looking at the area of 2'9" on that tape measure, that 2'9", 2'8", 2'7" area, you're having a blood source coming into contact with that surface, that partition there, and actually swiping down from left to right. Think of yourself painting your walls in your house or painting a picture. You would dip a paintbrush in the paint. That paintbrush becomes saturated with paint. You make contact with the surface, and then you swipe down. What happens to that paint on the brush? It would slowly dissipate. So the same thing is happening with a contact transfer and a swipe stain, where you're having a blood source coming into contact with a surface, showing movement, and we call this a feathering effect, where you're having a larger volume of liquid blood gradually decreasing to a smaller, lighter volume of liquid blood, kind of like a brush stroke or a paint swipe. So that's one area there. In addition to, if you look down further at that, just below the red number 2, that 1'11", 10, 9 area, you'll see 3 almost linear type of stains to the right of that image. This is consistent, in my opinion, to being fingers, and also a contact type of transfer type of staining, where you're going almost from a swiping motion from right to left at this point. And it's like, I would call this a simultaneous type of impression, that all three of those stains are happening at the same time.
Now, when you talk about fingers, during the course of this analysis, if you saw something like that you believe to be potentially from or caused by fingers of an individual, would you look for any fingerprint or friction ridge detail or anything like that?
Yes, anything that I would consider being from a surface containing friction ridges, which our hands and our feet have friction ridge detail, that's what generates our fingers and palm prints. So anything that I would consider, in my opinion, as being developed as a source of that nature, I would look for specific ridge detail.
Can I have slide 5, please? Is that another angle of that observation that you just discussed?
Yes, this is just another angle and showing additional staining that is consistent with blood.
Slide 6, please. That's essentially the same photo.
Yes.
Now, can I have slide 7, please? Now, what are we looking at there?
So this is a close-up image of that staining that I mentioned earlier. Now you just have the letter A identified there with a adhesive sticker. This is just a general area indicating an area that I suggested maybe be swabbed and tested for further analysis.
Okay, and ultimately, does that, the area that's depicted in slide 7 with the A sticker, was that area ultimately either swabbed and or scraped for potential identification of DNA?
Yes.
And who did that?
Detective Vogt.
And ultimately, did that go to a laboratory for testing?
Yes.
Now, from the area we're talking about now, the threshold area, did you proceed into the kitchen?
Yes.
Okay, and where specifically, in what area or direction?
So we're moving in, myself and Detective Vogt are moving into the kitchen and wrapping ourselves around the island in the center of that kitchen.
Slide 8, please. What do we see here?
All right, so this is the floor area. So we entered and we went beyond that threshold. Now we're inside the kitchen area. So now we're starting to see some movable and some fixed pieces of furniture that are inside that kitchen. This is the actual wooden floor in that kitchen, and you're looking at the floor, you're looking at the staining of the floor, largely in part of the fire and also fire suppression. But you also see some red-brown staining on the floor area there at the base near that stool and by that movable little shelving unit.
So we see, and I think you referenced in your report, both permanent and potentially movable structures within the kitchen.
Fixtures, yes.
Fixtures, the word I probably should use. Can I have slide 9, please? What are we looking at here?
That's one of the stains that I identified. You can see it on the floor there, and you can actually see it on the leg of one of the permanent fixtures right above it.
I have slide 10. What do you see there?
Again, just the same staining taken with a scale at this point, a ruler, just to show size.
And slide 11, please. The same stain that you photographed there?
Yes.
Now, I want to show you slide 12. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what does that depict right there?
This is an area of the floor in the kitchen by one of the permanent fixtures that had some additional staining present at the base.
What do we see?
Same thing, just with the scale.
Slide 18, please. And what's depicted in this photo?
You can see a stain right at that 2-foot mark, 2'4" some red staining, red-brown staining there.
And now the object that's ultimately being measured there is what? Is that the island?
This is, I believe, the island, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay. Can I have slide 19? Is that just a close-up of that staining on the floor?
Yeah, once again, tape measures used for relation of large fixtures, permanent fixtures, and the actual stain itself, just to show the size.
Now, I guess with respect to the actual island, slide 23. Can you describe what's depicted in this photograph, like directionally within the kitchen?
Okay, so this is now, we're getting to the end of the island. We're about to make a right-hand turn around the island from the entrance into the kitchen, which would be behind the photographer in this picture. You can see in the corner, right at the top of the island, right at the I guess the top table portion of the island, if you want to call that. Right below that, there's that silver long bar. Right below that, you have some more additional contact transfer, red staining, red-brown staining right there, showing visible, again, based on my training experience, would be blood. And that's actually extending all the way down. You can actually see it lower on that island itself, in addition to one of the legs of that stool. It's all that same consistent colored red-brown staining, which is consistent with being blood.
Now continue with that area. Can I have slide 24, please? What do we see here?
Again, more contact transfer staining. I would say, in my opinion, would be a simultaneous impression, almost resembling a hand as well, where you would see 3 linear type stains at the top, followed by what appears to be almost like a palm right below it, and more of a contact transfer type of stain and altered stain because there's a lot of movement going on there.
And the B that's depicted in there, what's that again?
That's an adhesive sticker, which I indicated to Detective Vogt that would be a good area to swab and test as well.
Yeah, was that ultimately swabbed and tested?
Yes.
Slide 25, please. What are we looking at here?
This is that base of that same island area where you can see visible red-brown staining at the base there, and on the actual door area, and also on the hinge side as well.
Slide 26. What do we see here?
Just another picture with a scale ruler there, just to show size comparison.
Slide 27. Where are we looking now?
All right, this is the opposite side now. We're on the other side of the island. And this general location is where we located one of the victims. And it was right at this location where you see that red-brown staining that this victim was discovered.
Next, slide 28, please. Okay, what do we see here?
This is just we would describe this almost like a mid-range type of image, encompassing more of that wall side of the kitchen, showing the directionality and actual area of where that stain was in comparison to other items there.
Now, for context, where we're looking in this photograph, if you're going from left to right, would we be going back towards the threshold that we initially talked about?
If you're moving to the right of this photograph, you're going towards the threshold, yes.
Slide 29. What do we see here?
So this is just a contact transfer type of stain and altered stain. Again, this is the area where we located one of the victims. And you have an adhesive sticker, letter C there, indicating an area that I suggested that Detective Vogt swab.
And was it swabbed and tested?
Yes.
Slide 30. Is this the westernmost portion of those cabinets?
This would be the end of that cabinet, yes. So this would be towards opposite of the area of entering that threshold. So this is going the other way.
And the left of the photo, where would that take us?
That would take us, I believe, to the exterior outside area, which would be, I believe, the D side of the structure.
There's the mud room and the garage entry.
I believe,
that area as well.
yes, I believe so.
And the measurements that are in that photo, what are they telling you as far as the analysis of this area?
So we have a liquid blood source that's low to the ground, obviously. We can surmise at this point that this could be related to at least one of the victims, because this is where one of the victims was located. But you also have some movement of blood. Some of those altered stains are showing movement of that blood source as well.
So just to be clear, did you make observations of the victim that was in this room prior to being taken out of the building?
Yes,
Was he in that area?
yes,
And how was he lying in that area?
on his back.
Now, in that general area of the A side of the kitchen, did you find or did you locate any other swipe patterns?
Yes.
Could you describe generally what you saw in that regard?
So what appeared to be a blood source moving, which I indicated like a swipe and altered stain, appeared to be a blood source moving back towards that threshold area, leading back out to the foyer, I should say.
Now, so I have slide 35. Now, is that going in that direction?
Yes, you're starting to go back towards the foyer area, that threshold.
And was the sink somewhere in that area?
Yes.
I have slide 67. 37, I'm sorry. What do you see there, sir?
Okay, so this is a contact, again, a contact transfer, like a swipe stain, going in the motion of left to right at this time, left to right in a downward type of positioning. You have some altered stains going in that mixture as well.
Slide 38. What's that show?
This is the same type of stain that I just mentioned, the same stain actually. And this is a close-up of it. I would consider this being a simultaneous type of impression where you have that larger portion of that stain at that 2'2", extending to that 2'8" mark. One continuous motion going from left to right down. Almost like 3 fingers.
And the downward direction would that be moving us closer to the beginning, the threshold area?
Yes.
You talked earlier about seeing one stain inside of another type of stain. Is that accurate?
Yes.
And do we see any of that with respect to your observations in slide 38?
Yes, this would be one of those stains where you would have an altered type of stain going on there. So you have blood that's already present there and being altered in some fashion that I cannot explain at this point. But you also have that swipe that's going through that stain in that left to right downward motion.
I have slide 40, please. And is that a photograph of that same area?
Yes, this is just now with the adhesive marker letter D that was placed there, given Detective Vogt indication that that should be an area that should be tested.
Just approach very briefly. Sure.
Can you just go in the room just for 1 second? And I mean 1 second, I'll bring you right back out. Mr. Decker, let me know when you're ready.
Roger, sir.
So I just paused that real quick just so I can kind of update you guys. So they did have the hearing for Sarah Grace Patrick. They didn't do a live stream for us to kind of break in there. So from my understanding, we will I'll cover it. I'm just gonna see when they're gonna put it online. So I'm on top of it. Just wanted to kind of keep y'all updated. And we'll kind of go from there. Okay, guys. They should be going to lunch soon here in this courtroom.
Overall conclusions, I just, for context to that A wall that we were talking about, the cabinets, they were stainless steel, correct?
Yes.
Can I have slide 27 of S1F? The left side of that photo would be the west side of the cabinets on the A side?
I would have to look at the diagram. I'm not sure.
Unless you didn't work, but do you see a door to the left of those?
Yes,
Okay, would that lead you into the garage?
I believe so. To the best of my recollection, I believe so.
And for context, we talked about moving to the right in these photos, correct?
Looking at this photo, yes, moving to the right.
Now, again, for context, you talked about the victim and the location that you made observations of, correct?
Yes.
I have slide 36, please. Now, is that consistent with where you made observations on November 20th, 2018 of one of the victims?
Yes.
Now, again, blood going from left to right within the kitchen, correct?
Yes.
And again, can I have slide 40? That's the sample marked as D, taken by Detective O, correct?
Yes.
And that would be next to that sick area, right?
Yes.
Now, based upon your analysis that was conducted in the kitchen on November 23rd, 2018, did you come up with, or did you draw any conclusions with respect to the blood that was located therein?
Yes.
And what was that?
I can say that based on my training experience and my analysis, that led me to believe that there was a mobile blood source. Cannot say who at the time when doing this, but a mobile blood source entered that kitchen, as evidenced through the threshold area showing that swiping action leading into the kitchen. Movement of that blood source around, or a blood source, I should say, at minimum one blood source, moving around the island area, depositing several areas of blood, liquid blood around that island area and the floor area. Wrapping around that island, and then as evident through this particular stain, letter D here, a mobile blood source now going back towards that threshold area, almost circling the island. So in conclusion, my analysis revealed that at minimum, one mobile blood source entered and exited that kitchen, or had that movement of possibly entering and exiting that kitchen, or consistent with entering and exiting that kitchen, I should say.
I think importantly, you noted at minimum one mobile blood source, correct?
At minimum one, yes.
And the observations that we've discussed and the conclusion that you just talked about, are they based upon your collective training and experience in crime scene analysis, reconstruction, and bloodstain analysis?
Yes.
Judge, I have no further questions.
Feeling extra generous today.
Whoa.
You say, "Whoa," is that because I'm normally not generous?
It's a pleasant surprise.
Just kidding. So we're not going to start the cross-examination right now. I'm going to give it. You guys have had a long morning. Why don't you go have your morning break, or excuse me, your morning lunch break? We'll bring you back out right at 1:30 though. So we'll start right at 1:30. So you'll be back up here 1:25. Have a good lunch. Please try to relax for a little while. We'll discuss this case. We'll do any research. We'll see you back in a little bit. Thank you.
You said the judge think he funny. He is funny. He said, "I's funny." So they'll be back at 1:30, guys. Let's see here. 10:30, 11:30, 12:30. So they got about an hour, a little less than an hour to be back. Let's see here. Oh, that's what I want to check. Sorry. Since they are on lunch, let me see. Let me see if they uploaded anything in regards to it. The Sierra Grace. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah, they haven't said anything, guys. So they didn't show the hearing, but what I can tell you, in regards to the reconsideration, it was denied. Only because I know that it has happened, but I'm not sure why they did not show it, but I'll show you guys. Yeah, she didn't get bail. You like the sound of the keyboard? Yeah. Let me show you. I'll show y'all the breaking news that they did on it. And I think what I'll do is, I'm supposed to meet up with Critical True Crime this evening at 5 o'clock Central Standard Time. We are going to still meet up, and we can kind of discuss what this means. Like, how does it, because her trial date was pushed back to August. It was not her fault, the reason why the trial date was pushed back. It appears that the defense was ready to rock and roll. So we would definitely go into kind of like talking about that later, but here's the news station. I don't know why they didn't show it. Maybe because it was going to be quick, but I thought people were going to kind of speak on her behalf like they did the last time. Because, last time it was like a full blown out hearing, but this time, nope.
This just coming in, bond denied again for the teenager who was accused in the killing of her mother and stepfather, Sarah Grace Patrick. This news just coming down within the last few minutes. You remember she originally had a trial date set for earlier this month, but then a psychiatric report wasn't back in time, so they've now pushed a murder trial back to August. And her bond hearing was this morning. It was another bond hearing. She's had a couple now at this point. And again, bond has been denied for that 17-year-old, 16 at the time of the murders. It's going to be a big case we continue to follow here throughout the year on 11 Alive.
So that's that report.
In there.
You can see that. So that's a good update for us. Okay. So we are on break here, and I don't know if you guys seen the premiere. If any of y'all missed the text message.
Also want to get to some breaking news.
We listened to the text messages earlier in this case, which I thought were very damaging. I did it as a premiere earlier today, but let me see what we have here that we can watch again in regards to this trial, because I think there's some things that are worth noting. And we should be able to get back into our Ellis case. This courtroom will probably end, I guess, I don't know what time they're going to end. I'm not even going to try to figure it out. I was going to try to figure it out for y'all, but that's probably not going to be a good thing. So let me go in here, day 8. So this morning I did a premiere of some of the text messages. I did not do all the text messages. I did not do the cross, but let's go ahead and I only did it's like 3 hours worth of them talking about messages yesterday. But let's go ahead and I know Sparky gets on y'all nerves. I kind of like Sparky. She keep me in attention because I be waiting for the judge to check her. And so and that's probably terrible to say, but I be waiting for the judge to check her. So that's why I be like, oh, let me see what Sparky got to say. She keeps me up. She keeps me up. She keeps me up. Because I am waiting to see what is our judge going to say about her. So let's do that. And I'm going to put her on 1.5 because she even more funnier to me at 1.5. I am going to put in the chat, I will put a poll also for us because I want to know where everybody is at in regards to our guilt or innocence for our guy here. If you heard any of the text messages, you're probably saying guilty immediately. Let me see. We know you saying he guilty, Marilda. Yeah, so let's listen to her on 1.5. She's so feisty. She is not backing down from this judge, though. She don't care. She gonna take her L, whatever way she gotta get it, but she is not backing down from this judge.
From Paul Caniero, we can talk tomorrow. From Keith Caniero, I know what the future is. They're going to cut 2 people. I'm going to have to kill the new guy that we just hired, okay?
Is that the extent of the conversations on 11/5/18?
Yes, it is.
I have nothing further.
Here comes Courtney.
That's all.
Thank you. Good morning, Inspector. So I want to take a step back and just start with extractions, generally speaking. I think you had testified under oath that you performed many extractions.
Yes.
And you explained how you extract the information from the phone and use certain programs to basically parse out that data.
Correct.
I just want to make it clear for us what exactly that means. So correct me if I'm wrong, but when you take a phone and you extract the information from it, essentially what you're doing is you are plugging the phone into like a program, and that program basically takes a mirror image of the data on the phone. Is that right or wrong?
It's sort of right, and the thing that when you take it to the device then goes and extracts the data from the device. It securely takes it. It's not writing anything to the device, it's not modifying any of the data. It's simply going in and carving out the data that's inside the device, putting it in a raw data package that you'd have to use another program to see all the data.
So the data is a mirror image in the sense that it's not altered, modified in any fashion once it's copied.
Once it's extracted from the device, correct.
Okay. And the data that's extracted from the device is essentially raw data, right?
Correct.
And when we look at a cell phone, there's a lot of data inside of this rectangle, right?
Absolutely.
So the data abstractly is not something that you can just look at and understand, right? It needs the program.
Correct. Correct.
And one of the programs that you mentioned, I think, was like Celebrate.
Yes.
And so there's something called Celebrate Reader.
Yes.
And again, tell me if I'm wrong, but Celebrate Reader is a program where it takes that data and it puts it into a program where the user can interface with it and understand what that data means.
So there's one level that's missing there is that there's a Celebrate Physical Analyzer, which is what we take the raw data first, parse it out so we have that in front of us. So parse all data out so we can see it as examiners. And then we make the extraction reports. When we make the extraction reports, that's when the working copy has that reader file included with it. So that way we give it to defense or we give it out to detectives so they can open it at their computers or wherever and they can review the data.
You're referencing the PDF?
There's a PDF, there's a working copy, there's two versions. The working copy is a reader file, like you described, and then there's the forensic file that's associated with the extraction, that's the data. Then that reader accesses that data and parses it out so you can see it.
Okay, so the reader program is set up so that when the user clicks into the program, it sorts the information somewhat similarly to how information is sorted in the phone. For example, it says, text messages, and then you can click into the text messages. It says photos, and then you can click into the photos. It might say other applications or calendar. You can click into the calendar, things like that.
Yes.
Okay, so the user has the ability to basically see what's inside of the phone by using this program.
Correct.
And then I think you mentioned also another way that the user can understand the information that's on the phone is by either receiving or creating an extraction report, which is the PDF.
So when the detective has, or as an examiner, when I extract that data, I put it to that cell. In this case, we put it to the Celebrate Physical Analyzer so I can then have the data in front of me. Then I make the extraction reports, which create that working copy, and it creates the PDF.
But I guess what I'm saying is, as a detective, you're not the only one who can make an extraction report, correct?
If anybody's gonna make a report, they'll make a report off of the working copy. It wouldn't be the extraction itself. It would be from the reader version, which is the version that's separate from the original evidence as well as the original raw data. It's just the working copy that they have. They can go through and make any reports that they want.
Right. So let me see if I can clarify. So earlier you mentioned under RAC that if you wanted a PDF version of what's on the phone, it could be hundreds of thousands of pages.
Absolutely.
But another option is you could just select that you want text messages between these two people between these dates, for example.
Yes.
And you could create a report based on that, right?
Yes.
And that report would be, instead of hundreds of thousands of pages, it could in theory be anywhere from a few pages to maybe 100 pages, depending on how lengthy their conversations are.
Yes.
Okay. So you can create separate, and when I say you, I mean you as a detective or you as a user of the Celebrate Reader can create these extraction reports that parse out certain information so that the report isn't hundreds of thousands of pages.
Once it parses out, it's just representing the data that's in the reader in a report.
Okay.
And you select.
That was a technical term. Colloquially, I mean pick out information. So pick out text messages between these two people,
yes,
or pick out text messages between everyone on this specific date, or a call log, or something to that effect.
Yes.
Okay. Now, extractions are a useful forensic tool for law enforcement, correct?
Absolutely.
And I think an obvious reason, if you agree with me, is because it helps law enforcement understand what and ascertain what is on a person's in a person's phone, which is essentially indicative of what's going on in the life at the time.
Absolutely.
And law enforcement, you don't just do extractions or phone extractions of a suspect's phone. You do extractions of witnesses' phones and victims' phones, and it's not exclusive to a suspect, correct?
Correct.
And in this case, there were numerous extractions done, correct?
Yes.
And the extractions that were done in this case included Paul Caniero and Keith Caniero.
Correct.
Also, you mentioned that you did an extraction for Susan Caniero, Caitlin Caniero, and Marissa Caniero.
Correct.
And you also are aware that there were additional extractions done for Tiffany Rivera, Sophia Caniero, Isabel Restrepo, Elisa Caniero. Is that right?
I wasn't on some of the extractions I did not do. I'm aware of the ones that I extracted, yes.
The ones that you didn't do, were you still aware that they were performed?
I was told there was other extractions performed, but other detectives in my unit did
Okay.
do this.
And did you ever review that content or no?
No.
Okay. So the extractions that you reviewed included Paul, Keith, Susan, Caitlin, Marissa?
Correct.
Now, did you review all of the information contained within those devices personally yourself? Or did you just review some of the material and give everything to the lead detective in this case?
Because of the data that's there, the volume of the data, I'm going to review every single aspect of the devices, but we did try to focus around certain dates around the incident of 11/20 or 11/19. So we kind of focused on those type of dates.
When you say we, are you speaking for yourself and Detective Petrozello?
Yes.
So do you have knowledge of whether Detective Petrozello looked at everything, or are you indicating you don't know, or are you indicating that to your knowledge he only looked at certain parts?
I can't speak for Detective Petrozello.
Okay, but you did give him the full extractions?
Correct.
And so he had access to all of the information?
Yes.
So you don't know whether he reviewed it all or not?
No.
And you personally, your role was you just reviewed some things with Detective Petrozello?
I was also showing him some of the features and how to use some of the programs as well.
When you say that, what do you mean? What were you showing him?
So not many people use Celebrate Reader, or they use the Axiom program. So just to get a knowledge of the basis of what the program is, I showed him, this is how the timeline is set up. This is how things are broken down. You can tag things if you like things as evidence and push that report out. Like you stated before, you can make that separate report. So showing him how you can use that program.
I'm glad you brought up timeline. A timeline is another way that you can essentially, that the program could organize the data. Is that right?
Yes.
So we talked about how you can see just text messages, you can see just photos, you can see just calendar or internet searches. The timeline puts every single thing, every single action that's basically occurred on the phone, and it puts it all in chronological order.
For the most part, yes.
So it would say like a text was sent. This is like an example. It might say a text is sent, and then another text is sent, and then a photo is taken, and then the screen turns off, and then it turns on, and then then the person has a calendar invite or something to that effect.
Yes.
Okay. And just so that we understand the types of information that can be extracted from a phone, we've talked about a few of them. We've talked about text messages, right? You can also get phone call logs.
Yes.
And the contacts that are saved to the phone.
Yes.
And we talked about calendar events, right? Internet search history.
Yes.
Is a common one. Emails.
Yes.
And also the media files, like photos and videos
Yes.
that are taken on the phone. Messages on social media apps like Facebook. You can sometimes see the Facebook or WhatsApp messages sometimes.
You can't really generally speak because of the fact that some of these programs now have encrypted data. So you actually can't get some of the messages extracted from the phone because they are encrypted. So some of these apps now encrypt the data, so you can actually get it. It's a newer feature now. A lot of these apps have that feature where you can actually see the message on an extraction.
Okay, so is it fair to say that the encryption has increased over time?
Absolutely.
Back in 2018, there was probably less encryption than there is present day.
I would say yes.
And, but there have been occasions, I'm not saying every occasion, but there have been occasions where you can get social media messages like Facebook and WhatsApp
Yes.
in the past.
Sure.
And also you can get location data from inside the phone.
Sometimes, yes.
Metadata, and I think you called it, what is it, like C data or something? What did you call
The
it?
knowledge database.
Knowledge C database.
That's actually not metadata. That's actually a database inside an iPhone that stores the data of the user activity.
Okay, right. Yeah, no, metadata is separate. I'm saying you could also get metadata from the phone.
Potentially, yes.
For example, like the date and time that a photo was taken.
Correct.
But the knowledge C, that tells you things about the actions of the phone itself.
It tells you a lot of user activity. It could be phone calls, text messages, device status. It has a lot of data inside that data.
And one of the examples, I think an example is when the screen is turned on or turned off.
Correct.
And that would suggest that a user is like interfacing with their phone.
Yes.
And what you testified to on direct, from understanding correctly, is that with respect to Mr. Canero's phone, it was plugged in at approximately 1:30 a.m. or so, 1:27 a.m.
127.
And we know that from the knowledge C data.
Correct.
We also know that the phone was unplugged at approximately 4:54 or 4:55 a.m.
4:54, correct.
4:54. And so that would suggest that the phone was plugged in for that duration, correct?
Correct.
Because otherwise it would tell us it was unplugged sooner.
Correct.
And I think the prosecutor elicited this on direct, but just to be clear, in addition to that information, in conjunction with working with the FBI, it was determined that and confirmed that Mr. Canero's phone was at the location of his home during those hours as well.
Yes.
Okay. And so there's no indication that that phone ever left the house during that time?
No.
The timestamps in an extraction, right? We just talked sort of about metadata. If an extraction, like let's say you get the PDF report or you're looking in the reader, either way, when it tells you the date and the time of a phone call or a text message, are those reliable?
Yes.
Okay, so when we, when the prosecutor was showing you an extraction report with some messages earlier, and they were referencing the dates and the times, those are accurate?
Yes.
Okay, and how do we know that?
That pulls from those databases, especially the knowledge C database. It actually pulls that data from there. So it's a timestamp that the cell carriers as well as the phone will actually timestamp the phone calls, put in that database. So when the Celebrate parses out that data, it pulls out that whole call data sheet. So you see the exact time.
Okay, so you would trust the date and time in the report?
Yes, out of most extractions I've done, I've always seen that time come out.
Okay, and then the extractions you've done in this specific case are accurate?
Correct.
So just to put it into context with respect to investigations, the reason why, again, this information that can be extracted from the phone is helpful is because if you wanted to look at whether it's a suspect or a victim or a witness, if you wanted to look at the phones, you can ascertain relevant to, let's say, an incident, who was in contact with who.
Yes.
And like who sent who a text message and who read the text message.
Correct.
Who called who received a call, how long those calls lasted for.
Yes.
And if you look at location data, for example, you might even be able to see who's in the same area at a certain time.
You see an area, you see the GPS location, potentially, yes.
Law enforcement has even used, I think, health app data to try to see how many steps a person took at a certain time.
Yes, they have that feature turned on, yes.
And emails and internet search history might also be insightful to an investigation.
Yes.
Now you mentioned that you were trained in Celebrate.
Yes.
And Celebrate has different levels of certifications.
Correct.
And it has beginner, intermediate, and advanced.
Yes.
The highest level is the CCME Celebrate Certified Physical Analyst.
Yes.
Do you have that certification?
Not currently, no.
Okay. Which ones do you
At the CCO and the CCPA. So the Celebrate operator and physical analyzer.
have? In the advanced. Okay. And types of extractions, I think you talked a little bit about those. There's a logical file system, physical, and advanced file system.
So they really go into different kind of extractions. You have to talk about the different operating systems. That's really the difference. Is Android operating system. As I stated, we can get 3 different kinds we're used to in 2018. A lot of things have changed. Anytime you get an update on your phone, it's adding another layer of security that we have to bypass as a forensic detective or the forensic utilities have to get around. So every time you get an update or a new phone comes out, their biggest thing is let's make it secure, which then puts us behind the 8 ball. We then have to catch up to those security features. So a lot of these extractions do change over time. What we can and can't get, depending upon phone manufacturers and operating systems. The Android at the time, you could get potentially 3 different kinds of extractions. Is that logical, file system, or the physical? And then for Apple, for Celebrate, it was just the advanced logical. And if you got to the grade key, you get the full file system.
Okay, and so for Mr. Canero's phone, Mr. Paul Canero's phone, you were ultimately able to get both of those?
I was able to the full file system, correct?
Okay, all right. And you said that on that one, you can even find some deleted items.
Potentially, yes.
Okay, and just again, to put it in context, if you can ascertain what a person deletes off their phone, that also can be insightful to an investigation, right?
Absolutely.
If someone sends a text message that says, oh, I don't know, I'll meet you in 10 minutes and then deletes it, that might be indicative that there's something to hide.
Sure.
Other than you and Detective Petrosello, are you aware of anyone else who reviewed the information in these extractions? You were involved in this case beginning on November 20th of 2018.
Correct.
And you responded to the Ocean Township Police Department.
Correct.
And you guesstimated what time you arrived there?
I was just more towards the late afternoon, early evening. So probably about 5 or 6 o'clock by the time I actually got to the police department. Roughly.
Do you know how long you were there for?
Off the top of my head, no, probably, I mean, I did a few extractions, some say at least like 2-3 hours. Extractions do take time, depending upon the data set.
And that was for Susan, Marissa, and Katie?
Correct.
And do you know what time you left the police station?
Not the exact time.
It's not in your report, is it?
No, it's not.
No. So you did review the extractions for Katie, Susan, and Marissa, correct?
I reviewed them to make sure they were working correct.
You reviewed some of the content?
Minimal, just because of the time, and like I said, the time it took to make the copies.
With Detective Petrozello, did you review it?
No, I did not.
Did you look at the call logs that day?
I
Or
provided,
information that day?
as the report states, I provided the extraction to detectives so they can review it themselves.
Okay, so sorry, I'm just trying to understand. So even though you performed the extraction for Susan, Katie, and Marissa, you didn't look at the information?
All I make sure is that it works, that the extraction completed, and then make those reports, and the reports then give it to the detective or to the detectives later.
So you extracted the information and gave it to Detective Petrozello?
That was Detective White's project. He was at the Ocean Township Police Department.
You gave the extraction
I
reports?
should state that in my report as well.
Okay. So you did not personally review the information on Katie, Marissa, or Susan's phone?
Like I said, it was solely just to make sure that those extractions were working, and I made those working copies and gave it to the detective.
So no, right, okay. And you gave them to Detective White's Rod?
Correct.
Do you have any knowledge of whether Detective Petrozello ended up with that call?
I have no idea.
But the information that you did extract, again, you acknowledge is accurate, right?
Yes.
And you wouldn't be providing Detective Weisbrod or Detective Petrozello with anything that's not accurate or anything that's been compromised in some fashion?
No.
The information you gave is reliable?
It's the data from the device, yes.
Now, you testified on direct about some of the things that were found on Mr. Paul Canero's phone, right?
Yes.
I think the prosecutor was showing you some calls from that day, some text messages.
Yes.
I want to talk about what was not found on Paul's phone. So what we don't have on Paul's phone are any incriminating internet searches, for example.
No, not that I'm aware of.
Okay, so in other words, in some cases, right, internet searches can be helpful because the suspect might be Google searching, how do I bury a body, or how do I get away with murder, or something to that effect. We've seen that before, right?
Sure.
Okay. And a lot of times the internet searches can be helpful to kind of uncover a person's motive or a person's plan, because sometimes people try to Google how to assist in committing a crime, right?
Sure.
Okay. In this case, there was nothing like that on Mr. Canero's phone.
Not that I'm aware of.
There were no searches about how to get away with arson or how to get away with murder or anything like that. There were no communications between Paul and Keith where Paul's threatening Keith or that are threatening in nature.
Not that I'm aware of.
And there were no photographs or videos in connection with what happened here from Paul's phone that were in any way helpful to the investigation.
Photos of videos?
Like of the crime or something like that?
No.
And there's no communications in his phone where he's conspiring with another person?
No.
Keith had a variety of different chat applications on his phone. Do you recall that?
I did actually not do Keith's extraction. I'm not aware of what Keith fully had on his phone.
Oh, you didn't do his extraction? You just did the Google Cloud?
Cloud Drive, yes.
Okay, so just so we're clear, so at some point someone extracted the information from Keith's phone, right? And you're saying you did not do that?
Correct.
But what you did do is you were involved in reviewing information that was received from Keith's Google Cloud. And it is because he had an Android phone or Google phone?
Google,
He had a Google phone. So in his Google Cloud, correct me if I'm wrong, he had like his text history and call history and things of that nature.
Most of the stuff that was in there was photographs, and then they had the email file in there as well.
But the messages that we saw just before, those were from the Google Cloud.
They were inside the email inbox file.
Okay. But they were originally text messages?
They were from the Google Hangout application.
Okay, so the
Or-
message application.
Yes.
So you're not aware of the variety of other applications that he had on his phone
No.
for chatting?
No.
You are aware that there are a variety of other applications a person can have, right?
Yes.
Those might include Skype, Snapchat, Google Duo, Instagram, Signal, WhatsApp, things of that nature.
Sure.
And like you said, a lot of times those applications are encrypted, so you can't.
Susie, when you say what timestamp, what are you looking for that you need a timestamp for so I can help you out? Just put it in the chat. I just didn't want you to think that I was ignoring you. I wanted to see if I can. Oh, here we go. I take it to trial. I think I. I don't think he was having a. I don't think he was having an affair. I know that he was giving a lot of money to some friend, quote unquote, some friend, but I don't think they never said that they were sleeping together. She just said that they were like best friends.
Actually see the information.
Yes.
We talked about the cell phone extractions that were done in this case, and whether you did them or not, you were sort of aware of which ones were done.
Not fully, because my full focus was on the phones that I did and the flash scans.
Okay. You never extracted information from Jennifer Canero's phone.
No.
And you never extracted information from Corey Canero's phone.
No.
Nor did you have anything to review.
I did not review that, no.
Now another thing that you did pursuant to this investigation was, did you attempt to get a SIM card from the Porsche Macan?
No.
Were you involved in discussions with respect to that with Detective Petrozello?
There was discussion, but I never made actually to the Ocean Township location. I was at the police department.
Okay, so you weren't involved in that at all, in that aspect of seeing if information could be extracted from the SIM card?
No.
Okay. There were also a variety of electronic devices that were searched through the RCFL?
Yes.
Okay. Can I just... The Asbury Park business location was searched, right?
Yes.
And a lot of electronic devices were seized from there.
Yes.
And that included a variety of like maybe different types of computers and stuff.
Yes.
And generally speaking, those were sent to the RCFL, which, what does that stand for?
Regional Computer Forensics Laboratory.
Okay, and what do they do?
They do forensic work on any kind of electronics. They have an ability to perform higher level because they can handle more data. They can rebuild items if need be if they're destroyed. They have just definitely a higher level expertise than we would have at our level.
And so they were given the task of searching some of these, or some or all of these devices for certain things.
Yes.
And is it fair to say nothing of evidentiary value was found?
I'm not sure exactly all that they found. I didn't review what they found, but I know that they did examine a lot of devices from multiple places.
Did you ever review any reports or anything from them?
I did not know.
There was an exhibit, we saw this photograph earlier, correct?
Yes,
And you can see on the photograph it says QC View.
Correct.
That's an application that was open on the phone.
correct.
And are you aware that that's in reference to the DVR system that Mr. Caniero had in his home?
Yes,
Okay, so there's an application that Mr. Caniero can access on his phone that would enable him to see video from the hardwired system.
yes,
And that's something that would be connected over Wi-Fi.
or cell service.
but obviously the application works through, not like in order for the hardwired system to communicate data or information to the application,
The system is not plugged into the phone.
No, you can do it remotely.
Now, we saw the video, the WISE video calls.
Yes,
There were a total of 3 calls that we saw.
yes,
And the first call was between Keith and Paul, right?
Yes.
The second call was between Keith and Susan.
yes,
And the third call was between Keith and Paul again.
correct.
Now, after, and just, I don't know if this is clear, but these are, I don't know if you're aware, these are the same 3 calls that we saw earlier this week from Detective Bassender. Are you aware that you're seeing that?
No, I'm
These 3 phone calls, though, the very next call after Keith is speaking to Paul is Keith calling Corey, correct?
I'm not aware of that.
You reviewed all of you stated on direct that you reviewed all of the WISE calls during the time frame?
No, I said that there was over 100,000 clips, and we reviewed some in that time frame. That we could not go through all of them because it would take hours upon hours to go through every single clip that was there.
But the last call we saw, you would have watched the very next call after that, right?
We tagged that one, we left it as evidence, and then that was all we got to.
Didn't you make a compilation of like 2 hours worth of calls as part of your?
Well, all the SD cards were image fully, so we have from till October of 2018, you have videos all the way back to that. So you have
Right.
all the videos in that file.
And for purposes of this investigation, you compiled the most relevant calls into like a 2-hour video, correct?
I did not put that together, no.
There's a 52-page transcript that was prepared by Detective Petrozella with respect to these videos. Have you seen the transcript?
No.
So you're not aware that the next call was to Corey or what the content of that call was?
No, no.
Okay, well, with respect to the text messages that we saw, right? The ones that came from Keith Google,
Yes,
there were messages from 3 different dates, correct?
correct,
And those 3 dates were April 11th, right?
correct.
And there was only a few messages from April 11th.
Yes.
And then there were messages from, what was it, September 13th? And then it was November 5th?
Correct.
So, and with respect to the April 11th texts, right? We saw a couple texts that talked about divorce, right? Or one text that said divorce.
Okay.
Right?
Yes,
Do you agree we saw that? You read it? Okay. That was back in April of 2018.
yes,
You don't know the context of that statement, correct?
No.
You don't have any personal knowledge as to what is being referenced in that text message.
No.
And obviously, that was April of 2018, correct?
that was in September. Emails of the divorce.
The divorce text was April 11th.
That was an email.
email.
Correct.
It was April 11th.
Yes.
And you're saying it's an email, but isn't it like a text that's forwarded as an email?
Well, an email has text inside of it, yes. So it'd be just, but the documentation that we show here is on the other ones were text messages. You can show the phone numbers going back and forth. The other one was just an email, and that's the email format that was provided.
Okay. So again, you don't know the context of some of those messages or emails.
No.
And in fact, it's January 2026, and Mr. Caniero has
Just saying, don't, counsel, you know better than that. Do not. Come on. Next question.
Judge, can
He
I
has no idea what happens of Mr. Canero's relationship in 2026. He doesn't know that.
be heard a second?
Come on up.
Sir, in those text messages that we saw from April and September, you mentioned indirectly they're being forwarded, correct?
Yes.
And they're being forwarded by Keith to Corey Caniero.
They're being forwarded, yes.
So in other words, whatever communications Keith and Paul were having, they were being relayed to Corey by Keith.
I'm going to check that question.
Go ahead, counsel. You want to respond? She objected, so I don't know if you wanted to respond.
Well, Judge, I don't know what the objection is.
It was the specific April emails that were forwarded, not all of the conversations.
Oh, I can rephrase them.
Okay.
To be clear, not the entirety of everything was forwarded, but pieces of the April 11 conversation and pieces of the September 13 conversation were forwarded to Corey Caniero.
Yes.
So Corey Caniero had knowledge of some of this information.
I believe so. If it's forwarded.
And what we saw these 3 days, right? This is information that was deemed relevant to your investigation, correct?
When I sat down with the Brazilians.
But it's not the entirety of everything that existed in the universe of Keith's Google Cloud or Keith's phone or Paul's phone.
Correct.
Without going into any of the content specifically, there's many messages between Keith and Paul and Keith over the course of, let's just say, 2018.
Sure.
And prior to that.
Yes.
And there's many phone calls back and forth.
Yes.
And one of the messages that the jury heard indicates that Keith said something to Paul like, you never helped me or something to that effect. Do you recall that message?
Yes.
Okay. But we do know from the messages in the phone that that's not true and that Paul does help Keith with things, correct?
What's your objection?
It's what the messages say, not that he knows if Paul helps Keith or Keith helps Paul. We need to talk about focusing on the messages, that's one thing, but not his knowledge of whether they help each other out. You would have no knowledge of that.
A message was read to the jury that suggests the state's trying to create this picture that Keith felt Paul didn't help him, but there's information in the messages where Paul is helping Keith with a variety of things.
So why don't you be specific? You can be specific with that, and then I'll allow you to ask those questions. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to break for lunch. It's almost 12:30. I don't want to slow you down from your lunch break. Please don't discuss this case or do any research. I'll get you back up here at 1:35 so that you guys have a full lunch hour. everybody back. 1:30, 1:35. You can step down. You can you can just be back in your seat at 1:35. You don't have to wait for someone to come get you.
Okay, thank you.
Could we approach sidebar either now or before we start in the afternoon? Detective, where we had left off before the break was the testify. We were discussing how the jury had the opportunity to hear when you were reading the conversations from 3 different dates, correct?
Yes.
Those dates were April 11th of 2018, correct?
Yes.
September 13th of 2018 and November 5th of 2018.
Yes.
And as we discussed, those aren't the only conversations that exist in the universe of what you reviewed, correct? There's many conversations back and forth between Paul and Keith, and there's many phone calls and things like that.
Yes.
And one of the messages that was read to the jury is Keith seems frustrated and he says, Paul, you never helped me with anything or something to that effect. Do you recall that message?
Yes.
Okay. But we know from other messages that are in the phone, even just on or around that time period, I'm talking about September, October, November of 2018, but also previously, that Paul does help Keith with things, with a variety of things.
I'm not aware of that, but
You did review the information, right?
On the cell phone?
On the Google
Drive, yes.
And so on September 26th, 2000, so September 13th is the date that we saw that was a very lengthy conversation.
Yes.
Right? And about 13 days later, a little less than 2 weeks, Keith is asking Paul for help with his school, with his lab work. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. And specifically, Keith is saying to Paul, asking Paul to log in for him to perform a lab because Keith tried it 3 times and failed, and Paul agrees to do it for him.
Yes.
Okay. And on October 11th, Keith is having an issue with his AC unit at his house, and he's explaining to Paul what the issue is. Paul, do you recall that?
What date was that?
This was October 11th of 2018.
October 11th of 2018?
I can pull up the conversation if that would.
If you please.
We have this table. Oh, okay. Do you want to read the conversation? You just have to start at the bottom and then go up, because the oldest message is on the bottom. So on October 11th of 2018, Keith says,
This is coming from the cell phone instruction?
this is from the Google Cloud.
Okay. October 11th, 2018, at 17:34, Keith Caniero wrote, Paul, I went to turn the AC on when Joanna was here. Thermostat doesn't see the AC. I checked the connections and it looks like one of the wires isn't showing up on the wiring screen, but the Nest can display. Here's what I tried. A, I removed the thermostat and put it back on again. B, I removed the offending cable and placed it back. C, I checked the switch next to the AC unit in the basement. D, I checked the fuses, all are on. E, I checked the fuses outside by the condensers. F, I ran the fan, which works, so I know it sees one of the 2 wires. I don't know what else to try, but I might need you to look at it. I thought that maybe Big Toe shut something off or not. Or out. Is there another switch besides the one next to the unit in the basement? I also thought he might have shut the unit down when he was working on it. Something might be disconnected by the unit. I'm not sure. Thanks. Okay.
And then Paul responds to check the switch on the air handler in the unfinished basement, correct?
On October 11th at so that actually did 6 p.m. is actually 4. I'm sorry. Yes. I'm sorry. Correct.
1734 is military time, so
Correct.
that would be what time? 5:34.
5:34. Correct. So at 6 p.m. on October 11th, 2018, there was replies to check the switch in the air handler in the unfinished basement. Paul Caniero.
Okay, and then if we scroll up, and Keith responds, I did, it's in the correct position. Why would the fan work then? If that was the wrong position, would the fan still work? And the conversation continues.
Yes.
And if we go all the way up, ultimately Paul says, I'll swing by on Saturday. And Keith says, okay, let me know, I'm free in the morning. Is that a fair recitation of that?
Yes.
Okay. And in addition to that, on November 16th of 2018, there's another conversation between Paul and Keith where Keith needs assistance with something and Paul's identifying it's an issue with his missed away and is trying to assist him with that. Do you recall that conversation?
Yes.
Okay. So we can agree that clearly Paul's helping Keith on certain occasions, and even after and in between the times that the brothers appear to be having a more heated discussion.
Yes.
And I say a more heated discussion, but can we also agree that within those conversations, Keith appears to be the one that's a little bit more hot-headed in the moment?
I guess the language, yes.
And Paul seems to remain calm throughout.
I guess based upon the language, yes.
And the only other thing that I want to discuss with you Sir, Detective, I'm approaching you with what's been marked as D-121. State has seen it. Do you recognize this as a extraction report from Paul Caniero's phone?
Yes.
Okay. And specifically, if we look at this extraction report, I'm referencing these emails that appear to be from the November 19th and November 20th from Sense Support.
Yes, sir.
And specifically, during that time frame on the November 19th and November 20th, Mr. Paul Caniero is emailing this Sense company indicating he's having issues with his Wi-Fi.
On this 2 a.m. one, it's an unread email. And this one here, 19th, 4/13 is a read email.
Okay, so now this is the extraction report, but there's attachments contained within this, correct? Within the emails, where you can actually look at the email.
I would have to see the extract this and read it. See if there's an attachment on this report here.
This one here. It's November 19th, 2018 at 11:46 a.m.
I don't see attachment thing on here as well, because if you look at this one attachment link shows here, that one's not show.
So I think maybe I misspoke. What I'm saying is here in the extraction report, you can see the language from the body of the email, correct?
Yes.
And so this is the email that was sent, right?
Or received, yes.
But this is not the original format. This is how it's being placed into the PDF extraction report, correct?
Yes.
What you have the capability of doing when you're navigating like the Celebrate Reader program is you can actually see the original email.
Yes, you do.
Okay, so I'm going to show you what's been marked as D-122, and this is a copy of the original email, which can I assume you've seen this email since it's contained within the extraction report that you indicated you reviewed?
Appears to be, yes, an email. Doesn't say where. Yes, it appears to match up.
It matches up, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
And when we say it matches up, we're talking about in the extraction report, we can see the timestamp of the email, correct?
Yes.
We can see who the email's from, right?
Correct.
We can see who it's to, right?
Yes.
And we can see the actual body of the email.
Correct.
And then what you have, what's marked as D-122 is the email itself. And you can see that the time and the to and the from and the body matches the extraction report, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and so in this email, Mr. Caniero is indicating that he's having issues with his Wi-Fi, and he's talking about access points, and he's seeking basically technical assistance.
Yes, it appears correct.
Okay. And this is
again, something that you reviewed, right? Permission to publish?
There's no objection.
Sure.
So this is what's been marked as D122, and we can see from the top that it is a email from Paul Caniero to census support, correct?
Yes.
And this is again, that kind of goes backwards in time. So the most recent email is from November 19th of 2018.
Yes.
And Mr. Caniero is indicating to, looks like a customer service representative, that he's having issues currently, that the SEDS app is starting, that the unit is offline, or stating, it says starting, but stating that the unit is offline. I can log into a single frequency, but why would that make a difference? It likely changes when the access point restarts, where there's interference in the channel that the AP was on. I can disable that, but frankly, this is really not an ideal solution. And then the email goes on, again, where it looks like there's some screenshots that Mr. Caniero is embedding in the email, and he's concerned about some connectivity or Wi-Fi issues. Is that a fair recitation of the email?
It appears to be, yes.
And then again, if we can go backwards in time, then basically the original email is at the bottom for Mr. Caniero, and then it goes into the customer service representative's response, and then that was Paul's response to that person. But the original email dates back to November 18th, so it's over a 2-day period, correct?
Yes.
I don't have anything further.
Briefly, Detective, you were asked on cross-examination about whether you found any incriminating evidence in the defendant's phone. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And do you recall, I believe the phrase was something like any Google searches about where to hide the body or something to that effect? Do you recall that?
I did.
In the hundreds of times that you've performed cell phone extractions, how many times have you found something like that in a suspect's phone?
It's rare.
No. Based upon your review of Keith's Google Cloud, as well as the defendant's cell phone, did it appear that there were many times, when Keith would ask the defendant to help him step around his house?
Yes.
And it's going to be clear that the email that we read was from October 11th of 2018, where Keith was asking Paul to help him with things in his basement. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And then again on 11/16 of 18, Keith was asking Paul to help him with his Mr. Wag system outside of his yard. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay, nothing further.
Anything else?
Just, you indicated that it's rare to find in a suspect's phone something as overt as how to bury the body, right?
Yes.
But it does happen, right? It happens.
I don't know if I've actually ever found that kind of evidence. Usually if somebody's going to be committing that crime, they may delete it or remove that, so it's not on the device.
But we know that we can also retrieve deleted information on some occasions, right?
Unfortunately, it's getting rarer to get deleted information, but yes, it's possible.
Okay. Regardless of whether you personally confronted it, we do know that generally speaking, law enforcement sometimes finds those types of searches.
Objections.
Your objection? It's the same.
Regardless of how overt it is, having access to a suspect's internet searches can be useful because sometimes there are things that may not be overt, but nevertheless lead you to understand or find out, that person's involvement in a certain crime, correct?
Sure.
And in this case, there wasn't anything even more subtle, such as where to purchase arson supplies or things of that nature. There was nothing in Mr. Canero's internet search history that was incriminating in that way.
It's been asked and answered, but that there was a lot in that question that is hard to unpack. So if you want to try to break it down, you can, but there was just a lot to unpack.
I'll ask you a different question. Today, during your testimony, you presented a call log and some text messages, correct?
Yes.
You did not present to this jury from Mr. Canero's phone any incriminating videos, correct?
No.
Or photos?
No.
Or internet searches that relate to this case at all?
I'm not sure if I. No.
Did you present to this jury today any internet searches for Mr. Canero's?
Internet searches, no.
You step down, sir. Thank you for your time.
Thanks, sir.
Okay, so that is the rest of the cross-examination in regards to this one. They are live back in the courtroom, so I am going to take us live back in. It only gave us like 6 minutes, so we may have a little cut for the next break, but let's go back live in the courtroom. We got our judge on the bench, and now she's going to be back. I don't know if she's cross-examining him or somebody else, so we will. Yeah, she's going to cross-examine him because she's the one that wanted to object to his him being a expert. So yeah, she will cross-examine him. So let's go into the cross-examination of our detective expert, our expert witness, the fire expert witness on the stand. I'm about to say the detective because we just got finished watching the detective. But let me put that up here for us to watch.
New Jersey versus Paul Caniero. It's indictment 19-020283. Can I have the appearances of counsel for the record?
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Assistant Prosecutor Nicole Wallace on behalf of the district.
Good afternoon, Judge Chris Decker for the state.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Monica Mastellon on behalf of Mr. Paul Caniero, who's present.
Good afternoon, Judge.
Excuse me, Andy Murray, the judge now.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, Mr. Caniero. All right, we're ready to start our cross-examination. Sir, you're still under oath, okay?
Yes.
All right, Ms. Mastellon, whenever you're ready.
Good afternoon, Detective. I'm going to start first with the blood stain pattern analysis aspect of your testimony. You talked in direct about transfer stains, swipe patterns, and altered stains, right?
Yes.
And blood is a substance that, sort of as you explained, can be transferred from one surface to another surface, correct?
Yes.
And so if there's movement added to a transfer stain, that's when it becomes a swipe stain.
Swipe stains indicate movement, yes.
Okay, so if I think as you gave an example, if I have blood on my hand and I touch this table, then that's a transfer stain.
Correct.
But if I touch the table and then I move, that would become like a swipe stain.
Correct.
Okay. And I'm going to show some photographs. If I could have the front table for the Elmo. So this is a photograph I think that the state showed you during your direct examination, correct?
Yes.
Can we identify, please?
Oh, I'm sorry. This is marked as D1-223, 223. And you had identified that there was blood, I think, near the ground of this area.
On the ground, yes.
Okay. And is that next to the stool?
Yes.
All right. I'm going to show you. Actually, I'm going to put this stool back on for one moment. This stool wasn't the only stool in the kitchen area, correct?
Correct.
There were multiple stools?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm going to show you a different stool. I'm showing what's been marked as D1224. Does the state have any intention to just show these?
No.
Do you recognize this as a different stool?
Yes.
Okay. And do you see any blood in this photograph?
Yes.
Can you use the pen to circle the blood that you observe?
Sure.
What about the ground area? Do you see anything on the ground area?
That is hard to decipher on this photograph.
Okay. So let's capture this one.
224.1.
And if you want to hit the end, I'm going to show what's been marked as D1-230. Okay, this is the same stool. Do you see any additional blood in this photograph? And if not, that's okay. I have zoomed in photos. I just wanted to ask.
Yeah, it's hard to decipher on this one, possibly on this. Yeah, I don't want to mark it. I'm not sure.
Can you see anything on the top of the stool?
Just debris at this point.
Okay. Would you agree that there's like kind of a unique marking on top of that stool? It's like circle patterns.
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to show you what's been marked as D1-214. In this photograph, can you identify blood in that photograph?
Yes, that's much better.
Okay. Do you want to circle the blood?
Sure.
Can we capture that?
That is 0.1.
If you look at this photograph, D1-227, do you see some additional blood in this photograph?
Yes.
And can you circle the blood in that photograph? Can we capture that one?
227.1.
Now I'm going to show D1-228. Looks like there's some additional blood on that stool. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. Do you want to circle that blood as well?
Sure.
And if we can capture that.
228.1.
I'm going to show one more photograph of this stool. This is D1-226 if you want to undo. I think we can just see a little bit more in this photograph, on the edge of the stool and maybe on the bottom of this here, if you want to circle where you can see the blood again. Thank you.
226.1.
I'm going to show what's been marked as D1-231. Are we seeing blood on the ground there?
Yes, this appears to be blood as well, yes.
Can you circle, kind of a larger area, but can you circle or make it sort of like an outline of where you see the blood on the floor?
Sure.
And we can still see it on the stool too as well, right? You don't have to, if you want.
Sure.
All right, if we want to capture that.
231.1.
What was that one, sir?
231.1.
And then I have 1-235. This is a zoomed out version. Is there any is there any additional blood in this photograph that you can see? Or is it the same general area on the floor and on the stool?
This is the same general area that I can see by looking at this right now.
Is there blood here or is it not clear?
It's not clear. It's in the midst of debris there. It looks like water. Possible.
Possible. Now, we've already seen a few of these. I just want to breeze through them just to remind ourselves of some of the blood we've seen. So this is D1-241, and you talked about the blood stain on that sort of like door entrance into your kitchen area.
Yes.
Okay, so you've seen that. And I'm going to show D1-242, and we've seen this is the blood like swipe, I think this way.
Yes.
On one of the cabinets.
Yes.
Okay, we've seen D1-244, and this is the blood that was on the bottom area of that cabinet, correct?
Cabinets on that wall, yes.
Yes. And there's this, I'm not sure what this is. It's like an appliance.
Sure.
And so D1-245 is sort of a zoom in of that, and you can see some additional blood there, correct?
Yes.
And the blood is clearly visible at the bottom there.
Yes.
And then finally, D-1-243, again, some additional blood, right?
Yes.
That I think we've seen. So now I want to show, I think, some blood that we haven't seen. I'm showing what's been marked as D1-236. I don't think we've seen this yet. Do you recall that blood stain?
Yes, that's also in the kitchen area.
That's in the kitchen area. And 1-237. This is also in the kitchen area,
I believe that is, yes.
and that appears to be a pretty large blood stain.
Yeah, I would say that.
Yeah. And D1-240. I think we did see this one, we saw this one, correct? It was marked, okay. But I don't think we saw 1-2, this photograph, which is 1-229. And this is that same area, but do you see some additional blood at the edge there as well?
It's possible. It's hard to tell the debris there.
Like in this area? You're not
Yeah.
sure? It's possible?
Possible.
Okay. And D1-216. Is that, can you tell whether that's blood as well, or?
It's possible.
Possible.
Yeah,
This would also be in the kitchen area?
I believe so, yes.
Now you were actually present on scene, right? For multiple days?
Yes,
And so you had the benefit of seeing the kitchen scene. Most of the blood was in the kitchen, I think you indicated.
most of the visible blood, I can't answer for the rest of the areas in the house that showed visible blood like the kitchen did.
I think what you're saying is other areas, tell me if I'm wrong, you're saying other areas of the house could have had blood, but it was mostly visible in the kitchen.
Yes,
Okay. And you had the benefit of seeing the blood in the kitchen when you first arrived on scene, that first day, if you could see anything at that point, and then also multiple days that same week as fire, as like the debris was removed and things were cleaned up.
yeah, I would say mostly the days following the first day.
And so would you agree that the kitchen had a lot of blood?
I would say the kitchen had the most observable blood. I don't know what you mean by a lot of blood. I can't answer for the rest of the house.
I don't mean comparatively speaking to the rest of the house, I just mean from what we saw, it's a lot of blood.
There's a significant amount of blood in the kitchen. Yes.
Significant amount, right? There's blood on the floor, there's blood on the cabinets, multiple cabinets, there's blood on the stools, there's a lot of blood.
Yeah, safe to say that.
And I think you indicated on direct, some of those transfer or swipe stains could be from a hand, it could be from stepping on it on the floor. There was blood on the floor, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And so, is it fair to say you would expect if someone's in this kitchen area, walking around the floor or running into things, they would end up with some blood on them? Would you agree with that?
Yeah, Judge, I don't know that he can answer that question.
Yeah, he's not an expert in that. He's an expert in just the staining of what we're seeing. So I'll sustain the objection to that form of the question. You can ask it differently.
You testified on direct that you drew a conclusion based on some of the swipe patterns that you observed, correct?
Yes.
And the one conclusion you drew was you said, I think there was at least one person moving around the kitchen island.
My conclusion stated that there was one mobile blood source. Blood source can mean a person, can mean a thing. Something that has liquid blood on their person. So a mobile blood source, at minimum one, was moving around in the kitchen.
And when you say mobile blood source could be a person, can we assume it's a person, or are you saying it could be something else?
My opinion would be a person.
Okay. Now, are you able to tell, I think you said at least one person?
Yeah, I can't say multiple. I would say a minimum one.
A minimum
It
one,
could
so
be
it could
multiple.
be more, but you can't tell.
Correct.
And are there any other, other than that one conclusion, as we know, there's blood all over this kitchen. Are there any other conclusions that you can draw about movements, directions, things that happened in a certain order, or how many people were present? Any conclusions you can draw about any of that?
No, just the stains that I identified with Detective Vogt are the stains that showed, I would say, movement or some sort. The other stains that were in the kitchen were mostly contact transfer, which is basically blood source coming into contact with a surface. So I identified stains that showed specific movement or evidence of movement in the kitchen. So that's basically my report summarized.
And ultimately, there's a lot of transfer because blood originates from the human body, right?
Yes.
It doesn't originate from a stool or a cabinet. So if there's blood anywhere in that kitchen, it must have been transferred there somehow, correct?
From a living human, animal, yes.
Based on your knowledge of this case, were there any animals in the house?
Not that I recall.
And you were asked by Detective Sergeant Mueller to do a brief blood stain pattern analysis in this case?
Yeah, he asked me to analyze the blood. I said I would, yes.
What does it mean that it's a brief analysis? Is that like distinct from a full analysis or distinct from a more thorough analysis?
Yes, what I mean by brief was the fact that I could not locate any other visible blood in the house. So I'm thorough in the sense that if I'm going to examine a scene, I'm going to examine the entire scene. So when I say brief, I meant brief by limiting it into that one particular room and limiting it to certain stains that showed movement. I mean, obviously there was other stains in that kitchen that you identified and that photographs identify. So that's what I mean by brief.
So essentially by brief, you mean like it was narrowly tailored to the kitchen area?
Correct.
And I think we sort of talked about this, but there could have been blood in other areas of the house, but the fire could impact the ability to make observations of that blood?
The fire and the actual suppression activity and the debris resulting from the fire, yes.
All of those things?
Yes.
So, and the blood stain pattern analysis, was that anything that you did also with a team, or was that just your personal assessment?
This was my assessment.
Okay, so there were no discussions with the team about any thoughts on what else could have happened in that kitchen as far as movements or number of people or things like that?
At that scene, no, it was myself, Detective Ode, and Sergeant Mueller was present as well. But that analysis was my analysis.
All right, so moving on to the your cause and origin. So a couple of things I just wanted to clarify. In your report, you indicate that there was forced entry to the front door on the north side of the structure. Was that as a result of the fire suppression efforts or something else, to your knowledge?
To my knowledge, to my recollection, I would say I believe that was either fire or police personnel, first responders.
Okay. And you also note in your report that the 4 vehicles in the garage were not damaged by the fire.
Other than just smoke, yeah.
That's the 2016 Maserati Gilby, the 2017 Maserati XL350, the 2006 Porsche Carrera 911, and the 2012 Mercedes-Benz, right?
I don't recall the actual make and model of the vehicles, but if it's in my report, yes.
Would seeing a copy of the report help refresh your recollection?
Sure.
Do you have that there?
I think I do actually.
The 20-page one?
Yes.
If I could just draw your attention to page 8 and 9.
Okay.
And if you want to just read this line here,
Yes.
and then the cars are listed. And let me know when you're, just read it to yourself and let me know when you're done.
Okay.
Okay, so did I correctly state that those were the four vehicles that were in the garage?
Yeah, 2 Maseratis, a Porsche 911, and a Mercedes.
And also that they were not damaged by fire, heat, or suppression activities?
Correct.
Okay. And you were also part of the debris sifting activity that was done by yourself and other firefighters and law enforcement?
Yes, it was primarily completed by Monmouth County Fire Marshals and ATF personnel. I was documenting the event as well. I was present.
Okay.
Yes.
And can you explain that a little bit? So you're sifting through debris and you're looking for any additional evidence?
Yes. Once again, with fire scenes, you want to remove items. This is one of the general things that we would do. Minus absent of crime scene investigation, we don't like to remove things unless necessary. Fire investigations are a little bit different, where you have to remove certain pieces of debris so you can actually examine patterns that may exist on the structure. So systematically, the debris is removed. It's not taken out with a a backhoe or anything like that. It's removed by hand, shovels, little trowels, gardening equipment, slowly, systematically removing the debris so we can actually examine it.
So you're kind of like painstakingly looking through this debris to see what, if any, additional evidence you can find inside of it.
It's a tedious process.
It's tedious. And part of what you do is, I think, if I read it correctly, is you actually like remove, not you personally maybe, but the debris was removed from the room first to an area where you could better sift through it
Yes,
for some of the rooms.
yes.
And when the debris was moved from the storage closet, we saw that the alcohol bottle was found, right?
Yes.
Was that found right on top of the debris pile though, or?
The one in the storage closet?
Right.
Yes, that was within that debris. So during the actual removal of the debris by fire marshals, they located that bottle in the midst of that debris.
And then in your report, you indicate that also 3 torch strikers were found.
I believe so, yes.
Okay, and a torch striker, is that, are we talking about something that you, like that you put on an actual torch, or are we talking about when you watch the Survivor show and someone's using a fire starter?
I believe it was handheld device. I don't recall off the top of my head, but one of the, almost like for an acetylene type of torch, where 2 metals would scrape together and cause a spark, and yes.
Okay, so you found 3 of them in this closet.
I believe it was 3, yes.
And the purpose of a torch striker, like you said, is to, you kind of, it's a dry way of creating a spark or fire. And when I say dry, I mean you don't need like an accelerant.
Yeah, I've never personally used one, but yes.
You would use it with like lint or some dry timber or something like that. If you've probably seen it on TV on the Survivor shows, maybe.
I don't watch Survivor, I'm sorry, but
Make it in a brief.
Yeah.
But that's what you're referring to, right? As a torch striker, it's a fire starting device.
It's a device that creates a spark, yes.
Creates a spark, and that spark would catch fire on something that's dry as opposed to like gasoline.
Or fume, yes.
Okay. And you indicated that, so the closet, that area was tested for accelerants.
There were samples removed from there, yes.
And it was negative for accelerant.
Yes,
accelerant.
yes,
But you testified in direct that just because it was negative for accelerants doesn't mean you would rule it out, correct?
correct.
And that's because you're saying, I think, if the accelerant could have been consumed by the fire, right?
Correct.
And if the accelerant was lit by a match or a cigarette, that also could have been consumed by the fire.
Quite possibly,
And
yes.
so even if you didn't find those things or there was no positive test, it could still be, it's still a possibility, which is why you're not ruling it out.
Correct.
But it's also a possibility that these torch strikers were used.
Possible.
And we saw that with respect to the blood in the kitchen, we saw certain markers like A, B, C, D, right?
Yes.
And that's, I think you indicated where Detective Vogt had swabbed for DNA or taken a swab to test it.
He obtained a sample of those stained areas, yes.
Were those the only areas? So like all of the blood that we saw, not all of it was swabbed?
I'm sorry.
Those areas were swabbed for further testing,
And
correct?
any areas that had a sticker,
Mhm.
adhesive, yes, those were the areas that were swabbed.
And we saw 4 of them, right?
Yes,
Okay. So the remaining areas where we saw blood, those were not swabbed for further testing.
correct.
You just took samples from certain areas.
Samples where the letters were, yes.
Okay. And what about the torch strikers? Do you know if those were ever swabbed or tested?
They were not.
If actually, could we just put up slide number 57? It's the boarding class.
1F, slide 57, you said?
Yes. What we're looking at here, you explained earlier, is a lot of debris on the floor except for that sort of top right corner of the photograph, correct?
Top right corner.
Of the, just The like where you can see the actual floor.
Yes,
It's the just in the photograph, the top right corner of the floor.
yes,
And the reason why you can see the floor is you explained it's a protected area.
correct.
And the protected area means that it was protected by something on top of the floor, right?
Correct.
So in this case, I think there was a lot of debris, there was clothing, right?
Yeah, it was hard to decipher what exactly was there.
Okay. But there was something there, and that's why the floor is not fully damaged in that location.
Correct.
And is this a pretty well-known concept in the phenomenon of fire, that if you have something covered and it's protected, that it's not going to fully burn?
Yes, it's considered a void or a protected area.
A void or a protected area.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Now, with respect to the fire itself. When we're looking at the physical evidence of the fire, right? Because obviously in your origin and cause, let me take a step back. In your origin and cause determination, you can consider not only the objective fire science or fire evidence, right? Like the charring and the suit and things of that nature at the scene, but you can also consider external things or external information that is provided to you, correct?
Yes.
And some of the information you identified that you considered in this case was the fact that the electrical meter was disabled.
Correct.
I think the electrical panel was disabled, and then there was the meter was on the ground, right? You were also told that the generator was turned off.
Correct.
And you were also informed that there was surveillance video, and that there was a person present at 15 Willowbrook at the house at approximately 3 a.m., I think you said?
Correct.
And so these are the types of things when you're trying to create a timeline that you're going to consider as well, right?
Yes.
So what we know is that the fire was discovered on November 20th at approximately 12:30 p.m. or so, right?
Yes, I believe that's per the 911 call, yes.
Closer to noon, 12:30, around that time.
Correct.
But the fire, your conclusion is that the fire would have started about 9 hours earlier at approximately around that 3:30 in the morning time frame.
Correct.
And without that external information, right, would you have still come to the conclusion that this was a slow burning fire?
Without that information, yes.
Okay. But is it fair to say that you wouldn't know exactly how long, like slow burning for 4 hours, 6 hours versus 8 hours or 9 hours? I mean, are you able to pinpoint the exact time based on the charring?
I wouldn't say the exact time, but you would utilize the 911 call at a minimum, which with a structure fire, you would expect a 911 call to
The
come
one
in.
at 12-ish, 12:30-ish?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
But without the external information about the generator and the electrical meter and the person on scene, if you determine this was a slow burning fire, you may not know whether it started at 3 a.m. or 4 a.m. or 5 a.m. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, it would be very difficult to do that, yes.
Okay, all right. So we know it's slow burning, right? We just don't know, again, without that external information. We know it's slow burning, but we just may not know exactly how long it's been slowly burning for.
That's correct.
Okay, but like you said, that extra information helps, right?
Yes.
And in this case, you testified on direct that there was a Verizon line that was cut.
Yes.
You saw the photograph, correct? And specifically that the Verizon line, that's what enables the smoke alarm detector that would have went off, right?
I believe so. That would be an electrical expert, not myself.
So if the Verizon line was cut at 3:42 a.m., right, which is information that I was assuming was relayed to you, then that would be the approximate time then or thereafter that the fire would have approximately started.
I'm going to object if that's not an evidence. That's not the only time on fires report.
Can I see everybody?
Okay. So of course they got a sidebar. Let's see here. I think I got enough time. Oh no, there you go, taking his headphones off. That's a good way of seeing this.
Overrule the objection. Go ahead, counsel.
Oh, he overruled it.
A lot of the information that you received in this case was through the major crimes detectives, correct?
Outside information, yes.
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 And specifically, I think you received information, a lot of information from Detective Wayne Rayner.
Yes.
And did you receive information from Sergeant Mueller?
He may have disclosed information too. I don't exactly recall what, but yeah.
What about Detective Petrozello?
Yeah, I may have spoken to him too. I don't recall exactly.
And Detective Zerillo?
Possibly, if closely,
Okay.
yes, possibly.
So, assuming you were informed that the Verizon terminal network was terminated at approximately 3:42 a.m., that would indicate that the fire was started after. Otherwise, the alarm would have gone off, is what I'm asking.
Those are assumptions, and I hate to rely on assumptions. We also, once again, we take into account the information from the outside, in addition from the scene evidence. There is scene evidence that would indicate that that fire was burning for a while. I wouldn't expect that amount of damage, especially to the structure and the collapse and the decay, to happen that quickly unless there was obvious accelerants and things of that nature that would cause that. So based on the size of the room of the area of origin, that fire was burning for a little bit, in my opinion. But obviously the outside information does assist with establishing that timeline.
Okay, so let's agree it's burning for a while. Let's agree it's a slow burning fire, right? And it's slowly progressing. I guess my question is, you would agree that the fire would have started after the Verizon line was cut, because otherwise the alarm would have gone off and we would have known a lot sooner about the start of the fire. Is that fair?
Yes.
And you mentioned a lot about you talked about the team that worked on this assessment of and of analysis of origin and cause and origin.
Yes.
And so just so we're clear, that the origin is in that storage closet, correct?
Correct.
And the cause is incendiary?
Correct.
And incendiary meaning it was intentionally set, correct?
It was intentionally set, yes.
And that's because, I mean, like you said, you created multiple hypotheses and all of the other things were ruled out, right?
Correct.
We know that it wasn't electrical, we know it wasn't gas, we know it wasn't an act of nature, and we know it wasn't spontaneous combustion. Those were hypotheses that you ruled out, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And one of the people on the team was Mr. Abraham?
Yes.
Okay. And he is the electrical engineering guy, fair to say?
Yes,
He had a heavy role with the electrical causes analysis,
correct.
which is that just a way of saying he was ascertaining whether or not the fire could have been electrical?
He had the expertise in electrical engineering, and with a property that size, with that amount of electricity potentially entering the house in the form of a generator, a basic electrical panel, solar panels, we chose to utilize his expertise just to be safe.
So he assisted in ruling out electrical causes, is that right?
He assisted in examining any type of energizing device that would enter that structure.
Okay. And, but he wasn't on scene until later in the week, correct?
Correct.
So you were there on the 20th, which was a Tuesday,
I believe so, yes.
and then Wednesday would be the middle of the week, Thursday was Thanksgiving, so he was there on Friday, maybe?
I don't recall exactly what day. I know it was later in the week.
It wasn't the first day or two, correct?
I do not think he was there the first day or two, no.
And did you, when it came to his conclusions and his opinions, did you speak to him directly, or did you hear about his opinions through Major Crimes?
I did not speak to him directly, no.
Just one other question is, we talked earlier about blood transfer, right? Obviously, depending on what's happening, blood can transfer from any person to another surface, correct?
Correct.
And maybe even from surface to surface, right?
It's possible.
So just for example, if I have blood in my hand and I touch this, right? And then someone else touches this and then touches the railing, then blood can be transferred in different ways, right?
Yes, as long as that blood is still in liquid form and
Right.
has the ability, yes.
And so, and obviously blood carries DNA, right?
Potentially, yes.
You can transfer, like we saw in the kitchen, blood from a person onto a cabinet, onto a stool, right? Onto clothes, perhaps,
Possibly, yes.
and into a car, if that person got into a car.
Judge, this is beyond the scope of testimony just given today. He can't.
Sir, I don't know if you can answer the hypothetical that you're being asked about blood being transferred from a location into a car. If you can, then go ahead.
Is it possible that if blood is transferred onto an individual and that individual gets into a car?
Speculation.
Sustained. That question is sustained based upon the form of that question.
Blood can transfer from a person into a vehicle if there's blood on the person. Correct?
As long as a person or thing has blood on its surface, there is the possibility of a transfer, correct?
Okay, thank you.
Sir, any redirect?
Judge, I have no redirect.
Okay. Sir, you can step down. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, of course they are going to sidebar. I am so tired of her talking in circles. Like the prosecution team, like we just give up. Like, no, we don't have no redirect.
A lot of steps today.
Okay, so I see, I don't know if they're giving them an afternoon break or what they're doing right now. Yeah, so Susie, you have to let me know if you on a computer or a phone, and then I can kind of like guide you to them.
Yeah, we're ready.
Thank you, Judge.
I wonder if this witness is about to be done outside of the presence of the jury. They're going to be coming back in very shortly. Yeah, and I'm assuming that she must be the lead attorney because the other attorney, he doesn't speak that often on the case.
The jurors, if they're ready, they can come right back out.
I don't know what they did. I guess they just let them go out for a second.
Okay, no problem.
So before this witness gets started, I just want to kind of like update everybody. So far, the prosecution has presented detailed evidence, including the 911 calls. We have seen surveillance footage. We have seen financial records. We have heard testimony about the last communications between Paul and Keith. Just so everybody's aware, we are on day 9. If you have missed any days, please, please, please go check out the channel. It's all on the channel to keep you up to date. Now, the defense has insisted that Paul Caniero did not commit these murders. And they attack all types of aspects of the prosecution's evidence. Now, depending on whose opinion you're in, they're arguing that the brother wasn't sufficiently investigated. So remember, they're trying to blame this all on another brother. So that's the other brother that's involved. And they're saying that he wasn't investigated because remember, not only was our victim's house burned down, but Keith allegedly, Paul ran home and decided to set fire to his house, but he woke up his family. Typical, right? So they saying that they did not investigate this footage and things of that nature. And I guess just because the brothers had a spat prior to, and allegedly Paul was stealing money. But the text messages that we reviewed earlier today were good. So yeah, here we go. I'm gonna go ahead and take us back in there, but just kind of wanted to recap some of the stuff we have heard.
Should you ready?
Yep.
It's sounding better.
State calls Robert Block.
Okay, Mr. Block, if you could put your left hand on the Bible, raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Okay, once you sit down and you're comfortable, can you state your full name for the record and spell your last name, please?
Yeah, Robert Block, B-L-O-C-K.
All right. Prosecutor, when you're ready.
Mr. Block, good afternoon. Can you tell us what you do for a living?
Currently, I'm a professional services engineer at Fortinet.
Now, I want to take you back to the time frame of, say, 2018. Remember that time and where you were working then?
Yeah.
Where'd you work then?
Square One.
Okay. Now, Square One, what does Square One do?
We're an information technology company, integrator, reseller.
And did you work in a specific location or context within Square One back in 2018?
Well, I worked as a senior systems engineer. Went to clients, worked from home sometimes and in the office.
Now, where was the office back then in 2018?
Asbury Park.
Had it always been there?
No, no. When I started in 2004, it was in Homedale.
So approximately how long as of November 2018 had you worked for Square One?
14 years.
Now, who was in charge of Square One? Who owned it?
Well, Keith was the president and Paul was the vice president.
Okay, when you say Paul, what are you talking about?
Paul Caniero.
Okay, you're nodding in that direction. Is Mr. Caniero in the room?
Yes.
And could you just point him out? Sorry.
It's identifying the defendant.
Now, taking you back to time frame of November 2018, I want to ask you about prior to that time period specifically, had you done anything with respect to infrastructure at Keith Canero's home?
Yeah. I helped out with setting up some switches, firewalls, servers, things like that.
And why were you helping out there?
Because I worked for the company.
Was it all company infrastructure?
Yeah, that was company related. Yeah, I mean, he had two firewalls. One was kind of private for his private link. The other was for their companies.
Okay. Now, did you in 2018, did you install some additional security devices or the like within the infrastructure in Mr. Canero's basement, Keith Canero?
I think we replaced some stuff. I mean, it's hard, it's a while ago.
Sure.
Yeah, so I mean, just like upgrade some things, maybe move some things we had moved from Homedale, obviously I think that was 2012, a lot of stuff.
Okay.
From Homedale from the Homedale office to his basement.
Was there a point in time that you put in some monitoring software within?
Yeah, somewhere around 2016 maybe.
Now, what was the reason for doing that?
Just so because we had a web server, so there was a web server running. I think at that time, I don't think there was any email. It was just a web server, and then we had some other new database, and it was to monitor that hardware because there was an issue where the UPS had a bad battery. Maybe I'm trying to remember. It was a bad battery, and so when he lost power to the house, it would take 20 seconds for the generator to kick in, maybe 15 seconds. So the power went out completely one time because the generator took over, but it was like that delay because the UPS didn't kick in. So the batteries were replaced after that, and then we started monitoring.
Just so we all understand, what's a UPS?
An uninterruptible power supply.
Okay. So were these things that you replaced or upgraded in prior to 2018 in Mr. Canero's basement?
Yes.
Okay. Now, with respect to the monitoring software, were you able to, once that stuff was installed, were you able to check in on the firewall and make sure everything was all right?
Well, yeah, we'd get an email alert if there was a problem, like if there was a power failure or if there was some other network connectivity issue or, maybe we did some other like monitoring, what's called like SNMP, maybe it was simple network management protocol is what we use to monitor devices and things.
Okay. Now, I want to draw your attention to the morning of November 20th, 2018. Do you recall waking up that morning?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you recall whether or not you received an email with respect to something work-related?
Yeah. So the Pulseway was the cloud-based monitoring tool we used, and that basically, there was an alert that the server was offline by the firewall. I don't remember exactly, but it was basically when I got up to get ready for work, I noticed the email.
Now, based upon receiving that email, did you do anything?
Yeah, I text Paul just to ask him if he knew if there was a power issue at Keith's house. And then,
now, with respect to getting that email, do you recall approximately what time you actually saw that email?
I don't remember off the top of my head. It was sometime in the early morning because, I was getting ready to go out to a customer, so that would be when I saw the email. Woke up, probably checked the email, maybe after I got in the shower. I don't remember exactly.
Now, when you received that email, was it an email that had just come through, or did it come through prior to?
It came through early in the morning. It probably came through sometime in the early AM. I don't know. 4:30 maybe. 4:30, 3:30. I don't remember.
Sure. Now, do you recall back in 2018, or actually early 19, whether or not you were interviewed by detectives about some of this information?
Yeah, I think that was early 2019.
Okay. Do you recall giving a statement that was typed out?
Yes.
Okay. I'm just going to approach you and show you what the mark is. S346. Do you recognize what that is?
Yeah.
Okay. What is it?
A statement.
Okay. And a statement of who?
For me.
Okay. Now, does that have your signature on the last page, page 5?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, I just going to direct your attention to page 2. And I just want you to take a look, maybe read the first few sentences to yourself, and then I'll ask you a question.
So guys, just so you're aware, this is a proffer. This is outside of the jury, I believe. Or did the jury come back in? Let me make sure. We probably giving inaccurate information.
Does that refresh your recollection as to receiving the email and the timing of that?
Yeah.
Okay. And do you recall approximately what time you saw the email based upon having your recollection refreshed?
It had to be around 7:30, I guess, based on this.
Okay. And did that refresh your recollection as to what time approximately that email actually came?
Yeah.
What time was that?
3:18.
Okay. Is that AM?
Yes.
That was November 20th of 2018?
Yes.
Now,
so no, the jury is inside, and as when we talk about a proffer, that's when the attorneys want to question the witness and see when they ask the question, what the witness is going to say outside of the jury. So that way nothing accidentally comes into the trial. You know how they want to strike and they want jurors to unhear certain stuff. Well, they sometimes do proffers in order to eliminate that from happening as an issue outside of the jury's presence. But the jury is in here. This is not a proffer. Okay.
you indicated previously that when you saw that alert, you texted Paul, right?
Yes.
Okay. And why did you text Paul?
Just from previous experience, like Paul would, if there was an outage, like a power outage, I think Keith would have reached out to him. Just my own, experiences in the past.
Sure. So you talked about the fact earlier that Keith's house had a generator, correct?
Yes.
And did that assist with ensuring that power didn't go down often at that house?
Yeah, that's the idea, yeah.
And so assume for a second that power goes out to the residents from the street, like the actual power goes off. Prior to the generator kicking on, what is the UPS's function?
Just to keep the gear, live, give supply power to the, it's a battery in there that basically would run when there's no line from the utility. So it would run for, I think what we had in there, maybe it could have ran for like 10 minutes. I'm not sure. I don't remember. It wasn't designed to like run for extended period. It's just to really handle that transfer from the line to the generator.
Now, you were talking about why you texted Paul Caniero, and that was because, why?
Because again, in the past, like if I would, based on my own, assumption, if there was an outage, he would have texted Paul. Keith would have contacted him. Sorry.
Okay.
He would have been in contact just because I knew how close they were.
Sure. Now, who was most aware of the infrastructure, the Square One EcoStore infrastructure in Keith's basement?
Like everything?
Yeah, like all the stuff for the businesses, the server, the firewall, that stuff.
I mean, Paul knew what was there. Yeah.
And did you?
Yeah, I did too. Yeah. I think I would say we both knew, Paul helped set up that gear as well.
Were you involved in helping to set up the infrastructure down there?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if from the beginning, but, obviously over time, when I got in there, I couldn't say, if I set it up in the beginning, the initial configurations, maybe helped with it. It's a long time ago.
Sure. When you put in the updates, the UPS devices in the Pulseway, did you do that yourself or did someone help you?
I think I did it maybe with someone else. I mean, it could have been Paul helping. I didn't.
Okay.
It's a while ago.
Now, I just want to approach with what's been marked as S347. I'm just going to ask you to take a look at that to yourself, see if you recognize what that is.
Yeah.
Okay, what is that?
Well, text messages between me and Paul.
Okay. And do those appear to be accurate based upon your recollection of the exchange that you have with Mr. Caniero that morning?
Yeah.
Okay. And if I could go back to the first page, does it indicate who sends the first message in that interaction?
I do.
Okay. Does it indicate the time that it was sent or read?
Yes.
Okay, what time?
4:03.
Okay.
UTC. 4:03 a.m. So.
You had an interaction here on the bottom, right? This is a message from who to who?
That's from Paul to me.
Okay, what's that say there, time-wise?
Oh, is this on? Oh, this is from 4:38.
Okay. Just going to show you again. S347. Does that say, the first time on here, you to Paul, does that say 804?
Oh, sorry. That says 2021-18, 8:04:03. I'm sorry. My eyes are.
It's okay. The 8 carries over from the 20.
I see. Yeah, it's 8:04:38.
Now, the entirety of those messages that are in front of you, do they accurately reflect the interaction you had with Mr. Caniero that day?
Yeah.
Ask for permission to publish.
I don't know whose witness this is.
I don't think we have an objection, Judge.
Okay,
Thank you.
great. Go ahead.
You can see, you can look at the messages or you can look at the screen in front of you. But what's on the screen in front of you, is that consistent with the messages that are on S347, the piece of paper?
Yeah.
Now, scroll down a little bit. This interaction is between you and Mr. Paul Caniero, correct?
Yes.
And again, who sends the first message?
I did.
And what did you say?
Hey, it looks like the firewall is down at Keith's house.
Okay. And was there a response?
Yes.
Okay. And what was that response?
I had a fire at my house. The place went up early this morning.
And that was from who?
Paul.
Okay, we're going to the next message. What did you say next?
Whose house?
And why did you say that if you were?
Oh, I was confused because I had sent in a text that was, the firewalls are down at Keith's house. So I was just confused. That's all.
Okay, and then the response from Mr.
My house,
Okay, and then what?
around 5 a.m. from Paul.
And then did he say something again?
Yep, I can't talk now.
Okay, and then what did you say?
I said, oh man, everyone okay?
What did he say?
Yes.
And then you said,
Okay, talk to you later. TTYL.
Okay, and then he said what?
Later.
And then what was the last message Mr. Paul Caniero sent you?
I'll let you know when I hear from Keith.
All right.
He texted me during the night about the electric being out.
That was, who's
Paul,
saying that?
from Paul.
Okay, and then what?
3 a.m.
Okay. And then what did you say?
Let me know if you need anything. I'm covering Duke 10 to 6 today. 10 a.m. to 6 p.m.
And what's Duke, just so we understand?
Doris Duke Charitable Foundation, the Duke Farm specifically.
And then what, if anything, did Mr. Paul Caniero say?
Okay.
Did you say anything?
Later on, I said, how are you managing? How bad was the fire? That was at 422, I guess.
Was there any response?
No.
Now, in talking about Doris Duke, was that a client of Square One's?
Yes.
And was that something that you had did you have any interaction with Doris Duke?
Yes.
Okay. Were you on scene there sometimes?
I was on site. I did project work, covered support because we had managed help desk and we had, at that time, 3 people pretty much every day. That was her.
Now, what was going on in around the time of November 20th, 2018? What was going on with the Square One and Duke contract?
I was up for renewal.
Okay. Now, were you aware of whether or not anyone from Duke had met with anyone from Square One?
I know Keith was in discussions with them. I didn't, I don't remember meetings specifically.
Sure. Now, you weren't privy to those meetings, correct?
No.
And do you know who Keith was interacting with specifically from Duke?
Guli Basu.
Guli Basu? Okay. Do you know whether or not any proposals had been transmitted or sent to Doris Duke?
I think they were. I don't remember exactly. It wasn't sent to me to propose to them.
Sure. So fair to say, as of the days leading up to November 20th of 2018, were you aware of what ultimately the status was going to be in 2019 for Doris Duke and Square One?
I mean, only that Guli was talking about maybe objection. Just think.
Cross?
Thank you, Jim. Mr. Block, good afternoon. So basically, Keith had the servers for the businesses in his basement. Okay. And your recollection is that you and Paul were kind of both involved in setting up that infrastructure?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I heard you answer before about being at Keith's house for work purposes or other purposes. The firewalls that you were setting up, did you set up both the firewall for the businesses and his personal firewall?
I mean, I think I did the business, I think could have been Paul set up the personal one, I mean, but I had, access to it and, could manage it if you needed to make changes.
Okay.
So, I mean, I can't really remember who set up.
Right.
If I had to, this goes back probably 10 years, more. So
Right.
I think it could have been Paul who set them up initially.
But you could have had.
I got
some
help with
kind of-
configuring them. I mean, I had access to them, yeah.
Okay. You had access to the
I had to
personal.
get in there. On the personal one, I don't think I ever really logged in there. Maybe, it was more like if Keith had a problem with his internet. If there was, thought it was a file related, maybe they want me to take a look, but I wouldn't log in without asking.
Were they both on the same? So I don't really know how this works. Were they both on the same UPS?
Yes, but they had different internet circuits.
Would you get the notification for either of them?
I don't know if I got it from his home firewall. I think it was just like I said, more for the services and the firewall that was business related.
Now you were obviously mostly on site at
Different customers.
at customers of the business, right?
Yeah.
You didn't spend a lot of time at the actual Square One office.
Probably in Asbury Park a little more at that time. There was times more. I also helped with building that out. I helped Paul and some of the other guys, putting in some of the switches and phones, and making sure everything was working.
Okay.
But I spent some time in the office when I wasn't at client sites. Yeah, if I was working on like documentation, things like that, then I'd be in the office. Project work, I'd be on site.
Did you, being on site, would it be fair to say that you talked to Keith pretty regularly?
Yeah, especially like the last couple of years, I spoke to him a little more frequently, than I had previously. From maybe to like 2013, I didn't interact with him as much. From 2004 to 2013, much more after that, like after Sandy that time frame.
How often would you say you were over at Keith's house around 2017, 2018?
Probably, yeah. I mean, like maybe once a week, if possibly. We would get lunch, do some, discuss some things that business related, and then get lunch.
Okay.
Or I'd pick him up. He would drive to Duke. He came there a few times where he was covering. I would drive to his house, so the Middletown. I'd drive to Cold Snack, and then he would drive to Duke.
Gotcha.
Yeah, so we spent time in the car talking, things like that.
Obviously, I think you said in the statement that Mr. Decker showed you that, you knew that Paul was over at Keith's house pretty often around that time, right?
Yeah.
And that's because both Keith would tell you that and also you would see Paul there, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then Keith had another brother named Corey, right?
Yes.
Were you aware that there was a time period when Corey was living in the basement of Keith's house?
I was not, no.
And did you ever see Corey at Keith's house?
I don't remember. I don't remember like seeing him there when I was there. Maybe one time, like a while ago.
You said that the UPS would keep the servers on for about 10 minutes?
Yeah, something like that, yeah.
And you got the notification at 3:18 that morning?
That's when the email came through, yeah, but I wasn't looking at my email then.
Well, the thing is, is it your understanding that the email would be generated when the servers lose connection? Is that the moment in time that email would be generated?
If they lost connection, if they lost internet access, I would get a notification.
Okay.
It was just even if it was just like temporary for like 10 minutes. I think there was like 5 minutes, it would be okay because there was that area where it would check and then it would wait 5 minutes. If it couldn't connect, they would send the alert. So, but at that point, something like this, I wouldn't, if power was out this whole house, I don't think that email was really, telling us anything.
Sure.
At that point.
Right. I mean,
3:18 in the morning, yeah.
And because if it was the result of power out, it's not like you'd be able to remote in and access
Yeah,
anything.
I couldn't either, right.
Right. And
Yeah.
Paul would be.
I tried, yeah, I did try in the morning. I tried to jump on the firewall and I couldn't connect.
Right, but you wouldn't have been able.
No. That's true.
And just to clarify this, it sounds like you were aware that in 2018, November 2018, there were ongoing contract negotiations between Square One and Duke? Okay. And those were, my understanding is you never saw the actual specific contract proposals, right?
No, I didn't.
Okay. Did you believe at that time it was contemplated that you would stay on as a Square One employee?
At that time?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. Okay, Mr. Black, thank you. I have nothing further.
Thank you. Mr. Becker?
No, sir, thank you.
Sir, you can step down. Thank you, sir.
You need this?
Just give that to Mr. Becker. Thank you. Mr. Becker, you want to call your next witness?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Judge. This state called Sergeant Matthew Cochran.
You're going to get coffee in a minute.
Yeah, I need something.
I have no clue what that just did, guys. I see what it did. I guess, okay, they went on a mid-afternoon break.
I was up for renewal.
Yeah, so they went on a mid-afternoon break. Cool beans. Okay. So I did see the hearing for oh boy. So I did see the hearing for Sarah, just so you guys are aware. Critical True Crime is going to hang out. We're going to watch the bond hearing all together and kind of go through. I'm trying to see your super chat, but I guess you still can't through your phone. Maybe not. I don't know. You know, if it's an Apple device, I think it's kind of funny. I don't know, because on my Apple device, I can send it, because I sent a super chat yesterday to somebody. I think that is some kind of monopoly. I know you can't gift memberships to your phone, because I definitely cannot gift a membership, but I think I am able to do some other stuff on there. So we will get together and we will look at the reconsideration for bond hearing. It looks like they did it and then they didn't put it up right away. So we will look at that. Yeah, Susie, you are possibly right, because we are into day 9, which I believe is Nate 3. Thank you, Trunky. Shirley, you say you. Thank you so much. She said, I hope not. I know, I hope not either, but I don't know, because this attorney, she seemed like she likes to do a lot of dang on questioning. So if they bring any witnesses, and I believe she is going to call his immediate family, like his wife, certain people. I think she's going to call those people. So, oh, thank you, Lynn. You know, I appreciate it. I know, remember, I thought you was the one PayPaling me. Somebody said me, so stop PayPal. I was like, woo, baby. So, that'll give us that. So we'll have that to do later today. It shouldn't be no more than maybe an hour and a half stream, if that long. I think the testimony and the people that testified today on her behalf, it was like an hour, and I do want to see it since we are going to be following that case. So we'll do that this afternoon. And depending on how nice y'all are to me, maybe. Let me see how nice y'all are. Y'all always nice. We will we got to get back into our Ellis case. We got some more testimony up. I hate when they do us like that. Like they just got us over here. What? So I just seen this on the website, y'all. Let me tell y'all this. It says Daisy Link, 30, was convicted of second-degree murder. Y'all know our vent baby, the one that had the baby in the vents, got convicted of, pew-pewing her boyfriend. Okay. A judge is currently weighing Link's request for a new trial as she continues to insist that she shot her boyfriend in self-defense. Now, in a criminal complaint review by Court TV, I got this off Court TV, investigators say that Link attacked an inmate who had been alone in their cell unprovoked on Monday, January 26. Now, the victim, this just happened yesterday. So the victim reported that Link punched her in the face and the head at least 15 times. The victim said the two did not exchange any words and denied knowing the reason for the alleged attack. So I guess she's now attacking people in jail. And from my understanding, she is facing new assault charges as she fights for her new trial. Yeah, so there you go. Susie said she'd found the whole new world. Right? And you can get friends all over the world. And that's the one good thing about it, is that you make these different connections and people up at different times and different places and different everything. Different backgrounds. Yeah, so she in trouble again. Let me see what else is on here that I can update y'all on while they on break. So they saying that in Daisy Link's defense case, just to give y'all some more, they saying that the police department lost months worth of footage. So they got some missing footage. This is part of her appeal, just so y'all know. Wait a minute. I hear sound. I'll pause that. I don't know. Okay, so that's the update on that. Let me see if there's anything else I can update y'all on real quick. Yeah, I can't. I want to. Yeah, we'll get back into our Ellis case, which I know everybody's kind of excited to get back into. We'll get the entire cross of Catherine. And it looks like days later, they had put up the actual movement in the courtroom. Because remember, I only had like her voice testifying. But it looks like they didn't actually put up the whole movement in the case. So we will we definitely want to catch up on that portion of the entire cross of her testimony. Also, her sister testified. Now, just so y'all know, the sister Rachel, she testified in the hearing that they had a while ago. What I did notice is that they have not put up her complete testimony. They only put up like bits and pieces of her testimony from the current trial. So I don't know if we should go back and listen to what she testified to before, because I mean, it's probably similar to what she's going to testify to now. And then they do have a detective, Joseph Norton, that takes the stand, and Mama Tracy, Mama Gotti, aka Donna Jr. She they testify in regards to her internet search history that I told y'all a little bit about. So we will so that's just to give y'all some things to. Oh, look, they got a 3D crime scene walkthrough. Oh, I can't wait to see it. Let's see if they're gonna show it. I wonder if they're gonna show it to us. Probably not. I get on my nerves. I hate when they don't show us stuff. I'm just skimming to see if they're gonna show us some photos. Oh yeah, they're gonna show us some. Good. Yay. Okay. So we got that to look forward to because they're gonna show us some photos, some stuff of it. So cool. You say, who are y'all talking about? Well, Susie, right now I'm talking about the Ellis case. We follow all types of cases. Yeah. Anything that's in the courtroom, we are listening to it. We are so nosy over here, Susie. So we were looking at the Ellis case. We are looking at this case, the Caniero case. We are also looking at the au pair case. And then we just do highlights on other stuff. So we watch any testimony that we can catch that's interesting to us to kind of like look at. So we have long days that maybe be short days, but yeah, we got pretty long days over here. Let's see here. Okay, cool. So I'm gonna take us back into court. Oh gosh, when this come out? Wait a minute. Oh no, okay, that's old. Yes. You got it. Yeah. So we got the rest of her testimony. So we're gonna watch the rest of her testimony today. And then it looks like we got a detective's testimony that we need to watch. So we got a couple things that we need to watch with that one. And then the sister's testimony that we need to watch on that case. So we'll watch that stuff a little later after the show with me and Emily. I'll do it. Okay, so I am about to put us back into the courtroom so we can finish up with our Caniero trial for today. This is the first time we ever stream this trial live. Because remember, we typically stream our trial with the au pair trial live, but today we did this one because the au pair shut down. But that's okay. And I'm gonna take us back in here so we can wrap up our day.
Use your right hand when you get a minute. Can you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Once you get seated and comfortable, can you state your full name for the record and spell your last name, please?
Sergeant Matthew Cochran, badge number 7180, spelled Cocking.
Perfect. Prosecutor, go ahead.
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Cal, I want to take, first of all, let me ask you, where do you work?
New Jersey State Police, specifically the Canine Response and Training Unit.
Okay. And approximately how long have you been employed by the New Jersey State Police?
A little over 16 years.
Okay, so what year did you start?
2009.
Okay. And can you just talk a little bit about the basic training you received for the purposes of becoming a trooper?
Basic Academy?
Basic Academy, yes.
6 months training, Seeger Training Academy, followed by on-the-job training once you get out.
Okay, when you come out of the academy, did you have a specific assignment that's unrelated to what you do now?
Yes, I was on the road for several years. Every trooper starts on the road, learned basic law enforcement, started in Port Norris, transferred to Bridgeton Station, was there ultimately until I got to my present assignment.
Okay, and your present assignment in the canine context started when?
I got selected, I interviewed and got selected to go to K9 in 2013. Initially went to the K9 South Squad. Our unit's comprised of regions, North, Central, South, and a training academy. I worked the South Squad for from 2013 to approximately early 2022. I was then transferred to the training academy where my primary assignment is now, training canines.
Now, just want to, Coach, I want to show you what the mark is, S435. Just going to show you what the mark is, S435. Do you recognize that, Sergeant?
Yes, sir.
What is it?
It's a basic outline of my canine career resume for my one specialty of human remains detection, specifically cadaver.
Does that resume, does it delineate dogs that you've had, related to your patrol?
Yes, in the canine unit, many of us have multiple canines. I started with just one canine, one specifically. I have two currently, different disciplines. This resume in particular is for human remains detection or cadaver. I've worked that since I came to K9 in 2013.
Now, does that resume, does it ultimately document some of the uses of the canine for cadaver detection?
Yes, there's a brief history of my experience and background, including what partners I've been assigned, jobs that he's been on, training, successes.
Okay. Now, with respect to this particular incident, can you tell us the name of the dog or the canine that you were utilizing at the time?
Canine Creed is my first partner.
And your first partner was at approximately 2013?
I got him, yes, end of would have been August timeframe, July of 2013. We went through initial training, which was patrol class, and then followed by his scent discipline, which was cadaver. Finished that up in June of 2014.
How long is that scent discipline, the cadaver training?
Cadaver specifically?
Sure.
That was scent class. I went through Bergen County Training Academy. It was 10 weeks, approximately a little over 400 hours of training. Various different types of environments pertaining to that specific odor. You want to get in detail with that?
Well, you mentioned that part of the training was different environments, correct?
That's correct.
What types of environments are we talking about?
When I say HRD, it's human remains detection. These are my questions at. HRD doll specifically could be almost any environment, from outside, indoor building, collapsed structures, fire scenes, individual rooms, vehicles, natural accidents,
boats, water,
boat, basically anywhere where there could be injury or trauma to a human being.
Okay. And can you tell us about, based upon your experience at that academy, how you go about training the canine, in this case Creed, to be able to delineate the odor of human remains?
He's trained on just that, human remains. It starts with the imprinting process. We imprint the dog on the odor, teach them how to find that specific odor. Then over the course of the 400 hours and 10 weeks, we do multiple different levels of the odor. Threshold, i.e. being threshold meaning all the way down to a small drop of blood to a whole human being in varying environments. Fire scenes, collapsed structures, collapsed under debris, underwater, from drowning victims, you name it. All different levels of that decomp. Could be fresh, could be years old. It just depends on the different scenario that you presented, but the dog's trained on all facets of that.
And ultimately, is there any sort of certification or testing procedure that happens during that Sen Academy?
At the completion of the class, yes, you're certified, and then we're required to do AG, Attorney General guidelines, determines K9 guidelines in New Jersey. We have to do a minimum of 6 trainings a year, 2 biannual recertifications, so twice a year you're being recertified in that particular odor. Additionally, on here, the USPCA Scent Trials is an outside entity, K9 certification. You go through that trial, you get an outside entity, certify the team as well. Just another way of saying the dog knows the odor.
Now, was there a point in time, specifically in November, particularly November, I think it was the 20th, 2018, where you became aware of an incident in Monmouth County?
Yes.
Okay. Was there a point within the coming days when you were contacted by somebody from the Monmouth County Prosecutor's Office in order to potentially deploy Creed at a particular location?
If I recall, it was the night prior, I was requested to come assist that the day that you have noted.
Now, did you ultimately, as part of this case, did you ultimately respond to a location in Ocean Township, New Jersey?
Yes.
Did you recall the address?
I'll say if you have my report, I have.
Sure. I'm going to show you what's been marked as S436 for identification.
Thank you.
Do you recognize that document?
Yes, sir. It's my report that I wrote after the incident.
And if you looked at the top of the report and read it to yourself, would it refresh your recollection as to the address
Yes.
you initially responded to?
27 Tilton Drive.
Okay. Now, to be clear, your response to 27 Tilton Drive, was that the first location that Creed was utilized for purposes of this investigation?
Yes, that's correct.
And when you responded there, did you meet with personnel from the Monmouth County Prosecutor's Office?
That's correct.
And was there a point in time when you were specifically asked to deploy Creed in a particular location outside of the home?
Yeah, that day I deployed to multiple locations, that being the first one. It was just, all that was relayed to me was they had a suspicious fire, suspected possible criminal in nature, and just asked me to assist finding any evidence that could assist the case at multiple different locations. Do you want me to go through?
So specifically, I'm going to ask you about a vehicle that was located in the driveway of 27 Tilton Drive. Do you recall making observations of the vehicle there?
Yes.
Okay. And does your report indicate the actual specifics of the vehicle?
Yes.
Will that refresh your recollection?
Yes, sir. Yeah, Tilton Drive, that was the first place I went. Ultimately, I was asked to use my partner to search the vehicle, the exterior of the property, and the interior of the property. I started with the vehicle first, which would be a white Porsche, New Jersey registration, Delta Charlie Juliet 3105.
Now, how do you go about or prepare a Creed in order to deploy him in a vehicle like this one on that day?
Day of, or are you referencing training?
No, I'm sorry. Yeah, I should be more specific. You bring the dog to that location.
Oh, for the search.
Yeah, for the search.
Understood.
That white Porsche Macan. How do you actually deploy Creed there?
Yep. First thing I do is I gathered all the information like we spoke. I then do a quick safety walk, mainly just to make sure it's safe to deploy my partner. He's not going to injure himself. After that, I typically standard 5-foot lead, unless I need a long lead, job specific. I put an orange vest on him. It's just a visible orange vest that he uses when he's working.
Okay. And ultimately, where does he start with respect to that vehicle on this date? I think it's November 23rd of 2018.
Yep. On this date, I decided to do the exterior first. Exterior sniff is just me detailing the vehicle as I go around. Once I do the exterior, then I proceed to the interior of the vehicle.
Now, did you ultimately run Creed around or let him run himself around the outside of the Macan?
Yes, I did the outside of the vehicle without any changes in behavior, anything from the dog that I noted of importance. Then I opened up, I referenced my report, I believe it was the passenger door. Passenger side front door. let him do the interior of the vehicle. I did that off lead. Reason being, obviously the lead would just prevent him as I'm standing outside from doing his job. Once he finished the passenger compartment of the vehicle, the front seats, back seats, and he can get to and pull him out. Then we went to the rear of the vehicle. I opened the rear cargo hatch and deployed him inside of there.
Now, just to be clear, it might be obvious, but just to be clear, what's the difference between on lead and off lead?
On lead is controlled. I can, depending on how long the lead is, I control where he goes and I detail him. I prefer off lead as much as possible just because it allows the canine to work without me interfering with what he's doing. And ultimately, my job is just to read his behavior and observe what he's doing during the searches. There's a multitude of different things I'm looking for in his behavior when he's doing his job. So that's strictly all it is on lead, off lead.
When you talk about there's a multitude of things that you're looking for, is that based upon your and Creed's training and experience?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and what types of things are you looking for when Creed is actually deployed?
Biggest thing you're looking for is most commonly that the general public knows is what we call the final train response or final alert. In his case, he was an aggressive alert, meaning he'll scratch. It's the least important thing of everything he displays to me. Not that it's not important. I don't want to take that out of context. It just means it's the least important in the steps of it. When he's searching the dog as they're trained during his 400 hours and 10 weeks of training, he has multiple days on the odor and being rewarded for finding that particular odor. So when a dog gets an odor, something he knows he's going to be rewarded for, the endorphins, everything in his brain start to drop, and he has physiological changes that he can't hide. And you guys had pets, think about, you get a treat, or your toy, his favorite toy, whatever it is, they get excited, right? It's no different here. He starts getting an odor of what he's trained and imprinted on. There's things he can't hide. His tail starts wagging. First thing dogs do is they close their mouth because they pant when they're working. When they start taking the odor through their nose, the first thing they do is close their mouth because they're taking all available odor through their nose because they're trying to differentiate what they're smelling. That's called and they do shallow breaths. It gets real fast rather than when they get excited. Another thing they do, the tail wag. They start bracketing, head spin when they go by on odor. All those physiological changes the dog cannot fake. They can't make it up. It's not nothing they can control because the endorphins are now taking over. In their mind, they're getting close to their reward. So that's the order of things that I'm looking for as a handler. Dog may be interested in something, he'll move on. If it's an odor he's trained on, he's trained to go to source, and he'll follow all the way as close as he can get to source before you'll ever see that final or trained response. Does that answer your question?
Certainly. Now, you deployed him, I think you said next, into the rear cargo area of the push Macon. And what, if any, behavioral changes did you observe at that point in time?
I'm going to reference the report again, if that's okay. I put him through the rear cargo door area. Reason being is he just couldn't get to the back cargo area when he was inside on his own. Immediately began to exhibit behavioral changes indicating he was in the presence of a few remains. Specifically, the breathing change, as I just described, open to closed mouth, rapid and shallow breaths with his nose stopped moving suddenly and deeply inhaled with his tail wagging profusely. It's indicative of the physiological changes he exhibits on the presence of human remains. Creed then began scratching at the cargo floor on the driver's side of the vehicle, a spot in which he had pressed his nose while deeply inhaling. I noted at the crime scene. That in itself just told me the dog was an odor of some form of human remains. It could be anything from fluid, drop of blood, just odor there. My job at that point is to turn it over to crime scene, to just know what the dog looked at.
Now, based upon your training and experience with Creed in particular, can the odor be enough? Like just odor as opposed to something physical like blood or some sort of stain or?
Yes, we call it transfer odor.
Now, based upon Creed's actions and physiological changes in the driveway of 27 Tilton, did you relay those observations or what they meant to you to the other detectives that were there?
Yep.
Now, was there a point in time that you decided to deploy Creed to a different part of the property outside?
At the conclusion of the vehicle?
Yes.
Yeah, once we finished with the vehicle, we proceeded to the rear yard of the property. I did an off-lead search the backyard, shed, and back deck area. The goal being I wanted to finish the exterior of the property before I moved inside.
Were there any physiological changes that you observed from Creed in the rear yard of the property?
Nothing outside, nothing further negative.
Now, at that point in time, did you proceed to enter the actual structure inside of 27 Tilton?
Yes, sir. We proceeded to front door of the residence where I was going to start my search of the interior.
Now, searching a house like that, is that something that you would do, you and Creed would do the same way every time, or does it depend on a variety of factors?
The environment dictates the layout of the house, damage in this case. But I do it systematically floor by floor. I'll search a room the same way, but in the order that I do it, based on also debris and change. But each particular floor, no, it doesn't necessarily have to be the same. I come up with a plan where I ensure that I get adequate coverage of everything inside now.
Okay, you referenced damage, correct?
Yes, sir.
Was there damage that even before you went in that you were made aware of?
I obviously knew it was a fire scene, which changes things a little bit because obviously safety for the dog. In this instance, my goal is I'm going to do everything that was easier for him to traverse and then end where the damaged area.
Had Creed ever been deployed in a home that had suffered fire damage?
Absolutely, yes.
Now, can you just tell us generally or specifically how, how you deployed Creed at 27 Tilden interior?
Yep. So first thing I did was go to the front door. Prior to even starting, I observed what appeared to be what appeared to be a blood smear on the wood trim below the front door. I noted that to crime scene, let them do their thing. Once we proceeded, I then deployed Creed for an off-lead search of the interior of the residence. Again, preferably off-lead, just because it allowed him to work on his own, unimpeded by me holding him up with a lead. We did the first floor. I just assisted detailing him. What I mean by detailing is I let the dog go into a search. If I feel like there's somewhere he didn't get to, I will go in and actually detail, just direct him to areas. I do this to ensure adequate coverage that he didn't miss anything within a particular room and or building. We did the first floor. Then we proceeded to the second floor. I ended up doing all the bedrooms and the bathrooms. I made a note that the master bedroom and bathroom sustained minor damage resulting from the fire. Completed the search of the second floor without any changes in behavior. Then I proceeded back down the first floor to end at the basement.
Okay, so do you recall how you actually, entered and deployed Creed into the basement?
Yes.
How was that?
Stopped at the top of the basement steps. Obviously knew that there was debris down there just from what I could see. At the top of the steps, set him down off lead on the steps. Reason being, let him go down, do his thing. I can kind of watch, and then I followed him down once he got started.
Okay. Now, do you recall where Creed went upon kind of getting to the bottom of the basement stairs and into the basement?
Yep. Yes, sir. Immediately began searching the rubble in the southeast corner of the basement, which is the heaviest damaged area. He went through on his own first.
Okay. And did you follow him there?
Yeah, yes, sir. I could see him from where I was at, and then I proceeded to him. Yes.
Okay. And what, if any, observations did you see within Creed's behavior?
Again, I noted in my report it was what was perceived to be the origin of the fire. He immediately began behavioral changes indicating the presence of human remains. And I'll repeat them for you guys. It was the breathing change, open to closed mouth, rapid and shallow breaths. Well, there was rapidly bracketing the pile. What I mean by bracketing, when a canine gets an odor, they will work it. And a bracketing, like if the wind was blowing in my face here and your odor was coming from that wall, the dog is going to get to the edge of the odor cone, go back to the other edge of the cone, and they're going to keep bracketing back and forth until they get the source. And you should see that get smaller and smaller. He was bracketing the pile of debris. When they're trained to get to source, and you have if there was odor under my hat, you might see a dog kind of circle it. They're trying to find other avenues in to get all the way to that source. That's another form of bracketing. He did that on the debris. He then buried his head into the debris, pulled it out, and began scratching at the pile. His final trained alert, as I said to you guys earlier, is a scratch. That was indicating to me that he has got as close as he could get to source or was on source of that odor. At that final alert, that's his final alert to source of human remains. As a result, me and Detective Catalona started sifting through the debris where he alerting. It was a mess, fire debris mess. It was kind of all melted together, fire debris, if you can imagine, and the water has kind of frozen. You would keep describing that, sir, before I go?
No, I just want to show you what's been marked as S1. Slide 111. I'll show you. Slide 111.
Yes, sir.
Recognize what that depicts?
Yes, sir. Basement.
Okay. is that the area that Creed ultimately detected the presence of human remains, is that depicted in that photograph?
Yes, sir. So specifically remember all the feathers in the, from a pillow or whatever that had been.
I just published slide 101. The photo that's on the screen, is that the photo I just showed you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And again, could you just, there's a little pen up there, a stylus, should be in front of you.
Okay.
Could you just kind of circle the area based upon your observations of where Creed was ultimately showing those signs of interest?
Yes, sir. I just touched the screen.
Yes, you can.
Sorry, I'm a dog guy. I just know it was this generalized area. I remember the feathers were exactly in that pile, but I remember the feathers specifically. He was bracketing this whole pile. You can continue.
Yeah, I mean, if you'd like further explain that.
No, at that point, I noted it to the crime scene detective. We started sifting through, and ultimately what he was alerted, we found a piece of a plastic container. Again, it was all melted together from the heat and frozen with the water from the firefighters putting the fire out. The plastic container, we observed a piece of plastic with a blanket and clothing within a burned rubble, which had melted and frozen together in the fire. It was determined the clothing appeared to be jeans with possible blood stains on it. Detective Callahan photographed and documented the area. I directed Creed to search the remainder of the basement. He completed the remainder of it without any further changes in behavior. Can we keep going?
No, I think after the dog had indicated to that area, was there a point in time where the pile of debris was actually taken by Detective Catalone, I believe, somewhere else?
Yes, sir. I went back upstairs to the first floor with Creed. The only thing we had left was the garage. We completed that search of the residence. That way it was completely done. Search of the garage was completed without any changes in behavior. When I say without any change in behavior, so you guys understand, the behavior change like I described is what I'm watching. So when the dog doesn't respond at all, it tells me there's no odor available for him to smell in that particular area. We move on from that area. So we finished the garage. Detective Catalona and Trooper Kyle, who was there assisting me, they moved the pile of frozen and the debris in which he had earlier alerted into the garage where it could be analyzed further. There's two reasons. One, to analyze it further. Two, I wanted to bring Creed back down to the basement after we had that known odor, removed it to see if he would find anything else.
Did you do that?
Yes, sir.
What happened when you brought him down to the basement?
I'm sorry?
What happened once you brought him back down to the basement?
I brought Creed back. We did the garage. I brought Creed back in the garage, released him for another off-lead search. Creed began searching the garage, clearing exterior walls. Again, we brought that known in. I did the entire room again. He did the walls, brought him back over to, after clearing the exterior walls, he approached the debris on the floor again and provided the same physiological alert as he did when he was downstairs. So at that time, pulled him off, got the same alert as I got before. In order to ensure that nothing of evidentiary value was missed, or we removed the debris, I brought Creed back in the basement and same was searched a second time. He provided the same physiological alert, the same area of the basement that I had circled here. He was secured in my assigned troop car, and crime team started doing their thing, analyzing the clothing further. In the basement, didn't surprise me, alerted again. So odor travels, especially on a fire scene like this. Odor will travel with water. It's melted. So that whole area may smell like odor. He's going to alert to it again. It didn't surprise me at all. At that time, crime scene decided they took over to see if there's anything else and any further evidence.
Now, what you just described about the actions at 27 Tilton, did that ultimately culminate after taking him back down to the basement?
I understand.
I'm sorry, once you took Creed back
Yes, sir.
down to the basement, was he done?
Oh, yes, at that specific address?
Yes.
Sir.
Now, I think just for purposes of understanding.
We're going to mark this as S1A, slide 111.1.
Your Honor, at this time, I have no further questions for the trooper.
Afternoon, sir.
How you doing, sir?
So I thank you for sending Creed's resume. It looks like Creed is actually very good locating human remains.
That's right.
Or I just would be retired now. And I noticed that there were several instances you mentioned in the resume where Creed had alerted during the searches of vehicles. And that specifically, on May 11th of 2018, Creed alerted to the floor mat of a vehicle that he was searching, and that area was later confirmed to contain trace amounts of human blood.
What was that date, sir?
That was May 11th, 2018.
You're referencing the Newark Police Department investigating.
I am, yes.
Okay.
So it looks like that was an event that you referenced in the resume where Creed alerts to the floor mat of part of the carpet area, the driver's seat.
Yes, sir.
And then it's determined that Creed was actually right to look to that location because trace amounts of human blood were located there.
Yes, sir.
And then in March 20th of 2017, you were involved with the missing persons unit and the Atlanta County Prosecutor's Office, it looks like. And once again, there was a vehicle search that Creed participated in, right?
Yes, sir.
And again, Creed alerted to a section of the vehicle's interior floor area, and it was determined that Creed was right again in the sense that there was the presence of blood determined to be in that location as well.
Yes, sir.
Now, obviously, you testified that there doesn't have to be blood for Creed to have alerted at scenes, and that the odor of the whatever it is that he's smelling can be enough. It doesn't have to be actual biological material, right?
It could be transfer odors. What is? I'm guessing what you're asking.
Maybe. I guess what I'm saying is it doesn't have to be actual biological material on a location for Creed to alert, right?
It doesn't mean that there's not biological material there just because you can't see it.
Sure. I think that the last two things we talked about are a great example of that, right? Because in both of those situations, Creed alerted in a vehicle, right?
Yes, sir.
And then it was later confirmed that the area where Creed alerted actually contained human blood, right?
Yes, sir.
And now, when we say it was later confirmed, obviously that's not really your role in an investigation. Creed alerts, other forensic law enforcement personnel come in afterwards, right?
Yes.
And they say, okay, Creed alerted here, we're gonna look here, and we're gonna see what we can find based on that alert, right?
Correct. It's a locating tool.
Right.
Canine is a locating tool.
Now, Creed, it sounds like, was trained to do this by some kind of conditioning, essentially, such that he gets or got a actual physiological response that he interpreted as positive when he smelled human remains. Do I have that right?
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot more to training, but yes, underlyingly, yes, he's rewarded for following the proper route. Correct.
Okay. So it's like, it's not as if we would imagine Creed sometimes would smell human remains and just not signal to you. You search the entire first floor of 27 Tilton, right?
That's correct.
Creed doesn't alert anywhere on the first floor, right?
Correct.
He's taken everywhere that was available for him to go by yourself, right?
Yes, sir.
He went into the bathroom, correct?
Yes, sir.
Creed actually has been able to determine the odor of human remains coming from underwater, right?
Correct.
So Creed also in your resume, it looked like Creed was taken to a location where he found a body that was 6 feet under the water.
Correct.
And I mean.
That's gases that come off of a body.
Okay, sure. But obviously those gases have to come up through the water, make their way to the surface, come out into the atmosphere essentially, and then he's able to smell them, right?
Correct.
Now, when you're in a bathroom, right, sometimes you know that there are, obviously we have running water, right? We have drains and toilets and things like that, right? In your experience, I would imagine you have training or actual on-the-job experience of people trying to secret items of evidentiary importance, like either flushing them down the toilet or washing them down the sink, right?
Mhm.
Is that yes?
Yes, sir.
Obviously, Creed, because he can smell human remains coming up from water, we imagine he'd be able to smell human remains if they were, say, in part of the catch of a drain of a sink, right?
Yes, it's possible.
But Creed didn't alert in the bathroom on the first floor of 27 Tilton, did he?
No.
And Creed was taken to the second floor of 27 Tilton as well, right?
That's correct.
And Creed doesn't alert anywhere there either.
That's correct.
And we know that Creed was taken by yourself to all of the available, rooms on the second floor, right?
Correct.
And that included bathrooms.
Correct.
And it included bedrooms.
That's correct.
And it included every bedroom on the second floor, right?
Yes.
Okay. The term that you had used was, I believe, bracketing for Creed's.
It's one of his physiological signs, yes.
And that's actually where he's physically interacting with an item, or?
No. As I explained before, bracketing is when a dog hits the edge of an odor cone, left and right. Or example, like I said, if it was under my hat and he was trying to get the source, he could circle all the way around it. That's also a form of bracketing. They're trained to go to the source of the odor when they get the odor.
Gotcha.
Odor has to be available for them to smell. So once they're in odor, that's when you're going to see that bracketing.
Okay. In this case, he actually was, when he was in the basement, in the area of the fire, and we saw that debris pile in S1S slide 111 that you looked at just now, right? He actually, you were watching his behavior change, right?
Correct.
You're watching him, he's no longer, his mouth is no longer open, it's closed. He's breathing through his nose, right?
Correct.
He is bracketing around this area of debris, right? And he's actually putting his nose into that area of debris, right?
Yes.
Okay. You and Officer Catalona are looking at that debris pile, and it appears to you to be just it's a highly disorganized, disordered pile of textiles and various objects, right?
It's a fire scene.
Right. But you have to take that pile and actually bring it upstairs.
Yeah, pile being the items that he put his nose on.
Right.
And gave a final response to.
Right.
Yes.
And do you remember what you used to carry those items?
That's a crime scene question. I was just there working the dog.
Okay. All right. So do you recall whether Detective Catalona took like a plastic tub from the basement and put those items in it to take it upstairs?
Again, I'm not crime scene, sir. I just worked the canine. I don't know how they moved.
I'm just asking if you were there, if you recall.
I don't recall that.
Okay.
It's, again, not my job.
And obviously, in terms of what is in the dividing line of your job, when Creed alerts, that's obviously an area of interest, but that from that point on, it would go to other forensic personnel, right?
Yes, sir. And I viewed it. I try to observe what he's alerting to, but at the end of the day, the dog's a locating tool. I said, hey, he located this. He's alerting to this here. And I turn that over to the crime scene for them to determine. I'm not a crime scene specialist. I'm a canine handler.
No, I understand, and I think that makes perfect sense, because obviously you can't say that just because pre-alerts, there's gonna be DNA in a certain location, right?
I can tell you he provided alert to the odor he was trained on, and I turn it over to crime scene professionals to take it from there.
Right, because you can't say whether there's DNA, right? That's
No,
someone else's job,
That's not my job.
and it's not your job to say whether there's blood there, right?
Again, I have advised the dog alerted to what I believe to be the presence of human remains, and I turn it over to crime scene.
Sure. So I think that's fairly self-explanatory. We need other people to make these confirmation assessments after the fact, right?
I'm not sure what you're asking me. What do you want to say, that I'm not a crime scene guy?
No.
I'm confused what you're asking me.
No. I'm just trying to say that you're not, what you are not is a DNA analyst, right?
Yeah, yes, sir. If you want to say it, I'm a canine handler specializing in recognizing my dog's canine behavior.
Yeah. I think I'm trying to have that conversation with you. I'm sorry. I have no further questions.
Judge, I don't have any further questions.
You step down, sir. Thank you.
Hey, sir. You will leave these here?
Yes, the dog was a professional. The dog did his job. The dog, the canine, I guess I should say canine. That sounds more professional, right? The canine seen the blood. They smelt the DNA. Now, the crime scene tech has to do what they need to do to collect it. That is not my job, sir. Stop asking me questions that you know that is not my job. Please and thank you. Move on. So I guess the prosecution must have been, feeling very great in regards to the last two witnesses that were on the stand in regards to their cross, because they did not have any redirect. Hey, Kat, how are you? Yeah, so they didn't have to do any redirect. So that's awesome right there, right? What's your bad news? Oh, they done for today.
So, and I don't want you to look at that as a bad thing. We're on track. We're actually doing extremely well. But, the way that our schedule got messed up this week, this is the way that we got set up here. So you're done for the day. You will be back tomorrow morning. We'll start right on time. We'll go through the day, and then we'll see where we are at the end of the day tomorrow. So don't discuss this case. Don't do any research. I'll have you back tomorrow. Have a good night. Be safe. Be careful of the ice. God help us. Have a good night.
You jinxed us? Oh, I know. And this is so not like them, right? They got a lot of nerve. How dare them be ending court? They are definitely something else. Well, Mr. Caniero, I guess there's nothing to do. Yeah, I know, right? Even if it's only briefly, it's okay. Thank you so much. So guys, they are ending court. Y'all know we got so much stuff that we over here doing. So, I mean, it's almost all right, but not all right. I know y'all can't wait to get over in that Ellis case. Boy, oh boy. Hey, Sheriff Chuck, how are you? What you say? Cat brought you over here to see. And have a good night. Give you a good outro. Oh, that's funny. Honey, I know we have to message each other when we doing it.
All right. Anything we need to put on the record?
No, sir.
Okay. Everybody have a good night. See you tomorrow.
Oh. So I don't know if any of you guys that came over from Cadena Williams, if y'all following the Kevin Ellis case. at least here over at Take It to Trial, we are in all cases. So we actually, even if we're out of this case today, we will be going into our next case. So we keep on trucking. So we are going to be setting up for our Kevin Ellis case so we can watch that one, get in that courtroom and see what they have to offer to us, right? Well, today was actually very effective. She ran circles, our attorney, she ran circles with one person. So we didn't have a lot. We didn't have a lot to do because she only ran circles for one. And that was our first witness that was on the stand, our detective. So everybody else, she didn't run circles around. The judge didn't have her check her plenty of times. We heard from the K-9 specialist. We got to see those text messages earlier in our premiere, so we good there. Look at y'all. Y'all so thirsty for that Kevin trial. Oh, little Miss Spark Plug. Yeah, little Miss Spark Plug. She is definitely a Sparky. You say you ready to go into this Ellis case? Okay. So I am going to open it up, and then that way we can go over and start watching the Ellis case. It's too bad I'm not allowed to redirect and direct to my own stuff. So I can't redirect us. All I can do is drop the link for the new room so we can watch it. We do have to move rooms because I do not want that mixed up with this one. Because this case is not that like, this case is a trip. For everybody that doesn't know about the Keith Ellis case, Keith Ellis is, this is the Utah Adelson family. And what I mean, if anybody has watched the Donna Adelsons, the Charlie Adelsons, with Dan Markell, if you have heard of Wendy Adelson, well, we have a family in Utah that did all the research on the Adelson clan. And guess what? They tried to pull it off. They unalived Matthew Rastelli. He drove from California all the way to Utah just to be unalived by his brother-in-law. His wife, yeah, she pled guilty. She pled guilty to conspiring, to murder her husband. And her brother is currently on trial. Mom's trial is coming up soon. I mean, we have all the dynamics. I mean, the mom even went to the point that she wanted to research Donna Adelson. Like, they researched the Adelsons, and that testimony is also coming in. So that's why they kind of excited, because they want to see what this testimony holds that we have coming up in the Utah and Kevin Ellis trial. Let me get this up for you guys. So I have created that. I am going to get the link so I can drop it in here so we can get started. I never know how to get my links a good way, but whatever. Y'all know I be trying. The Adelsons 2.0. Like, I can't believe that they even researched this. I think that's what made this so much more stupid. And like, why didn't they think that nobody, she got 7 kids, out of all these 7 kids, nobody thought to say, this is not a good idea. Nope, nobody did. So if you put on your seatbelt and if you click the link that's in the chat, it will take you directly over to the new room where we will cover the Kevin Ellis case. Why do I keep calling him Keith? Oh gosh, that's one thing about doing all these trials. You say that's what make that case so good? I can't believe they did this. Oh, stupid. So we are going to go in there and we are going to start looking at the testimony in the Kevin Ellis trial, right? All right, guys. We will be back with Caniero tomorrow. We have our au pair tomorrow. We also have a bond hearing this evening with Critical True Crime. Emily will be joining us to go over that, and we'll go in here and we'll cover what we can in regards to the Ellis case. Oh, no problem, smoking. And for those that came from Catnap Williams, thank you so much for coming over and hanging out with us. And yeah, if you want to know more or see Adelsons, the Utah Adelsons, as I would call them, 2.0. I don't know if you want to call them 2.0 because they stupid. Because they I don't know how they thought that he was going to do this. This stupid, in my opinion. Just stupid. So I don't even know. I want to say 2.0 seems like you learned, but they didn't learn. Apparently not. Absolutely. All right, guys. I will see you guys over there. Thanks. Peace.